Chapter 21A of The Everyday Life of Abraham Lincoln. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Everyday Life of Abraham Lincoln by Francis Fisher Browne. Chapter 21A. Lincoln and Slavery, Plan for Gradual Emancipation, Anti-Slavery Legislation in 1862, Pressure Brought to Bear on the Executive, The Delegation of Quakers, A Visit from Chicago Clergymen, Interview between Lincoln and Channing. The emancipation of slaves in America, the crowning act of Lincoln's eventful career and the one with which his fame is most indissolubly linked, is a subject of supreme interest in a study of his life and character. For this great act, all his previous life and training had been but a preparation. From the first awakening of his convictions of the moral wrong of human slavery, through all his public and private utterances, may be traced one logical and consistent development of the principles which at last found sublime expression in the proclamation of emancipation. In this, as always, he was true to his own inner promptings. He would not be hurried or worried or badgered into premature and impracticable measures. He bided his time, and when that time came the deed was done, unalterably and irrevocably, approved by the logic of events and by the enlightened conscience of the world. The final Emancipation Proclamation was issued on the first day of January, 1863. The various official measures that preceded it may be briefly sketched, together with closely related incidents. As early as the autumn of 1861, the problem of the relation of the war to slavery was brought forcibly to the President's attention by the action of General J.C. Fremont, the Union commander in Missouri, who issued an order declaring the slaves of rebels in his department free. The order was premature and unauthorized, and the President promptly annulled it. General Fremont was thus, in a sense, the pioneer in military emancipation, and he loved to see the policy proposed by him carried into practical operation by all our armies. Lincoln afterwards said, "I have great respect for General Fremont and his abilities, but the fact is that the pioneer in any movement is not generally the best man to carry that movement to a successful issue. It was so in old times. Moses began the emancipation of the Jews, but didn't take Israel to the promised land after all. He had to make way for Joshua to complete the work. It looks as if the first reformer of a thing has to meet such a hard opposition and get so battered and bespattered that afterward, when people find they have to accept his reform, they will accept it more easily from another man." Lincoln at first favored a policy of gradual emancipation. In a special message to Congress on the 6th of March, 1862, he proposed such a plan for the abolition of slavery. "In my judgment," he remarked, "gradual and not sudden emancipation is better for all." He suggested to Congress the adoption of a joint resolution declaring that the United States ought to cooperate with any state which may adopt a gradual abolition of slavery, giving to such state pecuniary aid to compensate for the inconvenience, public and private, produced by such change of system. In conclusion, he urged, "In full view of my great responsibility to my God and my country, I earnestly beg the attention of Congress and the people to this subject." On the 16th of April of this year, Congress passed a bill abolishing slavery in the District of Columbia, a measure for which Lincoln had himself introduced a bill while a member of Congress. In confirming the act as President, he remarked privately, "Little did I dream in 1849, when as a member of Congress I proposed to abolish slavery at this capital, and could scarcely get a hearing for the proposition, that it would be so soon accomplished." Emancipation measures moved rapidly in 1862. On June 19th, Congress enacted a measure prohibiting slavery forever in all present and future territories of the United States. July 17th, a law was passed authorizing the employment of negroes as soldiers, and conferring freedom on all who should render military service, and on the families of all such as belonged to disloyal owners. 2 days later, In a conference appointed by him at the Executive Mansion, the President submitted to the members of Congress from the border States a written appeal, in which he said, "Believing that you in the border States hold more power for good than any other equal number of members, I feel it a duty which I cannot justifiably waive, to make this appeal to you. I intend no reproach or complaint when I assure you that, in my opinion, if you all had voted for the resolution in the gradual emancipation message of last March, the war would now be substantially ended. And the plan therein proposed is yet one of the most potent and swift means of ending it. Let the States which are in rebellion see definitely and certainly that in no event will the States you represent ever join their proposed Confederacy, and they cannot much longer maintain the contest. If the war continues long, as it must if the object be not sooner attained, the institution in your States will be extinguished by mere friction and abrasion, by the mere incidents of the war. It will be gone, and you will have nothing valuable in lieu of it. Much of its value is gone already. How much better for you and your people to take the step which at once shortens the war and secures substantial compensation for that which is sure to be wholly lost in any other event. How much better to thus save the money which else we sink forever in the war. How much better to do it while we can, lest the war ere long render us pecuniarily unable to do it. How much better for you as seller and the nation as buyer to sell out and buy out that without which the war could never have been, than to sink both the thing to be sold and the price of it in cutting one another's throats. I do not speak of emancipation at once, but of a decision to emancipate gradually. Upon these considerations I have again begged your attention to the message of March last. Before leaving the capital, consider and discuss it among yourselves. You are patriots and statesmen, and as such I pray you consider this proposition, and at the least commend it to the consideration of your States and people. As you would perpetuate popular government for the best people in the world, I beseech you that you do in no wise omit this. Our common country is in great peril, demanding the loftiest views and boldest action to bring a speedy relief. Once relieved, its form of government is saved to the world. Its beloved history and cherished memories are vindicated, and its happy future fully assured and rendered inconceivably grand. To you, more than any others, the privilege is given to assure that happiness and swell that grandeur, and to link your own names therewith forever." In an interview with Mr. Lovejoy and Mr. Arnold of Illinois the day following this conference, Lincoln exclaimed, "Oh, how I wish the border States would accept my proposition! Then you, Lovejoy, and you, Arnold, and all of us would not have lived in vain. The labor of your life, Lovejoy, would be crowned with success. You would live to see the end of slavery." The first occasion on which the President definitely discussed emancipation plans with members of his Cabinet, according to Secretary Welles, was on the 13th of July, 1862. On that day, says Mr. Welles, President Lincoln invited me to accompany him in his carriage to the funeral of an infant child of Mr. Stanton. Secretary Seward and Mrs. Frederick Seward were also in the carriage. Mr. Stanton occupied at that time for a summer residence the house of a naval officer some 2 or 3 miles west or northwest of Georgetown. It was on this occasion, and on this ride, that he first mentioned to Mr. Seward and myself the subject of emancipating the slaves by proclamation in case the rebels did not cease to persist in their war on the Government and the Union, of which he saw no evidence. He dwelt earnestly on the gravity, importance, and delicacy of the movement, said he had given it much thought, and had about come to the conclusion that it was a military necessity absolutely essential for the salvation of the Union, that we must free the slaves or be ourselves subdued, etc. This was, the President said, the first occasion when he had mentioned the subject to anyone, and wished us to frankly state how the proposition struck us. Mr. Seward said the subject involved consequences so vast and momentous that he should wish to bestow on it mature reflection before giving a decisive answer. But his present opinion inclined to the measure as justifiable, and perhaps he might say expedient and necessary. These were also my views. 2 or 3 times on that ride the subject, which was of course an absorbing one for each and all, was adverted to, and before separating the President desired us to give the question special and deliberate attention, for he was earnest in the conviction that something must be done. It was a new departure for the President, for until this time, in all our previous interviews, whenever the question of emancipation or the mitigation of slavery had been in any way alluded to, he had been prompt and emphatic in denouncing any interference by the General Government with the subject. This was, I think, the sentiment of every member of the Cabinet, all of whom, including the President, considered it a local, domestic question, appertaining to the States respectively, who had never parted with their authority over it. But the reverses before Richmond, and the formidable power and dimensions of the insurrection, which extended through all the slave States, and had combined most of them in a confederacy to destroy the Union, impelled the administration to adopt extraordinary measures to preserve the national existence. The slaves, if not armed and disciplined, were in the service of those who were, not only as field laborers and producers, but thousands of them were in attendance upon the armies in the field, employed as waiters and teamsters, and the fortifications and entrenchments were constructed by them. It has been shown again and again, by the words of Lincoln and by the testimony of his friends, that he heartily detested the practice of slavery, and would joyfully have set every bondman free. Before his nomination for the Presidency, indeed from the very beginning of his public life, he had repeatedly put himself on record as opposed to slavery, but perhaps nowhere more tersely and unequivocally than in these words: "There is no reason in the world why the negro is not entitled to all the natural rights enumerated in the Declaration of Independence, the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I hold that he is as much entitled to them as the white man." But his respect for the laws of the land deterred him from measures that might seem of doubtful constitutionality, and he waited patiently until the right hour had struck before he issued the edict of emancipation so eagerly demanded by a large class of earnest and loyal people at the North. Many of these people, misunderstanding his views and intentions, were very impatient, and their criticisms and expostulations were a constant burden to the sorely tried executive. In June of this year, 1862, the President was waited on by a deputation of Quakers or Friends, 15 or 20 in number, who had been charged by the yearly meeting of their association to present a minute to the President on the subject of slavery and the duty of immediate emancipation. The visit of these excellent people was not altogether timely. Bad news had been received from McClellan's army on the Peninsula, and Lincoln was harassed with cares and anxieties. But he gave the deputation a cordial though brief greeting, as he announced that he was ready to hear from the Friends. In the reading of the minute, it appeared that the document took occasion to remind the President that years before he had said, "I believe that this government cannot permanently endure half slave and half free," and from this was implied a suggestion of his failure to perform his duty as he had then seen it. Lincoln was decidedly displeased with this criticism, and after the document had been read to the close, he received it from the Speaker. Then drawing himself up, he said with unusual severity of manner, "It is true that on the 17th of June, 1858, I said, 'I believe that this government cannot permanently endure half slave and half free.' But I said it in connection with other things from which it should not have been separated in an address discussing moral obligations. For this is a case in which the repetition of half a truth, in connection with the remarks just read, produces the effect of a whole falsehood. What I did say was, if we could first know where we are, and whither we are tending, we could better judge what to do and how to do it. We are now far into the 5th year since a policy was initiated with the avowed object and confident promise of putting an end to the slavery agitation. Under the operation of that policy, this agitation has not only not ceased, but has constantly augmented. In my opinion, it will not cease until a crisis shall have been reached and passed. A house divided against itself cannot stand. I believe that this government cannot permanently endure half slave and half free. I do not expect the Union to be dissolved. I do not expect the house to fall. But I do expect that it will cease to be divided. It will become all one thing or all the other. Either the opponents of slavery will arrest the further spread of it, and place it where the public mind shall rest in the belief that it is in the course of ultimate extinction, or its advocates will push it forward till it shall become alike lawful in all the States, old as well as new, North as well as South. Take this statement as a whole, and it does not furnish a text for the homily to which this audience has listened." As Lincoln concluded, he was turning away, when another member of the delegation, a woman, requested permission to detain him with a few words. Somewhat impatiently he said, "I will hear the friend." Her remarks were a plea for the emancipation of the slaves, urging that he was the appointed minister of the Lord to do the work, and enforcing her argument by many scriptural citations. At the close he asked, "Has the friend finished?" And receiving an affirmative answer, he said, "I have neither time nor disposition to enter into discussion with the friend, and end this occasion by suggesting for her consideration the question whether, if it be true that the Lord has appointed me to do the work she has indicated, it is not probable that he would have communicated knowledge of the fact to me as well as to her?" Something like the same views were expressed by Lincoln on another occasion, when, in response to a memorial presented by a delegation representing most of the religious organizations of Chicago, he said respectfully and pointedly, "I am approached with the most opposite opinions and advice, and by religious men who are certain they represent the divine will. I hope it will not be irreverent in me to say that if it be probable that God would reveal his will to others on a point so closely connected with my duty, it might be supposed he would reveal it directly to me. If I can learn his will, I will do it. These, however, are not the days of miracles, and I suppose I am not to expect a direct revelation. I must study the plain physical facts of the case, and learn what appears to be wise and right. Do not misunderstand me because I have mentioned these objections. They indicate the difficulties which have thus far prevented my action in some such way as you desire. I have not decided against a proclamation of emancipation, but hold the matter in advisement. The subject is in my mind by day and by night. Whatever shall appear to be God's will, I will do." About this period the President had a very interesting conversation with Rev. William Henry Channing, in which the question of emancipation was frankly discussed. Mr. M. D. Conway, who was present at the interview, says, "Mr. Channing having begun by expressing his belief that the opportunity of the nation to rid itself of slavery had arrived, Mr. Lincoln asked how he thought they might avail themselves of it. Channing suggested emancipation, with compensation for the slaves. The President said he had for years been in favor of that plan. When the President turned to me, I asked whether we might not look to him as the coming deliverer of the nation from its one great evil. What would not that man achieve for mankind who should free America from slavery? He said, 'Perhaps we may be better able to do something in that direction after a while than we are now.' I said, 'Mr. President, do you believe the masses of the American people would hail you as their deliverer if, at the end of this war, the Union should be surviving and slavery still in it?' 'Yes, if they were to see that slavery was on the downhill.' I ventured to say, 'Our fathers compromised with slavery because they thought it on the downhill. Hence war today.' The President said, I think the country grows in this direction daily, and I am not without hope that something of the desire of you and your friends may be accomplished. When the hour comes for dealing with slavery, I trust I shall be willing to do my duty, though it costs my life. And, gentlemen, lives will be lost." These last words were said with a smile, yet with a sad and weary tone. During the conversation Mr. Lincoln recurred several times to Channing's suggestion of pecuniary compensation for emancipated slaves, and professed profound sympathy with the Southerners, who by no fault of their own had become socially and commercially bound up with their peculiar institution. Being a Virginian myself, with many dear relatives and beloved companions of my youth in the Confederate ranks, I responded warmly to his kindly sentiments toward the South, albeit feeling more angry than he seemed to be against the institution preying upon the land like a ghoul. I forget whether it was on this occasion, or on a subsequent one, when I was present, that he said in parting, "We shall need all the anti-slavery feeling in the country, and more. You can go home and try to bring the people to your views, and you may say anything you like about me, if that will help. Don't spare me." This was said with some laughter, but still in earnest. End of chapter 21A. Recording by Bill Boerst. Chapter 21B of the Everyday Life of Abraham Lincoln. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Everyday Life of Abraham Lincoln by Francis Fisher Browne. Chapter 21B. Lincoln and Horace Greeley. The President's answer to the prayer of 20 millions of people. Conference between Lincoln and Greeley. Emancipation resolved on. The preliminary proclamation. Lincoln's account of it. One of the severest opponents of President Lincoln's policy regarding slavery was Horace Greeley. He criticized Lincoln freely in the New York Tribune, of which he was editor, and said many harsh and bitter things of the administration. Lincoln took the abuse good-naturedly, saying on one occasion, "It reminds me of the big fellow whose little wife was wont to beat him over the head without resistance. When remonstrated with, the man said, 'Let her alone. It don't hurt me, and it does her a power of good.'" In August, 1862, Mr. Greeley published a letter in the New York Tribune, headed "The Prayer of 20 Millions of People," in which he urged the President, with extreme emphasis, to delay the act of emancipation no longer. Lincoln answered the vehement entreaty in the following calm, firm, and explicit words: Executive Mansion, Washington, Friday, August 22, 1862. Hon. Horace Greeley. Dear Sir, I have just read yours of the 19th instant, addressed to myself through the New York Tribune. If there be in it any statements or assumptions of fact which I may know to be erroneous, I do not now and here controvert them. If there be any inferences which I believe to be falsely drawn, I do not now and here argue against them. If there be perceptible in it an impatient and dictatorial tone, I waive it, in deference to an old friend whose heart I have always supposed to be right. As to the policy I seem to be pursuing, as you say, I have not meant to leave anyone in doubt. I would save the Union. I would save it in the shortest way under the Constitution. The sooner the national authority can be restored, the nearer the Union will be, the Union as it was. If there be those who would not save the Union unless they could at the same time save slavery, I do not agree with them. If there be those who would not save the Union unless they could at the same time destroy slavery, I do not agree with them. My paramount object is to save the Union, and not either to save or destroy slavery. If I could save the Union without freeing any slave, I would do it. And if I could save it by freeing all the slaves, I would do it. And if I could save it by freeing some and leaving others alone, I would do that. What I do about slavery and the colored race, I do because I believe it helps to save the Union. And what I forbear because I do not believe it would help to save the Union. I shall do less whenever I believe what I am doing hurts the cause, and shall do more whenever I believe doing more will help the cause. I shall try to correct errors when shown to be errors, and I shall adopt new views so fast as they shall appear to be true views. I have here stated my purpose, according to my view of official duty, and I intend no modification of my oft expressed personal wish that all men everywhere could be free. Yours, A. Lincoln. Mr. Greeley being dissatisfied with Lincoln's explanation, and the Tribune still teeming with complaints and criticisms of the administration, Lincoln requested Mr. Greeley to come to Washington and make known in person his complaints, to the end that they might be obviated if possible. The editor of the Tribune came. Lincoln said, "You complain of me. What have I done or omitted to do which has provoked the hostility of the Tribune?" The reply was, "You should issue a proclamation abolishing slavery." Lincoln answered, "Suppose I do that. There are now 20,000 of our muskets on the shoulders of Kentuckians, who are bravely fighting our battles. Every one of them will be thrown down or carried over to the rebels." The reply was, "Let them do it. The cause of the Union will be stronger if Kentucky should secede with the rest than it is now." Lincoln answered, "Oh, I can't think that." It is evident that these solicitations and counsellings from outside persons were unnecessary and idle. Lincoln's far-seeing and practical mind had already grasped, more surely than had his would-be advisers, the ultimate wisdom and justice of the emancipation of the slaves. But he was resolved to do nothing rashly. He would wait till the time was ripe, and then abolish slavery on grounds that would be approved throughout the world. He would destroy slavery as a necessary step to the preservation of the Union. In the first year of the war he had said to a Southern Unionist who warned him against meddling with slavery, "You must not expect me to give up this government without playing my last card." This last card was undoubtedly the freeing of the slaves. And when the time came, Lincoln played it unhesitatingly and triumphantly. How strong a card it was may be judged by a statement made in Congress by Mr. Ashmore, a representative from South Carolina, who said shortly before the war, "The South can sustain more men in the field than the North can. Her 4 millions of slaves alone will enable her to support an army of 500,000. This view makes the issue plain. If the South could maintain armies in the field supported or partly supported by slave labor, it was as much the right and duty of the government to destroy that support as to destroy an establishment for the manufacture of arms or munitions of war for the Southern armies. The logic of events had demonstrated the necessity and justice of the measure, and Lincoln now had with him a Cabinet practically united in its favor. The case was well stated by Secretary Welles, perhaps the most cool-headed and conservative member of Lincoln's Cabinet, at a Cabinet meeting held 6 or 8 weeks after the emancipation measure had been brought forward by the President. Mr. Welles, as he relates in his diary, pointed out the strong exercise of power involved in the proposal, and denied the power of the Executive to take such a step under ordinary conditions. "But," said Mr. Welles, "the rebels themselves had invoked war on the subject of slavery, had appealed to arms, and must abide the consequences." Mr. Welles admitted that it was an extreme exercise of war powers, which he believed justifiable under the circumstances and in view of the condition of the country and the magnitude of the contest. The slaves were now an element of strength to the rebels, were laborers, producers, and army attendants. They were considered as property by the rebels, and if property, they were subject to confiscation. If not property, but persons residing in the insurrectionary region, we should invite them as well as the whites to unite with us in putting down the rebellion. This view was in the main concurred in by the Cabinet members present, and greatly heartened the President in his course. On the 22nd of September, 1862, he issued what is known as the Preliminary Proclamation. The text of this momentous document is as follows: I, Abraham Lincoln, President of the United States of America, and Commander-in-Chief of the Army and Navy thereof, do hereby proclaim and declare that hereafter, as heretofore, the war will be prosecuted for the object of practically restoring the constitutional relations between the United States and each of the States and the people thereof, in which States that relation is or may be suspended or disturbed. That it is my purpose, upon the next meeting of Congress, to again recommend the adoption of a practical measure tendering pecuniary aid to the free acceptance or rejection of all slave States, so called, the people whereof may not be then in rebellion against the United States, and which States may then have voluntarily adopted, or thereafter may voluntarily adopt, immediate or gradual abolishment of slavery within their respective limits, and that the effort to colonize persons of African descent, with their consent, upon this continent or elsewhere, with the previously obtained consent of the governments existing there, will be continued. That on the first day of January, in the year of our Lord 1863, all persons held as slaves within any State or designated part of a State, the people whereof shall then be in rebellion against the United States, shall be then thenceforward and forever free, and the executive government of the United States, including the military and naval authority thereof, will recognize and maintain the freedom of such persons, and will do no act or acts to repress such persons, or any of them, in any efforts they may make for their actual freedom. That the Executive will, on the first day of January aforesaid, by proclamation designate the States and parts of States, if any, in which the people thereof respectively shall then be in rebellion against the United States, and the fact that any State, or the people thereof, shall on that day be in good faith represented in the Congress of the United States by members chosen thereto at elections wherein a majority of the qualified voters of such State shall have participated, shall, in the absence of strong countervailing testimony, be deemed conclusive evidence that such State and the people thereof are not in rebellion against the United States. That attention is hereby called to an act of Congress entitled, "An Act to make an Additional Article of War," approved March 13, 1862, and which act is in the words and figures following: Be it enacted by the Senate and House of Representatives of the United States of America, in Congress assembled, that hereafter the following shall be promulgated as an additional article of war for the government of the Army of the United States, and shall be obeyed and observed as such. Article: All officers or persons in the military or naval service of the United States are prohibited from employing any of the forces under their respective commands for the purpose of returning fugitives from service or labor who may have escaped from any persons to whom such service or labor is claimed to be due, and any officer who shall be found guilty by a court-martial of violating this article shall be dismissed from the service. Section 2. And be it further enacted that this act shall take effect from and after its passage. Also to the 9th and 10th sections of an act entitled "An Act to Suppress Insurrection, to punish treason and rebellion, to seize and confiscate property of rebels, and for other purposes," approved July 17, 1862, and which sections are in the words and figures following. Section 9. And be it further enacted that all slaves of persons who shall hereafter be engaged in rebellion against the government of the United States, or who shall in any way give aid or comfort thereto, escaping from such persons and taking refuge within the lines of the army, and all slaves captured from such persons or deserted by them, and coming under the control of the Government of the United States, and all slaves of such persons found on or being within any place occupied by rebel forces, and afterwards occupied by the forces of the United States, shall be deemed captives of war, and shall be forever free of their servitude, and not again held as slaves. Section 10. And be it further enacted, that no slave escaping into any State, Territory, or the District of Columbia, from any other State, shall be delivered up, or in any way impeded or hindered of his liberty, except for crime, or some offense against the laws, unless the person claiming said fugitive shall first make oath that the person to whom the labor or service of such fugitive is alleged to be due is his lawful owner, and has not borne arms against the United States in the present rebellion, nor in any way given aid and comfort thereto. And no person engaged in the military or naval service of the United States shall, under any pretense whatever, assume to decide on the validity of the claim of any person to the service or labor of any other person, or surrender up any such person to the claimant, on pain of being dismissed from the service. And I do hereby enjoin upon and order all persons engaged in the military and naval service of the United States to observe, obey, and enforce, within their respective spheres of service, the act and sections above recited. And the Executive will in due time recommend that all the citizens of the United States, who shall have remained loyal thereto throughout the rebellion, shall, upon the restoration of the constitutional relation between the United States and their respective States and people, if that relation shall have been suspended or disturbed, be compensated for all losses by acts of the United States, including the loss of slaves. In witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand, and caused the seal of the United States to be affixed. Done at the city of Washington, this 22nd day of September, in the year of our Lord 1862, and of the independence of the United States the 87th. By the President: Abraham Lincoln. William H. Seward, Secretary of State. Lincoln's own account of this proclamation, and of the steps that led to it, is given as reported by Mr. F.B. Carpenter. "It had," said Lincoln, "got to be midsummer, 1862. Things had gone on from bad to worse, until I felt that we had reached the end of our rope on the plan of operations we had been pursuing; that we must change our tactics, and play our last card, or lose the game. I now determined upon the adoption of the emancipation policy, and without consultation with or the knowledge of the Cabinet, I prepared the original draft of the proclamation, and, after much anxious thought, called a Cabinet meeting upon the subject. This was the last of July, or the first part of the month of August, 1862. This Cabinet meeting took place, I think, upon a Saturday. All were present excepting Mr. Blair, the Postmaster General, who was absent at the opening of the discussion, but came in subsequently. I said to the Cabinet that I had resolved upon this step, and called them together, not to ask their advice, but to lay the subject matter of a proclamation before them, suggestions as to which would be in order after they had heard it read. Mr. Lovejoy was in error when he informed you that it excited no comment, excepting on the part of Secretary Seward. Various suggestions were offered. Secretary Chase wished the language stronger in reference to the arming of the blacks. Mr. Blair, after he came in, deprecated the policy on the ground that it would cost the administration the fall elections. Nothing, however, was offered that I had not already fully anticipated and settled in my own mind, until Secretary Seward spoke. He said in substance, "Mr. President, I approve of the proclamation, but I question the expediency of its issue at this juncture. The depression of the public mind, consequent upon our repeated reverses, is so great that I fear the effect of so important a step. It may be viewed as the last measure of an exhausted government, a cry for help. the government stretching forth its hands to Ethiopia instead of Ethiopia stretching forth her hands to the government. "His idea," said the President, "was that it would be considered our last shriek on the retreat." This was his precise expression. "Now," continued Mr. Seward, "while I approve the measure, I suggest, sir, that you postpone its issue until you can give it to the country supported by military success, instead of issuing it, as would be the case now, upon the greatest disasters of the war." Lincoln continued: "The wisdom of the view of the Secretary of State struck me with very great force. It was an aspect of the case that, in all my thought upon the subject, I had entirely overlooked. The result was that I put the draft of the proclamation aside, waiting for a victory. From time to time I added or changed a line, touching it up here and there, anxiously waiting the progress of events. Well, the next news we had was of Pope's disaster at Bull Run. Things looked darker than ever. Finally came the week of the Battle of Antietam. I determined to wait no longer." Footnote: Hon. George S. Boutwell of Massachusetts stated Lincoln said to him personally, "When Lee came over the river, I made a resolution that if McClellan drove him back, I would send the proclamation after him. The Battle of Antietam was fought Wednesday, and until Saturday I could not find out whether we had gained a victory or lost a battle. It was then too late to issue the proclamation that day, and the fact is, I fixed it up a little on Sunday, and Monday I let them have it." End footnote. The news came, I think, on Wednesday, that the advantage was on our side. I was then staying at the Soldiers' Home, 3 miles out of Washington. Here I finished writing the second draft of the preliminary proclamation, came up on Saturday, called the Cabinet together to hear it, and it was published the following Monday. Another interesting incident occurred at this Cabinet meeting in connection with Secretary Seward. The President had written the important part of the proclamation in these words: "That on the first day of January, in the year of our Lord 1863, all persons held as slaves within any State, or designated part of a State, the people whereof shall then be in rebellion against the United States, shall be then, thenceforward, and forever free. And the executive government of the United States, including the military and naval authority thereof, will recognize the freedom of such persons, and will do no act or acts to repress such persons, or any of them, in any efforts they may make for their actual freedom." "When I finished reading this paragraph," remarked Lincoln, "Mr. Seward stopped me and said, 'I think, Mr. President, that you should insert after the word recognize, and maintain.' I replied that I had already fully considered the import of that expression in this connection, but I had not introduced it because it was not my way to promise what I was not entirely sure that I could perform, and I was not prepared to say that I thought we were exactly able to maintain this. But Seward insisted that we ought to take this ground, and the words finally went in." End of chapter 21b. Recording by Bill Boerst. Chapter 21c of the Everyday Life of Abraham Lincoln. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Everyday Life of Abraham Lincoln by Francis Fisher Browne. Chapter 21c. Preparation for the final act, the Emancipation Proclamation, particulars of the great document, fate of the original draft, Lincoln's outline of his course and views regarding slavery. The special Cabinet meeting to which Lincoln here refers was one of uncommon interest even in that day of heroic things. An account of it is given by Secretary Welles, who was present. "At the Cabinet meeting of September 22," says Mr. Welles in his diary, "the special subject was the proclamation for emancipating the slaves after a certain date, in States that shall then be in rebellion. For several weeks the subject has been suspended, but the President says never lost sight of. In taking up the proclamation, the President stated that the question was finally decided. The act and the consequences were his, but that he felt it due to us to make us acquainted with the fact, and to invite criticism on the paper which he had prepared. There were, he had found, not unexpectedly, some differences in the Cabinet, but he had, after ascertaining in his own way the views of each and all, individually and collectively, formed his own conclusions and made his own decisions. In the course of the discussion on this paper, which was long, earnest, and, on the general principle involved, harmonious, he remarked that he had made a vow, a covenant, that if God gave us the victory in the approaching battle he would consider it an indication of divine will, and that it was his duty to move forward in the cause of emancipation. It might be thought strange, he said, that he had in this way submitted to the disposal of important matters, when the way was not clear to his mind what he should do. God had decided his questions in favor of the slaves. He was satisfied it was right, and he was confirmed and strengthened in his action by the vow and the results. His mind was fixed, his decision made, but he wished his paper announcing his course to be as correct in terms as it could be made without any change in his determination. He read the document. One or two unimportant amendments suggested by Seward were approved. It was then handed to the Secretary of State to publish tomorrow. The discussion of emancipation brought up at once the problem of what should be done with the freed negroes. The very next day, after the preliminary proclamation was issued, September 23, 1862, the President presented the matter to the assembled Cabinet. Deportation was considered, and some of those present urged that this should be compulsory. The President, however, would not consider this. The emigration of the negroes, he said, must be voluntary, and without expense to themselves. It was proposed to deport the freedmen to Costa Rica, where a large tract of land, known as the Chiriqui Grant, had been obtained from the government of Central America. Lincoln favored this in a general way. He thought it essential to provide an asylum for a race which we had emancipated, but which could never be recognized or admitted to be our equals, says Mr. Welles. But there was some doubt as to the validity of the title to the Costa Rica lands, and the matter was dropped. In his second annual message to Congress, transmitted to that body in December, 1862, Lincoln touched, in conclusion, upon the great subject of emancipation in these words of deep import: I do not forget the gravity which should characterize a paper addressed to the Congress of the nation by the Chief Magistrate of the nation, nor do I forget that some of you are my seniors, nor that many of you have more experience than I in the conduct of public affairs. Yet I trust that in view of the great responsibility resting upon me, you will perceive no want of respect to yourselves in any undue earnestness I may seem to display. The dogmas of the quiet past are inadequate to the stormy present. The occasion is piled high with difficulty, and we must rise with the occasion. As our case is new, so must we think anew and act anew. Fellow citizens, we cannot escape history. We of this Congress and this administration will be remembered in spite of ourselves. No personal significance or insignificance can spare one or another of us. The fiery trial through which we pass will light us down, in honor or dishonor, to the latest generation. We say we are for the Union. The world will not forget that we say this. We know how to save the Union. The world knows we do know how to save it. We, even we here, hold the power and bear the responsibility. In giving freedom to the slave, we assure freedom to the free, honorable alike in what we give and what we preserve. We shall nobly save or meanly lose the last best hope of earth. Other means may succeed, this could not fail. The way is plain, peaceful, generous, just, a way which, if followed, the world will forever applaud, and God must forever bless. An immense concourse attended the reception at the White House on the first day of 1863, and the President stood for several hours shaking hands with the endless train of men and women who pressed forward to greet him. The exhausting ceremonial being ended, the proclamation which finally and forever abrogated the institution of slavery in the United States was handed to him for his signature. "Mr. Seward," remarked the President, "I have been shaking hands all day, and my right hand is almost paralyzed. If my name ever gets into history, it will be for this act, and my whole soul is in it. If my hand trembles when I sign the proclamation, those who examine the document hereafter will say I hesitated." Then, resting his arm a moment, he turned to the table, took up the pen, and slowly and firmly wrote Abraham Lincoln. He smiled as, handing the paper to Mr. Seward, he said, "That will do." A few hours after, he remarked, "The signature looks a little tremulous, for my hand was tired, but my resolution was firm. I told them in September that if they did not return to their allegiance, I would strike at this pillar of their strength. And now the promise shall be kept, and not one word of it will I ever recall." The text of the Great Emancipation Proclamation is as follows: "Whereas, on the 22nd day of September, in the year of our Lord 1862, a proclamation was issued by the President of the United States, containing, among other things, the following, to wit, that on the 1st day of January, in the year of our Lord 1863, all persons held as slaves within any States or designated part of a State, the people whereof shall then be in rebellion against the United States, shall be then, thenceforward and forever, free, and the executive government of the United States, including the military and naval authority thereof, will recognize and maintain the freedom of such persons, and will do no act or acts to repress such persons, or any of them, in any efforts they may make for their actual freedom. That the Executive will, on the 1st day of January aforesaid, by proclamation, designate the States and parts of States, if any, in which the people thereof respectively shall then be in rebellion against the United States, and the fact that any State or the people thereof shall on that day be in good faith represented in the Congress of the United States, by members chosen thereto at elections wherein a majority of the qualified voters of such State shall have participated, shall, in the absence of strong countervailing testimony, be deemed conclusive evidence that such State and the people thereof are not then in rebellion against the United States. Now therefore I, Abraham Lincoln, President of the United States, by virtue of the power in me vested as Commander-in-Chief of the Army and Navy of the United States, in time of actual armed rebellion against the authority and government of the United States, and as a fit and necessary war measure for suppressing said rebellion, do, on this 1st day of January, in the year of our Lord 1863, and in accordance with my purpose to do so, publicly proclaimed for the full period of 100 days, from the day first above mentioned, order and designate as the States and parts of States wherein the people thereof respectively are this day in rebellion against the United States, the following, to wit, Arkansas, Texas, Louisiana, except the parishes of St. Bernard, Plaquemine, Jefferson, St. John, St. Charles, St. James, Ascension, Assumption, Terrebonne, La Fourche, St. Marie, St. Martin, and Orleans, including the city of New Orleans, Mississippi, Alabama, Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, and Virginia, except the 48 counties designated as West Virginia, and also the counties of Berkeley, Accomack, Northampton, Elizabeth City, York, Princess Anne, and Norfolk, including the cities of Norfolk and Portsmouth, and which excepted parts are for the present left precisely as if this proclamation were not issued. And by virtue of the power and for the purpose aforesaid, I do order and declare that all persons held as slaves within said designated States and parts of States are, and henceforward shall be, free, and that the executive government of the United States, including the military and naval authorities thereof, will recognize and maintain the freedom of said persons. And I hereby enjoin upon the people so declared to be free to abstain from all violence, unless in necessary self-defense. And I recommend to them that, in all cases when allowed, they labor faithfully for reasonable wages. And I further declare and make known that such persons of suitable condition will be received into the armed service of the United States to garrison forts, positions, stations, and other places, and to man vessels of all sorts in said service. And upon this act, sincerely believed to be an act of justice, warranted by the Constitution upon military necessity, I invoke the considerate judgment of mankind and the gracious favor of Almighty God. In testimony whereof I have hereunto set my name, and caused the seal of the United States to be affixed. Done at the city of Washington, this first day of January, in the year of our Lord 1863, and of the independence of the United States the 87th. By the President, Abraham Lincoln. William H. Seward, Secretary of State. It is stated that Lincoln gave the most earnest study to the composition of the Emancipation Proclamation. He realized, as he afterwards said, that the proclamation was the central act of his administration and the great event of the 19th century. When the document was completed, a printed copy of it was placed in the hands of each member of the Cabinet, and criticisms and suggestions were invited. Mr. Chase remarked, "This paper is of the utmost importance, greater than any state paper ever made by this government. A paper of so much importance, and involving the liberties of so many people, ought, I think, to make some reference to Deity. I do not observe anything of the kind in it." Lincoln said, "No, I overlooked it. Some reference to Deity must be inserted. Mr. Chase, won't you make a draft of what you think ought to be inserted?" Mr. Chase promised to do so, and at the next meeting presented the following: "And upon this act, sincerely believed to be an act of justice, warranted by the Constitution, upon military necessity, I invoke the considerate judgment of mankind and the gracious favor of Almighty God." When Lincoln read the paragraph, Mr. Chase said, "You may not approve it, but I thought this or something like it would be appropriate." Lincoln replied, "I do approve it. It cannot be bettered, and I will adopt it in the very words you have written." To a large concourse of people who, 2 days after the proclamation was issued, assembled before the White House, with music, the President said, "What I did after a very full deliberation, and under a heavy and solemn sense of responsibility. I can only trust in God I have made no mistake." That he realized to the full gravity of the step before taking it is shown again in an incident related by Hon. John Covode, who, calling on the President a few days before the issue of the final proclamation, found him walking his room in considerable agitation. Reference being made to the forthcoming proclamation, Lincoln said with great earnestness, "I have studied that matter well. My mind is made up. It must be done. I am driven to it. There is to me no other way out of our troubles, but although my duty is plain, it is in some respects painful, and I trust the people will understand that I act not in anger, but in expectation of a greater good." Mr. Ben Perley Poore makes the interesting statement that Mr. Lincoln carefully put away the pen which he had used in signing the document, for Mr. Sumner, who had promised it to his friend George Livermore of Cambridge, the author of an interesting work on slavery. It was a steel pen with a wooden handle, the end of which had been gnawed by Mr. Lincoln, a habit that he had when composing anything that required thought. In response to a request of the ladies in charge of the Northwestern Fair for the Sanitary Commission, which was held in Chicago in the autumn of 1863, Lincoln conveyed to them the original draft of the proclamation, saying, in his note of presentation, "I had some desire to retain the paper, but if it shall contribute to the relief or comfort of the soldiers, that will be better." The document was purchased at the fair by Mr. Thomas B. Bryan, and given by him to the Chicago Historical Society. It perished in the great fire of October, 1871. More than a year after the issue of the Emancipation Proclamation, Lincoln, in writing to a prominent Kentucky Unionist, gave a synopsis of his views and course regarding slavery, which is so clear in statement and so forceful and convincing in logic that a place must be given it in this chapter. I am naturally anti-slavery. If slavery is not wrong, nothing is wrong. I cannot remember when I did not so think and feel, and yet I have never understood that the Presidency conferred upon me an unrestricted right to act officially upon this judgment and feeling. It was in the oath I took that I would, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States. I could not take the office without taking the oath. Nor was it my view that I might take an oath to get power and break the oath in using the power. I understood, too, that in ordinary civil administration this oath even forbade me to practically indulge my primary abstract judgment on the moral question of slavery. I had publicly declared this many times and in many ways, and I aver that, to this day, I have done no official act in mere deference to my abstract judgment and feeling on slavery. I did understand, however, that my oath to preserve the Constitution to the best of my ability imposed upon me the duty of preserving, by every indispensable means, that government, that nation of which that Constitution was the organic law. Was it possible to lose the nation and yet preserve the Constitution? By general law, life and limb must be protected. Yet often a limb must be amputated to save a life. But a life is never wisely given to save a limb. I felt that measures otherwise unconstitutional might become lawful by becoming indispensable to the preservation of the Constitution, through the preservation of the nation. Right or wrong, I assumed this ground, and now avow it. I could not feel that, to the best of my ability, I had even tried to preserve the Constitution if, to save slavery, or any minor matter, I should permit the wreck of government, country, and Constitution altogether. When early in the war General Fremont attempted military emancipation, I forbade it because I did not then think it an indispensable necessity. When a little later General Cameron, then Secretary of War, suggested the arming of the blacks, I objected because I did not yet think it an indispensable necessity. When still later General Hunter attempted military emancipation, I again forbade it because I did not yet think the indispensable necessity had come. When, in March and May and July 1862, I made earnest and successive appeals to the border States to favor compensated emancipation, I believed the indispensable necessity for military emancipation and arming the blacks would come, unless averted by that measure. They declined the proposition, and I was, in my best judgment, driven to the alternative of either surrendering the Union, and with it the Constitution, or of laying strong hand upon the colored element. I chose the latter. In choosing it, I hoped for greater gain than loss, but of this I was not entirely confident. More than a year of trial now shows no loss by it in our foreign relations, none in our home popular sentiment, none in our white military force, no loss of it anyhow or anywhere. On the contrary, it shows a gain of quite 130,000 soldiers, seamen, and laborers. These are palpable facts, about which as facts there can be no cavilling. We have the men, and as we could not have had them without the measure. And now let any Union man who complains of the measure test himself by writing down in one line that he is for subduing the rebellion by force of arms, and in the next that he is for taking 330,000 men from the Union side, and placing them where they would be but for the measure he condemns. If he cannot face his case so stated, it is only because he cannot face the truth. I attempt no compliment to my own sagacity. I claim not to have controlled events, but confess plainly that events have controlled me. Now, at the end of 3 years' struggle, the nation's condition is not what either party or any man devised or expected. God alone can claim it. Whither it is tending seems plain. If God now wills the removal of a great wrong, and wills also that we of the North, as well as you of the South, shall pay fairly for our complicity in that wrong, impartial history will find therein new causes to attest and revere the justice and goodness of God. Yours truly, A. Lincoln. End of chapter 21C. Recording by Bill Boerst. Chapter 22A of the Everyday Life of Abraham Lincoln. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Everyday Life of Abraham Lincoln by Francis Fisher Browne. Chapter 22A. President and People. Society at the White House in 1862-63. The President's informal receptions. A variety of callers. Characteristic traits of Lincoln. His ability to say no when necessary. Would not countenance injustice. Good sense and tact in settling quarrels. In a work which is not intended to cover fully the events of a great historic period, but rather to trace out the life of a single individual connected with that period, much must be included which, although not possessing special historical significance, cannot be overlooked in a personal study of the subject of the biography. Lincoln's life as President was by no means made up of cabinet meetings, official messages and proclamations, or reviews of armies. Interspersed with these conspicuous acts was a multitude of less heroic, but scarcely less interesting details, with incidents and experiences humorous or sad, but all, even the most trivial, being expressions of the life and character of the man whom we are seeking to portray. Society, as now understood at the national capital, had but little existence during the war. At the White House there were the usual President's receptions, which were quite public in character and were largely attended. Aside from these democratic gatherings, there was little enough of gaiety. The feeling that prevailed is shown by an incident that occurred during the winter of 1862-63, when a good deal of clamor was raised over a party given by Mrs. Lincoln, at which it was asserted dancing was indulged in, and Mrs. Lincoln was severely censured for what was regarded as inexcusable frivolity. Hon. A. G. Riddle, who was present on the occasion referred to, states positively that there was no dancing. The party was a quiet one, intended only to relieve the rather dull and formal receptions. But the President was pained by the rumors that fashionable balls were permitted at the White House in wartime, and the party was not repeated. It was the custom of President Lincoln to open twice a week the doors of his office in the Executive Mansion for the admission of all visitors who might wish to speak with him. These brief interviews, quite devoid of ceremony, seemed to reveal the man in his true character, and to set forth the salient traits that fitted him for his great position, and endeared him so greatly to the popular heart. They showed how easily accessible he was to all classes of citizens, how readily he could adapt himself to people of any station or degree, how deep and true were his human sympathies, how quickly and keenly he could discriminate character, and how heartily he detested meanness and all unworthy acts and appliances to compass a selfish or sordid end. On these occasions, as may well be imagined, many curious incidents occurred. Lincoln was usually clad in black broadcloth suit, nothing in his dress betokening disregard of conventionality, save perhaps his neat cloth slippers, which were doubtless worn for comfort. He was seated beside a plain cloth-covered table, in a commodious armchair. As each visitor approached the President he was greeted with an encouraging nod and smile, and a few moments were cordially given him in which to state the object of the visit. The President, listening with the most respectful and patient attention, and deciding each case with tact, sympathy, and good humor. His "yes," says Mr. Riddle, was the most gracious and satisfactory. His "no," when reached, was often spoken by the petitioner, and left only a soothed disappointment. He saw the point of a case unerringly. He had a confidence in the homely views and speech of the common people, with whom his heart and sympathies ever were. At these informal meetings with people who usually wanted some favor from him, no case was too trivial to receive his attention. Taking advantage of the opportunity, there came one day, says Mr. C. Van Santvoord, a sturdy, honest-looking German soldier, minus a leg, who hobbled up to the President on crutches. In consideration of his disabled condition, he wanted some situation about Washington, the duties of which he might be able to discharge, and he had come to the President hoping that he would provide the desired situation for him. On being interrogated as to how he had lost his leg, he answered that it was the effect of a wound received in battle, mentioning the time and the place. "Let me look at your papers," said Mr. Lincoln. The man replied that he had none, and that he supposed his word would be sufficient. "What!" exclaimed the President. "No papers, no credentials, nothing to show how you lost your leg? How am I to know that you did not lose it by a trap after getting into somebody's orchard?" This was spoken with a droll expression which amused the bystanders, all except the applicant, who, with a very solemn visage, earnestly protested the truth of his statement, muttering something about the reasons for not being able to produce his papers. "Well, well," said the President, "it is a little risky for an army man to be wandering around without papers to show where he belongs and what he is, but I will see what can be done for you." And taking a blank card from a little pile of similar blanks on the table, he wrote some lines upon it, addressed it, and handing it to the man bade him deliver it to a certain quartermaster, who would attend to his case. The President could, however, be emphatic and even severe when necessary on such occasions. One day, we are told, he was approached by a man apparently 60 years of age, with dress and manner which showed that he was acquainted with the usages of good society, whose whole exterior, indeed, would have favorably impressed people who form opinions from appearances. The object of his visit was to solicit aid in some commission project, for the success of which Mr. Lincoln's favor was regarded as essential. The President heard him patiently, but demurred against being connected with or countenancing the affair, suggesting mildly that the applicant would better set up an office of the kind described, and run it in his own way and at his own risk. The man pleaded his advanced years and obscurity as a reason for not attempting this, but said if the President would only let him use his name to advertise and recommend the enterprise, he would then, he thought, need nothing more. At this the eyes of the President flashed with sudden indignation, and his whole aspect and manner underwent a portentous change. "No!" he broke forth with startling vehemence, springing from his seat under the impulse of his emotion. "No, I'll have nothing to do with this business, nor with any man who comes to me with such degrading propositions. What? Do you take the President of the United States to be a commission broker? You have come to the wrong place, and for you and every one who comes for such purposes, there is the door." The man's face blanched as he cowered and slunk away, confounded, without uttering a word. The President's wrath subsided as speedily as it had risen. Another example of Lincoln's power to dispose summarily of people who tried his patience too far is given by Secretary Welles, who records that a Mrs. White, a sister or half-sister of Mrs. Lincoln, made herself so obnoxious as a Southern sympathizer in Washington in 1864 that the President sent her word that if she did not leave forthwith she might be expected to find herself within 24 hours in the old Capitol prison. A visitor once asked him how many men the rebels had in the field. The President replied very seriously, 1,200,000, according to the best authority. The interrogator blanched in the face and ejaculated, "Good heavens! Yes, sir, 1,200,000, no doubt of it. You see, all of our generals, when they get whipped, say the enemy outnumbered them from 3 or 5 to 1, and I must believe them. We have 400,000 men in the field, and 3 times 4 makes 12. Don't you see it?" Among the many illustrations of the sturdy sense and firmness of Lincoln's character, the following should be recorded. During the early part of 1863, the Union men in Missouri were divided into 2 factions, which waged a bitter controversy with each other. General Curtis, commander of the military district comprising Missouri, Kansas, and Arkansas, was at the head of one faction, while Governor Gamble led the other. Their differences were a source of great embarrassment to the Government at Washington, and of harm to the Union cause. The President was in constant receipt of remonstrances and protests from the contesting parties, to one of which he made the following curt reply: Your dispatch of today is just received. It is very painful to me that you in Missouri cannot or will not settle your factional quarrel among yourselves. I have been tormented with it beyond endurance for months by both sides. Neither side pays the least respect to my appeals to reason. I am now compelled to take hold of the case. A. Lincoln. End of chapter 22A. Recording by Bill Boerst. Chapter 22B of the Everyday Life of Abraham Lincoln. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Everyday Life of Abraham Lincoln by Francis Fisher Browne. Chapter 22B. Good sense and tact in settling quarrels, his shrewd knowledge of men, getting rid of bores, loyalty to his friends, views of his own position, attorney for the people, desire that they should understand him, his practical kindness, a badly scared petitioner, telling a story to relieve bad news, a breaking heart beneath the smiles, his deeply religious nature, the changes wrought by grief. The President promptly followed up this warning by removing General Curtis and appointing in his place General Schofield, to whom he soon after addressed the following letter: Executive Mansion, Washington, May 27, 1863. General J.M. Schofield. Dear Sir, having removed General Curtis and assigned you to the command of the Department of the Missouri, I think it may be of some advantage to me to state to you why I did it. I did not remove General Curtis because of my full conviction that he had done wrong by commission or omission. I did it because of a conviction in my mind that the Union men of Missouri, constituting, when united, a vast majority of the people, have entered into a pestilent factious quarrel among themselves, General Curtis, perhaps not of choice, being the head of one faction, and Governor Gamble that of the other. After months of labor to reconcile the difficulty, it seemed to grow worse and worse until I felt it my duty to break it up somehow, and as I could not remove Governor Gamble, I had to remove General Curtis. Now that you are in the position, I wish you to undo nothing merely because General Curtis or Governor Gamble did it, but to exercise your own judgment, and to do right for the public interest. Let your military measures be strong enough to repel the invaders and keep the peace, and not so strong as to unnecessarily harass and persecute the people. It is a difficult role, and so much greater will be the honor if you perform it well. If both factions, or neither, shall abuse you, you will probably be about right. Beware of being assailed by one and praised by the other. Yours truly, A. Lincoln. Firm and unyielding as he was when necessity compelled him to be, Lincoln was by nature a peacemaker, and was ever anxious that personal differences be adjusted happily. In his efforts to this end he never failed to show tact and shrewdness, and would, if necessary, sacrifice his own preferences in the interests of peace and harmony. A characteristic instance of the exercise of these traits occurred in connection with the Missouri troubles just referred to. General Schofield's course in command of his department proved satisfactory, and he had been nominated for a major general's commission. He was, however, a somewhat conservative man, and in spite of his efforts to carry out the President's injunctions of impartiality, he had given offense to certain Missouri radicals who now opposed his promotion, and were able to exert sufficient influence in the Senate to prevent the confirmation of his appointment as a major general. The Missouri delegation appealed to the more radical senators, and the nomination was hung up for about 6 weeks. Lincoln was very desirous that it should be confirmed, and the Missouri congressmen were equally bent on its defeat. In this dilemma, Lincoln sent for Senator Zach Chandler of Michigan, and proposed a compromise. "General Rosecrans," he said, "has a great many friends. He fought the Battle of Stone River and won a brilliant victory, and his advocates begin to grumble about his treatment. Now, I will tell you what I have been thinking about. If you will confirm Schofield in the Senate, I will remove him from the command in Missouri, and send him down to Sherman." That will satisfy the Radicals. Then I will send Rosecrans to Missouri, and that will please the latter's friends. In this way the whole thing can be harmonized." As soon as the Senate grasped the plan of the President, there was no longer any opposition to the confirmation of Schofield. He was sent to join Sherman in the South, Rosecrans was appointed to the command in Missouri, and everything worked harmoniously and pleasantly as the President had predicted and desired. Secretary Welles remarks that the President was a much more shrewd and accurate observer of the characteristics of men, better and more correctly formed an estimate of their power and capabilities, than the Secretary of State or most others. Those in the public service he closely scanned, but was deliberate in forming a conclusion adverse to any one he had appointed. In giving or withdrawing confidence, he was discriminating and just in his final decision, careful never to wound unnecessarily the sensibilities of any of their infirmities, always ready to praise, but nevertheless firm and resolute in discharging the to him always painful duty of censure, reproof, or dismissal. As an instance of this sure judgment of the abilities and characters of men, Mr. Welles gives an anecdote relating to the naval movement under Admiral Dupont against Charleston, South Carolina. "One day," says Mr. Welles, "the President said to me that he had but slight expectation that we should have any great success from Dupont. 'He, as well as McClellan,' said Mr. Lincoln, 'hesitates, has the slows. McClellan always wanted more regiments. Dupont is everlastingly asking for more gunboats, more ironclads. He will do nothing with any. He has intelligence and system and will maintain a good blockade. You did well in selecting him for that command, but he will never take Sumter or get to Charleston. He is no Farragut, though unquestionably a good routine officer, who obeys orders and in a general way carries out his instructions.'" The outcome of events proved the soundness of Lincoln's judgment. Loyalty to his friends was always a strong trait of Lincoln's character. It was put to the proof daily during his life in Washington. Mr. Gurdon S. Hubbard, in a brief but interesting memorial, relates one or two interviews held with the President, in which the simplicity of his character and his fidelity to old friendships appear very conspicuously. Mr. Hubbard's acquaintance with Lincoln was of long standing. "I called on him in Washington the year of his inauguration," says Mr. Hubbard, "and was alone with him for an hour or more. I found him greatly changed, his countenance bearing an expression of great mental anxiety. The whole topic of our conversation was the war, which affected him deeply. 2 years after, I again visited Washington and went to the White House to pay my respects, in company with my friend Thomas L. Forrest. It was Saturday, and as usual, about 6 o'clock, the band from the Navy Yard appeared and began to play. The President, with Adjutant General Thomas, was seated on the balcony. The crowd was great, marching compactly past the President, the men raising their hats in salutation. As my friend and myself passed, he said to me, 'The President seems to notice you. Turn toward him.' 'No,' I said, 'I don't care to be recognized.' At that instant Mr. Lincoln started from his seat, advancing quickly to the iron railing, and leaning over, beckoning with his long arm, called, 'Hubbard! Hubbard! Come here!' I left the ranks and ascended the stone steps to the gate of the balcony, which was locked, General Thomas saying, 'Wait a moment, I will get the key.' 'Never mind, General,' said Mr. Lincoln. 'Hubbard is used to jumping. He can scale that fence.' I climbed over, and for about an hour we conversed and watched the large crowd, the rebel flag being in sight on Arlington Heights. This was the last time I ever saw his face in life." It was noted by those about Lincoln during his residence at the White House that he usually avoided speaking of himself as President or making any reference to the office which he held. He used some such roundabout phrase as "since I came into this place," instead of saying "since I became President." The war he usually spoke of as "this great trouble," and he almost never alluded to the enemy as Confederates or the Confederate Government. He had an unconquerable reluctance to appear to lead public opinion, and often spoke of himself as the attorney for the people. Once, however, when a Senator was urging on him a certain course which the President was not disposed to pursue, the Senator said, You say you are the people's attorney. Now you will admit that this course would be most popular." "But I am not going to let my client manage the case against my judgment," Lincoln replied quickly. "As long as I am attorney for the people, I shall manage the case to the best of my ability. They will have a chance to put me out by and by if my management is not satisfactory." The President was so tormented by visitors seeking interviews for every sort of frivolous and impertinent matter that he resorted sometimes in desperation to curious and effective inventions to rid himself of the intolerable nuisance. At one time, when he was importuned by some influential people to interfere to prevent the punishment of certain persons convicted of fraudulent dealings with the Government, a class of cases too common at that time, the President wrote Secretary Welles that he desired to see the records of the case before it was disposed of. Upon Mr. Welles calling upon him with the desired information, the President said, as if by way of apology, "There was no way to get rid of the crowd that was upon me but by sending you a note." On another occasion, when he had been quite ill and therefore less inclined than usual to listen to these bores, one of them had just seated himself for a long visit when the President's physician happened to enter the room, and Lincoln said, holding out his hands, "Doctor, what are these blotches?" "That's varioloid or mild smallpox," said the doctor. "They're all over me. It is contagious, I believe," said Lincoln. "Very contagious indeed," replied the doctor. "Well, I can't stop, Mr. Lincoln. I just called to see how you were," said the visitor. "Oh, don't be in a hurry, sir," placidly remarked the executive. "Thank you, sir. I'll call again," replied the visitor, executing a masterly retreat from the White House. "Some people," said the President, looking after him, "said they could not take very well to my proclamation, but now I am happy to say I have something that everybody can take." Among the innumerable nuisances and cranks who called on Lincoln at the White House were the many who sought to win his favor by claiming to have been the first to suggest his nomination as President. One of these claimants, who was the editor of a weekly paper published in a little village in Missouri, called one day and was admitted to Lincoln's presence. He at once began explaining that he was the man who first suggested Lincoln's name for the Presidency, and pulling from his pocket an old, worn, defaced copy of his paper, exhibited to the President an item on the subject. "Do you really think," said Lincoln, "that announcement was the occasion of my nomination?" "Certainly," said the editor. "The suggestion was so opportune that it was at once taken up by other papers, and the result was your nomination and election." "Ah, well," said Lincoln with a sigh, and assuming a rather gloomy countenance, "I am glad to see you and to know this, but you will have to excuse me. I am just going to the War Department to see Mr. Stanton." "Well," said the editor, "I will walk over with you." The President, with that apt good nature so characteristic of him, took up his hat and said, "Come along." When they reached the door of the Secretary's office, Mr. Lincoln turned to his companion and said, "I shall have to see Mr. Stanton alone, and you must excuse me." And taking him by the hand, he continued, "Good-bye. I hope you will feel perfectly easy about having nominated me. Don't be troubled by it. I forgive you." A gentleman who, after the dreadful disaster at Fredericksburg, called at the White House with news direct from the front, says that Lincoln appeared so overwhelmed with grief that he was led to remark, "I heartily wish I might be a welcome messenger of good news instead, that I could tell you how to conquer or get rid of these rebellious States." Looking up quickly, with a marked change of expression, Lincoln said, "That reminds me of two boys in Illinois who took a short cut across an orchard, and did not become aware of the presence of a vicious dog until it was too late to reach either fence. One was spry enough to escape the attack by climbing a tree, but the other started around the tree, with the dog in hot pursuit, until by making smaller circles than it was possible for his pursuer to make, he gained sufficiently to grasp the dog's tail, and held with desperate grip until nearly exhausted, when he hailed his companion and called to him to come down. 'What for?' said the boy. 'I want you to help me let this dog go.'" "If I could only let them go," said the President, in conclusion. "But that is the trouble. I am compelled to hold on to them and make them stay." In speaking of Lincoln's fortitude under his trials and sufferings, Mrs. Harriet Beecher Stowe wrote, "Although we believe he has never made any religious profession, we see evidence that in passing through this dreadful national crisis he has been forced by the very anguish of the struggle to look upward, where any rational creature must look for support. No man has suffered more and deeper, albeit with a dry, weary, patient pain that seemed to some like insensibility. Whichever way it ends," he said to the writer, "I have the impression that I shan't last long after it's over." After the dreadful repulse of Fredericksburg, his heavy eyes and worn and weary air told how our reverses wore upon him, and yet there was a never-failing fund of patience at bottom that sometimes rose to the surface in some droll, quaint saying or story, that forced a laugh even from himself. The care and sorrow which Lincoln was called upon to endure in the responsibilities of his high position graved their melancholy marks on each feature of his face. He was a changed man. A pathetic picture of his appearance at this time is given by his old friend, Noah Brooks, whose descriptions of him as he appeared in 1856 on the stump in Ogle County has already been given a place in these pages. "I did not see Lincoln again," says Mr. Brooks, "until 1862, when I went to Washington as a newspaper correspondent from California. When Lincoln was on the stump in 1856, his face, though naturally sallow, had a rosy flush, his eyes were full and bright, and he was in the fullness of health and vigor. I shall never forget the shock which the sight of him gave me 6 years later in 1862. I took it for granted that he had forgotten the young man whom he had met 5 or 6 times during the Fremont and Dayton campaign. He was now President, and was, like Brutus, vexed with many cares. The change which a few years had made was simply appalling. His whiskers had grown and had given additional cadaverousness to his face as it appeared to me. The light seemed to have gone out of his eyes, which were sunken far into his enormous brows. But there was over his whole face an expression of sadness, and a far-away look in the eyes, which were utterly unlike the Lincoln of other days. I was intensely disappointed. I confess that I was so pained that I could almost have shed tears." End of chapter 22b. Recording by Bill Boerst. Chapter 23a of the Everyday Life of Abraham Lincoln. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Everyday Life of Abraham Lincoln by Francis Fisher Browne. Chapter 23a. Lincoln's home life in the White House. Comfort in the companionship of his youngest son. Little Tad, the bright spot in the White House. The President and his little boy reviewing the Army of the Potomac. Various phases of Lincoln's character. His literary tastes, fondness for poetry and music, his remarkable memory, not a Latin scholar, never read a novel, solace in theatrical representation, anecdotes of Booth and McCulloch. Of the 2 sons left to Lincoln after the death of Willie in 1862, Robert, the older, was a student in Harvard College until appointed to service on the staff of General Grant. And little Tad, or Thomas, the youngest, was the only one remaining in the White House during the last hard years. He was 10 years old in 1863, a bright and lovable child with whom his father was associated in constant and affectionate companionship. The boy was much with him in his walks and journeys about Washington, and even in his visits to the army in the field. The father would often gain a brief respite from his heavy cares by sharing in the sports and frolics of the light-hearted boy, who was a general favorite at the White House, where he was free to go and come at will. No matter who was with the President, or how intently he might be absorbed, little Tad was always welcome. It was an impressive and affecting sight, says Mr. Carpenter, an inmate of the White House for several months, to see the burdened President lost for the time being in the affectionate parent, as he would take the little fellow in his arms upon the withdrawal of visitors, and caress him with all the fondness of a mother for the babe upon her bosom. Hon. W.D. Kelly, a member of Congress at that time, says, "I think no father ever loved his children more fondly than he. The President never seemed grander in my sight than when, stealing upon him in the evening, I would find him with a book open before him, with little Tad beside him. There were, of course, a great many curious books sent to him, and it seemed to be one of the special delights of his life to open those books at a time when his boy could stand beside him, and they could talk as he turned over the pages, the father thus giving to the son a portion of that care and attention of which he was ordinarily deprived by the heavy duties pressing upon him. Tad lived to be 18 years old, dying in Chicago in 1871. It was well said of him that he gave to the sad and solemn White House the only comic relief it knew. When President Lincoln visited General Hooker's headquarters with the Army of the Potomac just before the Battle of Chancellorsville, little Tad went with him and rode with his father and General Hooker through the grand reviews that were held. Over hill and dale, says a member of the Presidential party, dashed the brilliant cavalcade of the General-in-Chief, surrounded by a company of officers in gay attire and sparkling with gold lace, the party being escorted by the Philadelphia Lancers, a showy troop of soldiers. In the midst, or at the head, rose and fell, as the horses galloped afar, the form of Lincoln, conspicuous by his height, and his tall black hat, and ever on the flanks of the hurrying column flew, like a flag or banneret, Tad's little gray riding cloak. The soldiers soon learned of Tad's presence in the army, and wherever he went on horseback he easily divided the honors with his father. The men cheered and shouted and waved their hats when they saw the dear face and tall figure of the good President, then the best beloved man in the world. But to these men of war, far away from home and children, the sight of that fresh-faced and laughing boy seemed an inspiration. They cheered like mad. There were various phases of Lincoln's character, as manifested during his life in the White House, that afford material for an interesting study. It has been said of him that he lacked imagination. This was certainly not one of the faculties of his mind which had been largely cultivated. He relied more upon the exercise of reason and logic in all his intellectual processes than upon fancy or imagination. Still, there are often striking figures of speech to be met with in his writings, and he had a great fondness for poetry and music. He had studied Shakespeare diligently in his youth, and portions of the plays he repeated with singular accuracy. He had a special liking for the minor poems of Thomas Hood and of Oliver Wendell Holmes. Dr. Holmes, writing in July, 1885, says that of all the tributes received by him, the one of which he was most proud was from good Abraham Lincoln, who had a great liking for the poem of "The Last Leaf," and repeated it from memory to Governor Andrew, as the Governor himself told me. Mr. Arnold says, "He had a great love for poetry and eloquence, and his taste and judgment were excellent. Next to Shakespeare among the poets, his favorite was Burns. There was a lecture of his upon Burns full of favorite quotations and sound criticisms. His musical tastes," says Mr. Brooks, who knew him well, "were simple and uncultivated, his choice being old airs, songs, and ballads, among which the plaintive Scotch songs were best liked. Annie Laurie, Mary of Argyle, and especially Old Robin Gray, never lost their charm for him, and all songs which had for their theme the rapid flight of time, decay, the recollections of early days, were sure to make a deep impression. The song which he liked best, above all others, was one called 20 Years Ago, a simple air, the words to which are supposed to be uttered by a man who revisits the playground of his youth. I remember that one night at the White House, when a few ladies were with the family, singing at the pianoforte, he asked for a little song in which the writer describes his sensations when revisiting the scenes of his boyhood, dwelling mournfully on the vanished joys and the delightful associations of 40 years ago. It is not likely that there was much in Lincoln's lost youth that he would wish to recall, but there was a certain melancholy and half-morbid strain in that song which struck a responsive chord in his heart. The lines sank into his memory, and I remember that he quoted them, as if to himself, long afterward. Lincoln's memory was extraordinarily retentive, and he seemed, without conscious effort, to have stored in his mind almost every whimsical or ludicrous narrative which he had read or heard. "On several occasions," says Mr. Brooks, "I have held in my hand a printed slip while he was repeating its contents to somebody else, and the precision with which he delivered every word was marvelous. He was fond of the writings of Orpheus C. Kerr and Petroleum V. Nasby, who were famous humorists at the time of the Civil War, and he amused himself and others in the darkest hours by quoting passages from these now forgotten authors. Nasby's letter from Wingert's Corners, Ohio, on the threatening prospects of a migration of the negroes from the South, and the President's evident intention of colonizing on 'em in the North, he especially relished. After rehearsing a portion of this letter to his guests at the Soldiers' Home one evening, a sedate New England gentleman expressed surprise that he could find time for memorizing such things. "Oh," said Lincoln, "I don't. If I like a thing, it just sticks after once reading it or hearing it." He once recited a long and doleful ballad, something like "Villikins and his Dinah," the production of a rural Kentucky bard, and when he had finished he added with a laugh, "I don't believe I have thought of that before for 40 years." Mr. Arnold testifies that although his reading was not extensive, yet his memory was so retentive and so ready that in history, poetry, and in general literature few if any marked any deficiency. As an illustration of the powers of his memory may be related the following. A gentleman called at the White House one day and introduced to him two officers serving in the army, one a Swede and the other a Norwegian. Immediately he repeated to their delight a poem of some 8 or 10 verses descriptive of Scandinavian scenery, and an old Norse legend. He said he had read the poem in a newspaper some years before, and liked it, but it had passed out of his memory until their visit had recalled it. The two books which he read most were the Bible and Shakespeare. From the Bible, as has before been stated, he quoted frequently, and he read it daily, while Shakespeare was his constant companion. He took a copy with him almost always when traveling, and read it at leisure moments. Lincoln was never ashamed to confess the deficiencies in his early education. A distinguished party, comprising George Thompson, the English anti-slavery orator, Rev. John Pierpont, Oliver Johnson, and Hon. Louis Clephane, once called upon him, and during the conversation Mr. Pierpont turned to Mr. Thompson and repeated a Latin quotation from the classics. Mr. Lincoln, leaning forward in his chair, looked from one to the other inquiringly, and then remarked with a smile, "Which, I suppose you are both aware, I do not understand." While Edwin Forrest was playing an engagement at Ford's Theatre, Mr. Carpenter spoke to the President one day of the actor's fine interpretation of the character of Richelieu, and advised him to witness the performance. "Who wrote the play?" asked the President of Mr. Carpenter. "Bulwer," was the reply. "Ah," he rejoined, "well, I knew Bulwer wrote novels, but I did not know he was a playwright also. It may seem somewhat strange to say," he continued, "but I never read an entire novel in my life. I once commenced Ivanhoe, but never finished it." Among the few diversions which Lincoln allowed himself in Washington was an occasional visit to the theatre, to witness a representation of some good play by a favorite actor. He felt the necessity of some relaxation from the terrible strain of anxiety and care, and while seated behind the screen in a box at the theatre, he was secure from the everlasting importunities of politicians and office-seekers. He could forget himself and his problems while watching the scenes on the mimic stage before him. He enjoyed the renditions of Booth with great zest. Yet after witnessing The Merchant of Venice, he remarked on the way home, "It was a good performance, but I had 1,000 times rather read it at home if it were not for Booth's playing. A farce or a comedy is best played. A tragedy is best read at home." He was much pleased one night with Mr. McCullough's delineation of the character of Edgar, which the actor played in support of Edwin Forrest's Lear. He wished to convey his approval to the young actor, and asked Mr. Brooks, his companion at the moment, with characteristic simplicity, "Do you suppose he would come to the box if we sent word?" Mr. McCullough was summoned, and standing at the door of the box in his stage attire, received the thanks of the President, accompanied with words of discriminating praise for the excellence of his delineation. With his keen sense of humor, Lincoln appreciated to the utmost the inimitable presentation of Falstaff, by a well-known actor of the time. His desire to accord praise wherever it was merited led him to express his admiration in a note to the actor. An interchange of slight civilities followed, ending at last in a singular situation. Entering the President's office late one evening, Mr. Brooks noticed the actor sitting in the waiting-room. Lincoln inquired anxiously if there were any one outside. On being told, he said, half sadly, almost desperately, "Oh, I can't see him! I can't see him! I was in hopes he had gone away." Then he added, "Now this illustrates the difficulty of having pleasant friends in this place. You know I liked him as an actor, and that I wrote to tell him so. He sent me a book, and there I thought the matter would end. He is a master of his place in the profession, I suppose, and well fixed in it. But just because we had a little friendly correspondence, such as any two men might have, he wants something. What do you suppose he wants?" I could not guess, and Lincoln added, "Well, he wants to be consul at London. Oh, dear!" End of chapter 23A. Recording by Bill Boerst. Chapter 23B of The Everyday Life of Abraham Lincoln. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Everyday Life of Abraham Lincoln by Francis Fisher Browne. Chapter 23B. Methods of literary work. Lincoln as an orator. Caution in impromptu speeches. His literary style. Management of his private correspondence. Knowledge of woodcraft. Trees and human character. Exchanging views with Professor Agassiz. Magnanimity toward opponents. Righteous indignation. Lincoln's religious nature. Lincoln was not a ready writer, and when preparing documents or speeches of special importance he altered and elaborated his sentences with patient care. His public utterances were so widely reported and so mercilessly discussed that he acquired caution in expressing himself without due preparation. It is stated, on what seems sufficient authority, that his Gettysburg speech, brief and simple as it is, was rewritten many times before it finally met his approval. He began also to be guarded in responding to demands for impromptu speeches, which were constantly being called for. Mr. Brooks relates that, once, being notified that he was to be serenaded, just after some notable military or political event, he asked me to come to dinner, so as to be on hand and see the fun afterward, as he said. He excused himself as soon as we had dined, and while the bands were playing, the crowds cheering, and the rockets bursting outside the house, he made his reappearance in the parlor with a roll of manuscript in his hand. Perhaps noticing a look of surprise on my face, he said, "I know what you are thinking about. You think it mighty queer that an old stump-speaker like myself should not be able to address a crowd like this outside without a written speech. But you must remember that in a certain way I am talking to the country, and I have to be mighty careful. Now, the last time I made an offhand speech in answer to a serenade, I used the phrase as applied to the rebels, 'turned tail and ran.' Some very nice Boston folks, I am grieved to hear, were very much outraged by that phrase, which they thought improper. So I resolved to make no more impromptu speeches if I could help it." In all Lincoln's writings, even his most important state papers, his chief desire was to make himself clearly understood by the common reader. He had a great aversion to what he called machine writing, and used the fewest words possible to express his meaning. He never hesitated to employ a homely expression when it suited his purpose. In his first message the phrase "sugar-coated" occurred, and when it was printed, Mr. DeFreeze, the public printer, being on familiar terms with the President, ventured an objection to the phrase, suggesting that Lincoln was not now preparing a campaign document or delivering a stump speech in Illinois, but constructing an important state paper that would go down historically to all coming time, and that therefore he did not consider the phrase "sugar-coated" as entirely a becoming and dignified one. "Well, DeFreeze," replied Lincoln good-naturedly, "if you think the time will ever come when the people will not understand what sugar-coated means, I'll alter it. Otherwise, I think I'll let it go." On the same subject, Mrs. Harriet Beecher Stowe says, "Our own politicians were somewhat shocked with his state papers at first. Why not let us make them a little more conventional and file them to a classical pattern?" "No," was his reply, "I shall write them myself. The people will understand them." "But this or that form of expression is not elegant, not classical." "The people will understand it," has been his invariable reply. And whatever may be said of his state papers as compared with the classic standards, it has been a fact that they have always been wonderfully well understood by the people, and that since the time of Washington the state papers of no president have more controlled the popular mind. One reason for this is that they have been informal and undiplomatic. They have more resembled a father's talk to his children than a state paper. They have had that relish and smack of the soil that appeal to the simple human heart and head, which is a greater power in writing than the most artful devices of rhetoric. Lincoln might well say with the apostle, "But though I be rude in speech, yet not in knowledge. But we have been thoroughly made manifest among you in all things." His rejection of what is called fine writing was as deliberate as St. Paul's, and for the same reason, because he felt that he was speaking on a subject which must be made clear to the lowest intellect, though it should fail to captivate the highest. But we say of Lincoln's writing that for all true manly purposes there are passages in his state papers that could not be better put. They are absolutely perfect. They are brief, condensed, intense, and with a power of insight and expression which make them worthy to be inscribed in letters of gold. Hon. William J. Bryan, certainly a competent judge of oratory, says of Lincoln as an orator, "Brevity is the soul of wit, and a part of Lincoln's reputation for wit lies in his ability to condense a great deal into a few words. He was epigrammatic. His Gettysburg speech is the world's model in eloquence, elegance, and condensation. He was apt in illustration, no one more so. A simple story or simile drawn from everyday life flashed before his hearers the argument that he wanted to present. He made frequent use of Bible language, and of illustrations drawn from Holy Writ. It is said that when he was preparing his Springfield speech of 1858, he spent hours in trying to find language that would express the central idea, that a republic could not permanently endure part free and part slave. Finally, a Bible passage flashed through his mind, and he exclaimed, "I have found it! A house divided itself cannot stand." Probably no other Bible passage ever exerted as much influence as this one in the settlement of a great controversy. Lincoln was a tireless worker, and delegated no duties to others which he could perform himself. His health seemed to bear the strain of his terrible burdens wonderfully well. There are but few references anywhere to his being incapacitated by illness. One such reference occurs in Welles's diary, dated March 14, 1865. The President was somewhat indisposed, but not seriously ill. The members of the Cabinet met in his bedroom. His correspondence was extensive and burdensome, and as a rule he wrote his most important letters with his own hand, frequently going to the trouble of taking copies, which were filed with careful order in a cabinet, the interior of which was divided into pigeon-holes. These pigeon-holes, as Mr. Brooks tells us, were lettered in alphabetical order, but a few were devoted to individuals. Horace Greeley had a pigeon-hole by himself. So did each of several generals who wrote often to him. One compartment, labeled W and W, excited much curiosity, but I never asked what it meant. And one night, being sent to the Cabinet for a letter which the President wanted, he said, "I see you looking at my W and W. Can you guess what that stands for?" Of course it was useless to guess. "Well," said he with a roguish twinkle of the eye, "that's Weed and Wood, Thurlow and Fernandy." Then he added with an indescribable chuckle, "That's a pair of 'em." When asked why he did not have a letter book and copying press, he said, "A letter book might be easily stolen and carried off, but that stock of filed letters would be a backload." A lady who once rode with Lincoln in the presidential carriage to the Soldiers' Home gives some interesting details concerning his knowledge of woodcraft. "Around the home," says this lady, "grows every variety of tree, particularly of the evergreen class. Their branches brushed into the carriage as we passed along, and left with us that pleasant woodsy smell belonging to fresh leaves. One of the ladies, catching a bit of green from one of these intruding branches, said it was cedar, and another thought it was spruce." "Let me discourse on a theme I understand," said the President. "I know all about trees, by right of being a backwoodsman. I'll show you the difference between spruce, pine, and cedar, and this shred of green, which is neither one nor the other, but a kind of illegitimate cypress." He then proceeded to gather specimens of each, and explain the distinctive formation of foliage belonging to every species. "Trees," he said, "are as deceptive in their likeness to one another as are certain classes of men, amongst whom none but a physiognomist's eye can detect dissimilar moral features, until events have developed them. Do you know it would be a good thing if in all the schools proposed and carried out by the improvement of modern thinkers we could have a school of events?" "A school of events," repeated the lady addressed. "Yes," he continued, "since it is only by that active development that character and ability can be tested. Understand me, I now mean men, not trees. They can be tried, and an analysis of their strength obtained less expensive to life and human interests than man's. What I say now is a mere whim, you know. But when I speak of a school of events, I mean one in which, before entering real life, students might pass through the mimic vicissitudes and situations that are necessary to bring out their powers and mark the caliber to which they are assigned. Thus one could select from the graduates an invincible soldier, equal to any position, with no such word as fail; a martyr to right, ready to give up life in the cause; a politician too cunning to be outwitted, and so on. These things have all to be tried, and their sometime failure creates confusion as well as disappointment. There is no more dangerous or expensive analysis than that which consists of trying a man." Among Lincoln's callers one Sunday evening was the distinguished scientist Louis Agassiz. The two men were somewhat alike in their simple, shy, and unpretending nature, and at first felt their way with each other like two bashful schoolboys. Lincoln began conversation by saying to Agassiz, "I never knew how to pronounce your name properly. Won't you give me a little lesson at that, please?" Then he asked if the name were of French or Swiss derivation, to which the professor replied that it was partly of each. That led to a discussion of different languages, the President speaking several words in different languages which had the same root as similar words in our own tongue. Then he illustrated that by one or two anecdotes. But he soon returned to his gentle cross-examination of Agassiz, and found out how the professor studied, how he composed, and how he delivered his lectures; how he found different tastes in his audiences in different portions of the country. When afterwards asked why he put such questions to his learned visitor, he said, "Why, what we got from him isn't printed in the books. The other things are." But Lincoln did not do all the questioning. In his turn, Agassiz asked Lincoln if he had ever engaged in lecturing. Lincoln gave the outline of a lecture which he had partly written years before to show the origin of inventions and prove that there is nothing new under the sun. "I think I can show," said he, "at least in a fanciful way, that all the modern inventions were known centuries ago." Agassiz begged that Lincoln would finish the lecture sometime. Lincoln replied that he had the manuscript somewhere in his papers, "and," said he, "when I get out of this place, I'll finish it up, perhaps." So great was Lincoln's magnanimity, and so keen his sense of justice, that he never allowed personal considerations to influence his official acts. It is probably true that it was easy for him to forgive an injury, but he was incapable of using his position as President to gratify his private resentments. It was once represented to him that a recent appointee to an important office had been bitterly opposed to him politically. "I suppose," said he, "the judge did behave pretty ugly, but that wouldn't make him any less fit for this place, and I have a scriptural authority for appointing him. You recollect that while the Lord on Mount Sinai was getting out a commission for Aaron, that same Aaron was at the foot of the mountain making a false god, a golden calf, for the people to worship. Yet Aaron got his commission, you know." At another time, when remonstrated with upon the appointment to place of one of his former opponents, he said, "Nobody will deny that he is a first-rate man for the place, and I am bound to see that his opposition to me personally shall not interfere with my giving the people a good officer." And on another similar occasion, when remonstrated with by members of his Cabinet, he said, "Oh, I can't afford to punish every person who has seen fit to oppose my election. We want a competent man in this office, and I know of no one who could perform the duties better than the one proposed." With all his self-abnegation, Lincoln could be stern when the occasion warranted it. As an illustration, the following incident is related. An officer who had been cashiered from the service forced himself several times into Lincoln's presence to plead for a reversal of his sentence. Each time he read a long argument attempting to prove that he had received unjust treatment. The President listened to him patiently, but the facts, on their most favorable showing, did not seem to him to sanction his interference. In the last interview, the man became angry, and turning abruptly, said, "Well, Mr. President, I see you are determined not to do me justice." This was too much, even for the long-suffering Lincoln. Manifesting, however, no more feeling than that indicated by a slight compression of the lips, he quietly arose, laid down a package of papers he held in his hands, and then suddenly seizing the disgraced officer by the coat-collar, he marched him forcibly to the door, saying, as he ejected him into the passage, "Sir, I give you fair warning never to show yourself in this room again. I can bear censure, but not insult." In a whining tone the man begged for his papers, which he had dropped. "Begone, sir," said the President. "Your papers will be sent to you. I wish never to see your face again." Much has been said about Lincoln's views on religion. Like many other great men, he was not what might technically be called a Christian. He was a religious man in spirit and by nature, yet he never joined a church. Mrs. Lincoln says that he had no religious faith, in the usual acceptation of the word, but that religion was a sort of poetry in his nature. Twice during his life, she said, he seemed especially to think about it. One was when our boy Willie died. Once, and this time he thought of it more deeply, was when he went to Gettysburg. But whatever his inner thoughts may have been, no man on earth had a firmer faith in Providence than Abraham Lincoln. Perhaps he did not himself know just where he stood. He believed in God, in immortality. He did not believe in eternal punishment, but was confident of rest and peace after this life was over. He may not have felt certain of the divine origin of all parts of the Bible, but he valued its precepts, and his whole life gave evidence of faith in a higher power than that of man. Mr. Nicolay, his secretary, testifies that his nature was deeply religious, but he belonged to no denomination. He had faith in the eternal justice and boundless mercy of Providence, and made the golden rule of Christ his practical creed. And Dr. Phillips Brooks, in an eloquent and expressive passage, calls him "Shepherd of the People," that old name that the best rulers ever craved. What ruler ever won it like this President of ours? He fed us faithfully and truly. He fed us with counsel when we were in doubt, with inspiration when we sometimes faltered, with caution when we would be rash, with calm, clear, trustful cheerfulness through many an hour when our hearts were dark. He fed hungry souls all over the country with sympathy and consolation. He spread before the whole land feasts of great duty and devotion and patriotism, on which the land grew strong. He fed us with solemn, solid truths. He taught us the sacredness of government, the wickedness of treason. He made our souls glad and vigorous with the love of liberty that was in his. He showed us how to love truth, and yet be charitable, how to hate wrong and all oppression, and yet not treasure one personal injury or insult. He fed all his people, from the highest to the lowest, from the most privileged down to the most enslaved. He fed them with a faithful and true heart. End of chapter 23b. Recording by Bill Boerst. Chapter 24A of The Everyday Life of Abraham Lincoln. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Everyday Life of Abraham Lincoln by Francis Fisher Browne. Chapter 24A. Trials of the administration in 1863, hostility to war measures, lack of confidence at the North, opposition in Congress, how Lincoln felt about the fire in the rear, criticisms from various quarters, visit of the Boston set, the government on a tightrope, the enlistment of colored troops, interview between Lincoln and Frederick Douglass, reverses in the field, changes in military leaders. It is impossible, without a close study of the inner history of the war and of the acts of the administration, to conceive of the harassing and baffling difficulties which beset President Lincoln's course in every direction, and of the jealous, narrow, and bitter opposition which his most important measures provoked. As the struggle advanced, he found in his front a solid and defiant South, behind him a divided and distrustful North. What might be called the party of action and of extreme measures developed a sharp hostility to the President. He would not go fast enough to suit them. They thought him disposed to compromise. They began by criticizing his policy and his methods of prosecuting the war. From this they passed rapidly to a criticism of the President himself. In the affectionate admiration felt for him now, people have forgotten how weak and poor and craven they found him then. So far had his disapproval and hostility gone, that early in 1863 we find Mr. Greeley searching everywhere for a fitting successor to Lincoln for the presidency at the next term. There were but few men in high official station in Washington who at that time unqualifiedly sustained him. In the House of Representatives there were but 2 members who could make themselves heard, who stood actively by him. This matter, long since forgotten, must be recalled to show clearly the President's straits, and his action and bearing amidst his difficulties. It should be remembered that party lines, which disappeared at the beginning of the war, were again clearly drawn, and the Democratic wing of Congress, under the leadership of Vallandigham of Ohio, actively opposed many of the necessary measures for the prosecution of the war. The cry had already been raised in Congress, "The South cannot be subjugated," and every fresh disaster to the national arms was hailed as proof of the assertion. The effect of this abuse and opposition was exceedingly painful to Lincoln. He said, "I have been caused more anxiety, I have passed more sleepless nights, on account of the temper and attitude of the Democratic party in the North regarding the suppression of the rebellion than by the rebels in the South. I have always had faith that our armies would ultimately and completely triumph, but these enemies in the North cause me a great deal of anxiety and apprehension. Can it be that there are opposing opinions in the North as to the necessity of putting down this rebellion? How can men hesitate a moment as to the duty of the government to restore its authority in every part of the country? It is incomprehensible to me that men living in their quiet homes, under the protection of laws, in possession of their property, can sympathize with and give aid and comfort to those who are doing their utmost to overthrow that government, which makes life and everything they possess valuable." In January, 1863, a party of distinguished gentlemen from Boston visited the national capital, in order to confer with the President on the workings of the emancipation policy. They made the visit chiefly at the suggestion of Ralph Waldo Emerson, who during all the trying years of the war never lost faith in Lincoln's honesty and sense of justice. Secretary Stanton made no secret of his opposition to these gentlemen, who were spoken of rather slightingly as "that Boston set." The Boston set were uncompromising abolitionists, and nothing would satisfy them but immediate and aggressive measures for enforcing the policy of emancipation. As it was the President's instinct to feel his way slowly in pushing on the great measures necessary to the safe guidance of the nation in its perilous crisis, they were naturally dissatisfied with his conservative methods and tendencies. The visitors, including Senator Wilson, Wendell Phillips, Francis W. Bird, Elizur Wright, J. H. Stevenson, George L. Stearns, Oakes Ames, and Moncure D. Conway, called on the President one Sunday evening at the White House. "The President met us," says Mr. Conway, "laughing like a boy, saying that in the morning one of his children had come to inform him that the cat had kittens, and now another had just announced that the dog had puppies, and the White House was in a decidedly sensational state. Some of our party looked a little glum at this hilarity, but it was pathetic to see the change in the President's face when he presently resumed his burden of care. We were introduced by Senator Wilson, who began to speak of us severally, when Mr. Lincoln said he knew perfectly who we were, and requested us to be seated. Nothing could be more gracious than his manner or more simple. The conversation was introduced by Wendell Phillips, who, with all his courtesy, expressed our gratitude and joy at the proclamation of emancipation, and asked how it seemed to be working. The President said that he had not expected much from it at first, and consequently had not been disappointed. He had hoped, and still hoped, that something would come of it after a while. Phillips then alluded to the deadly hostility which the proclamation had naturally excited in pro-slavery quarters, and gently hinted that the Northern people, now generally anti-slavery, were not satisfied that it was being honestly carried out by all of the nation's agents and generals in the South. "My own impression, Mr. Phillips," said the President, "is that the masses of the country generally are dissatisfied chiefly at our lack of military successes. Defeat and failure in the field make everything seem wrong." His face was now clouded, and his next words were somewhat bitter. "Most of us here present," he said, "have been nearly all our lives working in minorities, and many have got into a habit of being dissatisfied." Several of those present having deprecated this, the President said, "At any rate, it has been very rare that an opportunity of running this administration has been lost." To this Mr. Phillips answered in his sweetest voice, "If we see this administration earnestly working to free the country from slavery and its rebellion, we will show you how we can run it into another 4 years of power." The President's good humor was restored by this, and he said, "Oh, Mr. Phillips, I have ceased to have any personal feeling or expectation in that matter. I do not say I never had any, so abused and borne upon as I have been." On taking our leave, we expressed to the President our thanks for his kindly reception, and for his attention to statements of which some were naturally not welcome. The President bowed graciously at this, and, after saying he was happy to have met gentlemen known to him by distinguished services, if not personally, and glad to listen to their views, added, "I must bear this load which the country has entrusted to me as well as I can, and to do the best I can with it." To another self-constituted delegation, this time from the West, who called at the White House one day, excited and troubled about some of the commissions or omissions of the administration, the President, after hearing them patiently, replied, "Gentlemen, suppose all the property you were worth was in gold, and you would put it in the hands of Blondin to carry across the Niagara River on a rope. Would you shake the cable, or keep shouting out to him, 'Blondin, stand up a little straighter, Blondin, stoop a little more, go a little faster, lean a little more to the north, lean a little more to the south'? No. You would hold your breath as well as your tongue, and keep your hands off until he was safe over. The Government is carrying an immense weight. Untold treasures are in their hands. They are doing the very best they can. Don't badger them. Keep silence, and we'll get you safe across." In 1863, the Government, following logically the policy of the Emancipation Act, began the experiment of introducing colored soldiers into our armies. This caused not only intense anger at the South, but much doubt and dissatisfaction at the North. To discuss some of the practical and difficult questions growing out of this measure, Frederick Douglass, the most distinguished representative of the race which America had so long held in chains, was presented to the President. The account of the conference, given by Douglass, is singularly interesting. He says, "I was never more quickly or more completely put at ease in the presence of a great man than in that of Abraham Lincoln. He was seated, when I entered, in a low armchair, with his feet extended on the floor, surrounded by a large number of documents and several busy secretaries. The room bore the marks of business, and the persons in it, the President included, appeared to be much overworked and tired. Long lines of care were already deeply written on Mr. Lincoln's brow, and his strong face, full of earnestness, lighted up as soon as my name was mentioned. As I approached and was introduced to him, he arose and extended his hand and bade me welcome. I at once felt myself in the presence of an honest man, one whom I could love, honor, and trust, without reserve or doubt. Proceeding to tell him who I was and what I was doing, he promptly but kindly stopped me, saying, "I know who you are, Mr. Douglas. Mr. Seward has told me all about you. Sit down. I am glad to see you." I urged, among other things, the necessity of granting the colored soldiers equal pay and promotion with white soldiers, and retaliation for colored prisoners killed by the enemy. Mr. Lincoln admitted the justice of my demand for equal pay and promotion of colored soldiers, but on the matter of retaliation he differed from me entirely. I shall never forget the benignant expression of his face, the tearful look of his eye, and the quiver in his voice when he deprecated a resort to retaliatory measures. "Once begun," said he, "I do not know where such a measure would stop." He said he could not take men out and kill them in cold blood for what was done by others. If he could get hold of the persons who were guilty of killing the colored prisoners in cold blood, the case would be different, but he could not kill the innocent for the guilty. Afterwards we discussed the means most desirable to be employed outside the army to induce the slaves in the rebel States to come within the Federal lines. The increasing opposition to the war in the North, and the mad cry against it because it was being made an abolition war, alarmed Mr. Lincoln, and made him apprehensive that a peace might be forced upon him which would leave still in slavery all who would not come within our lines. What he wanted was to make his proclamation as effective as possible in the event of such a peace. He said in a regretful tone, "The slaves are not coming into our lines as rapidly and numerously as I had hoped." I replied that the slaveholders knew how to keep such things from their slaves, and probably very few knew of his proclamation. "Well," he said, "I want you to set about devising some means of making them acquainted with it, and for bringing them into our lines." What he said showed a deeper moral conviction against slavery than I had ever seen before in anything spoken or written by him. I listened with the deepest interest and profoundest satisfaction, and at his suggestion agreed to undertake the organizing of a band of scouts, composed of colored men, whose business would be, somewhat after the original plan of John Brown, to go into the rebel States beyond the lines of our armies, carry the news of emancipation, and urge the slaves to come within our boundaries. Frederick Douglass once remarked that Lincoln was one of the few white men he had ever passed an hour with who failed to remind him in some way before the interview terminated that he was a negro. He always impressed me as a strong, earnest man, having no time or disposition to trifle, grappling with all his might the work he had in hand. The expression of his face was a blending of suffering with patience and fortitude. Men called him homely, and homely he was, but it was manifestly a human homeliness. His eyes had in them the tenderness of motherhood, and his mouth and other features the highest perfection of a genuine manhood. As though the political difficulties that beset President Lincoln in the first half of 1863 were not discouragement enough, they were attended by disheartening reverses to our arms. It will be remembered that on the removal of General McClellan from command of the Army of the Potomac, in November 1862, General Burnside succeeded him. The change proved an unfortunate one. General Burnside was an earnest and gallant soldier, but was not equal to the vast responsibilities of his new position. It is said, to his credit, that he was 3 times offered the command of the Army of the Potomac, and 3 times he declined. Finally, it was pressed upon him by positive orders, and he could no longer, without insubordination, refuse it. In addressing General Halleck after his appointment, he said, "Had I been asked to take it, I should have declined, but being ordered, I cheerfully obey." After his fearful defeat at Fredericksburg, December 13, 1862, he said, "The fault was mine. The entire responsibility of failure must rest on my shoulders." By his manly and courageous bearing and the strong sincerity of his character, he retained the respect and sympathy of the President and of the country. He immediately retired from command of the Army of the Potomac, which, under his brief leadership, had fought the most bloody and disastrous battle in its history. End of Chapter 24A. Recording by Bill Boerst. Chapter 24B of the Everyday Life of Abraham Lincoln. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Everyday Life of Abraham Lincoln by Francis Fisher Browne. Chapter 24B. General Joseph Hooker, the fourth commander of the heroic but unfortunate Army of the Potomac, was appointed to that position by President Lincoln in January, 1863. The two men had met briefly early in the war, when Hooker, then living in California, hastened to Washington to offer his services to the Government. But for some reason General Scott disliked him, and his offer was not accepted. After some months, Hooker, giving up the idea of getting a command, decided to return to California. But before leaving he called to pay his respects to the President. He was introduced as Captain Hooker. The President, being pressed for time, was about to dismiss him with a few civil phrases, when, to his surprise, Hooker began the following speech: "Mr. President, my friend makes a mistake. I am not Captain Hooker, but was once Lieutenant Colonel Hooker, of the regular army. I was lately a farmer in California. Since the rebellion broke out I have been trying to get into the service, but I find I am not wanted. I am about to return home, but before going I was anxious to pay my respects to you, and to express my wishes for your personal welfare and success in quelling this rebellion. And I want to say one word more. I was at Bull Run the other day, Mr. President, and it is no vanity in me to say am a damned sight better general than you had on that field." This was said not in the tone of a braggart, but of a man who knew what he was talking about. And as the President afterwards said, he appeared at that moment as if perfectly able to make good his words. Lincoln seized his hand, making him sit down, and began an extended chat. The result was that Hooker did not return to California, but in a few weeks Captain Hooker was Brigadier General Hooker. He served with distinction under McClellan in the Peninsular Campaign and at Antietam, and commanded the right wing of the army at Fredericksburg. He had come to be known as Fighting Joe Hooker, and was generally regarded as one of the most vigorous and efficient generals of the Union army. Such was the man who, in one of the darkest hours of the Union cause, was selected to lead once more the Army of the Potomac against the enemy. This army, since its defeat at Fredericksburg, had remained disorganized and ineffective. Its new commander, unlike his predecessor Burnside, was full of confidence. The President, made cautious by experience, deemed it his duty to accompany the appointment by some timely words of warning, and accordingly he addressed to General Hooker the following frank, manly, and judicious letter: Executive Mansion, Washington, D.C., January 26, 1863. Major General Hooker. General, I have placed you at the head of the Army of the Potomac. Of course, I have done this upon what appear to me to be sufficient reasons, and yet I think it best for you to know that there are some things in regard to which I am not satisfied with you. I believe you to be a brave and skillful soldier, which of course I like. I also believe that you do not mix politics with your profession, in which you are right. You have confidence in yourself, which is a valuable, if not indispensable, quality. You are ambitious, which, within reasonable bounds, does good rather than harm. But I think that during General Burnside's command of the army, you have taken counsel with your ambition, and thwarted him as much as you could, in which you did a great wrong to the country and to a most meritorious and honorable brother officer. I have heard, in such a way as to believe it, of your recently saying that both the army and the government needed a dictator. Of course, it was not for this, but in spite of it, that I have given you the command. Only those generals who gain success can be dictators. What I now ask from you is military success, and I will risk the dictatorship. The government will support you to the utmost of its ability, which is neither more nor less than it has done, and will do for all commanders. I much fear that the spirit which you have aided to infuse into the army, of criticizing their commander and withholding confidence from him, will now turn upon you. I shall assist you as far as I can to pull it down. Neither you nor Napoleon, if he were alive again, could get any good out of an army while such a spirit prevails in it. And now, beware of rashness, but with energy and sleepless vigilance, go forward and give us victories. Yours very truly, A. Lincoln. In all Lincoln's writings, there are few things finer than this letter. In its candor and friendliness, its simplicity and deep wisdom, and its clearness of expression, it is almost perfect. And the President's deep solicitude for the safety of the army and anxiety for its success give a pathetic touch to the closing sentences. This solicitude found partial relief in a personal inspection of the Army of the Potomac, which was made in April, just before the Battle of Chancellorsville, and occupied 5 or 6 days. The President was accompanied by Attorney General Bates, Mrs. Lincoln, his son Tad, and Mr. Noah P. Brooks. The first night out was spent on the little steamer which conveyed the party to their destination. After all had retired to rest except the anxious President and 1 or 2 others, Lincoln gave utterance to his deep-seated apprehensions in the whispered query to his friend, "How many of our monitors will you wager are at the bottom of Charleston harbor?" "I essayed," writes Mr. Brooks, "to give a cheerful view of the Charleston situation, but he would not be encouraged." He then went on to say that he did not believe that an attack by water on Charleston could ever possibly succeed. He talked a long time about his "notions," as he called them, and at General Halleck's headquarters next day the first inquiries were for rebel papers, which were usually brought in from the picket lines. These he examined with great anxiety, hoping that he might find an item of news from Charleston. One day, having looked all over a Richmond paper several times without finding a paragraph which he had been told was in it, he was mightily pleased to have it pointed out to him, and said, "It is plain that the newspapers are made for newspaper men. Being only a layman, it was impossible for me to find that." The outdoor life, the constant riding, and the respite from the monstrous burdens at the Capitol appeared to afford mental and physical benefit to the worn President. But in answer to a remark expressing this conviction, he replied sadly, "I don't know about the rest, as you call it. I suppose it is good for the body, but the tired part of me is inside and out of reach." He rode a great deal, says Mr. Brooks, while with the army, always preferring the saddle to the elegant ambulance which had been provided for him. He sat his horse well, but he rode hard, and during his stay I think he regularly used up at least 1 horse each day. Little Tad invariably followed in his father's train, and mounted on a smaller horse, accompanied by an orderly, the youngster was a conspicuous figure, as his gray cloak flew in the wind, while we hung on the flanks of Hooker and his generals. General Hooker was now planning his great movement against Richmond, and talked freely of the matter with the President. In the course of a conversation, Lincoln casually remarked, "If you get to Richmond, General." But Hooker interrupted him with, "Excuse me, Mr. President, but there is no 'if' in the case. I am going straight to Richmond, if I live." Later in the day, Lincoln, privately referring to this self-confidence of the General, said to Mr. Brooks, rather mournfully, "It is about the worst thing I have seen since I have been down here." In further illustration of Hooker's confidence in himself, Mr. Brooks says, "One night, Hooker and I being alone in his hut, the General standing with his back to the fireplace, alert, handsome, full of courage and confidence, said laughingly, 'The President says you know about that letter he wrote to me on taking command.' I acknowledged that the President had read it to me. The General seemed to think that the advice was well meant, but unnecessary. Then he added, with that charming assurance which became him so well, 'After I have been to Richmond, I am going to have that letter printed.' But all that came of Hooker's confidence, after 3 months of elaborate preparation, was a grand forward movement into Virginia and another bloody and humiliating defeat for the heroic but unfortunate army under his command. The 1st of May, 1863, the Army of the Potomac under Hooker met the Army of Northern Virginia under Lee and Jackson, near Chancellorsville, Virginia. It was here that Jackson executed his brilliant and successful flank movement around the Union right, ensuring a victory for his side, but losing his own life. After a contest of several days, involving the fruitless sacrifice of thousands of gallant soldiers, Hooker's army fell back and recrossed the Rappahannock. Footnote: the cause of General Hooker's seeming stupefaction at the critical point of the Chancellorsville battle has been much discussed but never satisfactorily explained. It has been thought that he was disabled by the shock of a cannon ball striking a post or pillar of the house where he had his headquarters. An interesting entry in Welles's diary, made soon after the battle, reflects somewhat the feeling at the time. Sumner expresses an absolute want of confidence in Hooker, says he knows him to be a blasphemous wretch, that after crossing the Rappahannock and reaching Centreville, Hooker exultingly exclaimed, "The enemy are in my power, and God Almighty cannot deprive me of them." I have heard before of this, but not so direct and positive. The sudden paralysis that followed when the army in the midst of a successful career was suddenly checked and commenced its retreat has never been explained. Whiskey is said by Sumner to have done the work. The President said that if Hooker had been killed by the shot which knocked over the pillar that stunned him, we should have been successful. End footnote. The news of this fresh disaster was an almost stunning shock to President Lincoln. During the progress of the battle he was under a cruel strain of anxiety and suspense. Secretary Welles, who was with him a part of the time, says, "He had a feverish eagerness for facts, which was constantly up and down, for nothing reliable came from the front." Mr. Noah Brooks relates that in company with an old friend of Lincoln's he was waiting in one of the family rooms of the White House. A door opened, and Lincoln appeared, holding an open telegram in his hand. The sight of his face and figure was frightful. He seemed stricken with death. Almost tottering to a chair, he sat down, and then I mechanically noticed that his face was of the same color as the wall behind him, not pale, not even sallow, but gray, like ashes. Extending the dispatch to me, he said with a hollow, far-off voice, "Read it. News from the army." The telegram was from General Butterfield, I think, then Chief of Staff to Hooker. It was very brief, simply saying that the Army of the Potomac had safely recrossed the Rappahannock, and was now at its old position on the north bank of that stream. The President's friend, Dr. Henry, an old man and somewhat impressionable, burst into tears, not so much probably at the news as on account of its effect upon Lincoln. The President regarded the old man for an instant with dry eyes, and said, "What will the country say? Oh, what will the country say?" He seemed hungry for consolation and cheer, and sat a little while talking about the failure. Yet it did not seem that he was disappointed so much for himself, but that he thought the country would be. Lincoln's anxiety regarding the effect at the North of these repeated reverses was not without sufficient cause. Aside from those who were positively opposed to the war, the loyal people were wearying of the useless slaughter, the unavailing struggles of the gallant soldiers. The growing distrust of the capacity of their military leaders was also keenly felt. The feeling of that time is so well expressed in a stirring poem entitled "Wanted, a Man," written by Mr. E.C. Stedman, that it is given place here. It has an additional personal interest connected with President Lincoln in the fact that he was so impressed with the piece that he read it aloud to his assembled cabinet. Back from the trebly crimsoned field terrible words are thunder-tossed, full of the wrath that will not yield, full of revenge for battles lost. Hark to their echo as it crossed the Capitol, making faces wan. End this murderous holocaust. Abraham Lincoln, give us a man. Give us a man of God's own mold, born to marshal his fellow men, one whose fame is not bought and sold at the stroke of a politician's pen. Give us the man of 1,010, fit to do as well as to plan. Give us a rallying cry, and then, Abraham Lincoln, give us a man. No leader to shirk the boasting foe, and to march and countermarch our brave till they fall like ghosts in the marshes low, and swamp grass covers each nameless grave, nor another whose fatal banners wave, aye, in disaster's shameful van, nor another to bluster and lie and rave, Abraham Lincoln, give us a man. Hearts are mourning in the North, while the sister rivers seek the main, red with our life blood flowing forth, who shall gather it up again? Though we march to the battle plain firmly as when the strife began, shall all our offerings be in vain? Abraham Lincoln, give us a man. Is there never one in all the land, one on whose might the cause may lean? Are all the common ones so grand, and all the titled ones so mean? What if your failure may have been in trying to make good bread from bran, from worthless metal a weapon keen? Abraham Lincoln, find us a man. Oh, we will follow him to the death, where the foeman's fiercest columns are. Oh, we will use our latest breath, cheering for every sacred star. His to marshal us high and far, ours to battle, as patriots can when a hero leads the holy war. Abraham Lincoln, give us a man. End of chapter 24b. Recording by Bill Boerst. Chapter 25a of The Everyday Life of Abraham Lincoln. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Everyday Life of Abraham Lincoln by Francis Fisher Browne. Chapter 25a. The battle summer of 1863, a turn of the tide, Lee's invasion of Pennsylvania, a threatening crisis, change of Union commanders, Meade succeeds Hooker, the Battle of Gettysburg, Lincoln's anxiety during the fight, the retreat of Lee, Union victories in the Southwest, the capture of Vicksburg, Lincoln's thanks to Grant. Midsummer of 1863 brought a turn in the tide of military affairs. It came none too soon for the safety of the nation. The repeated reverses to the Union arms, ending with the shocking disasters at Fredericksburg and Chancellorsville, although slightly relieved by the costly success of Stone River, had seemed to throw the chances of war in favor of the South, and the Union cause was at the crisis of its fate. But now fortune smiled upon the North, and its lost hope and lost ground were regained at Gettysburg and Vicksburg. These great battles are justly regarded as marking the turning point of the war. It was yet far from finished. There remained nearly 2 years of desperate fighting, with heroic struggles and terrible sacrifices of life, before the end should come. But from this time the character of the struggle seemed to change. The armies of the South fought, not less desperately, but more on the defensive, and their final overthrow was in all human probability chiefly a question of time. Emboldened by his success at Chancellorsville in May, General Lee again assumed the offensive, and recrossed the Potomac River into Maryland. Late in June he invaded Pennsylvania and occupied a position threatening Philadelphia, Baltimore, and Washington. The situation was most critical. If Lee could once more beat the Army of the Potomac, as he had done so many times, these 3 great cities, and even New York, might be at his mercy. The feeling in Washington is reflected in entreaties made at the time in Mr. Welles's diary. "Something of a panic pervades the city," says Mr. Welles. "Singular rumors reach us of rebel advances into Maryland. It is said they have reached Hagerstown, and some of them have penetrated as far as Chambersburg in Pennsylvania. The city is full of strange, wild rumors of rebel raids in the vicinity and of trains seized in sight of the capital. The War Department is wholly unprepared for an irruption here, and J.E.B. Stuart might have dashed into the city today, June 28th, with impunity. I have a panic telegraph from Governor Curtin of Pennsylvania, who is excitable and easily alarmed, entreating that guns and gunners may be sent from the Navy Yard at Philadelphia to Harrisburg without delay. I went again at a late hour to the War Department, but could get no facts or intelligence from the Secretary. All was vague, opaque, thick darkness. I really think Stanton is no better posted than myself, and from what Stanton says am afraid Hooker does not comprehend Lee's intentions nor know how to counteract them. It looks to me as if Lee was putting forth his whole energy and force in one great and desperate struggle which shall be decisive." Following Lee, the Army of the Potomac, under General Hooker, also recrossed the Potomac, and pursued the enemy by a somewhat parallel route, but keeping carefully between him and Washington. The occasion was one calling for the best resources of a great military commander, and General Hooker, realizing his unfitness for the responsibility, asked to be relieved of the command. Thus was thrown upon the President the hazardous necessity of changing commanders upon the very eve of a great battle. It was a terrible emergency. Even the stout-hearted Stanton was appalled. He afterwards stated that when he received the dispatch from Hooker asking to be relieved, his heart sank within him, and he was more depressed than at any other moment of the war. "I could not say," said Mr. Stanton, "that any other officer knew General Hooker's plans, or the position even of the various divisions of the army. I sent for the President to come at once to the War Office. It was in the evening, but the President soon appeared. I handed him the dispatch. As he read it, his face became like lead, and I said, 'What shall be done?' He replied instantly, 'Accept his resignation.'" Immediately an order was sent to Major General George G. Meade, one of the most efficient of the corps commanders of the Army of the Potomac, appointing him to the chief command. Meade was a quiet, unassuming man, very unlike Hooker. 3 days after assuming command, he led his army against the Southern host at Gettysburg, where, after a most bloody and memorable battle of 3 days' duration, July 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, 1863, was won the first decisive victory in the history of the gallant Army of the Potomac. Lee retired with disastrous losses across the Potomac to Virginia, and Washington and the North breathed free again. Senator Chandler of Michigan, speaking of the terrible strain on Lincoln during the progress of the Battle of Gettysburg, said, "I shall never forget the painful anxiety of those few days when the fate of the nation seemed to hang in the balance, nor the restless solicitude of Mr. Lincoln as he paced up and down the room, reading dispatches, soliloquizing, and often stopping to trace the position of the contending armies on the map which hung on the wall, nor the relief we all felt when the fact was established that victory, though gained at such fearful cost, was indeed on the side of the Union." Amidst the murk and gloom of those dark days in Washington, when the suspense was breathless and the heart of the nation responded in muffled beats to the dull booming of the cannon of Meade and Lee at Gettysburg, an episode occurred, with Lincoln as the central figure, which reveals perhaps more poignantly than any other in his whole career the depths of feeling in that tender and reverential soul. On Sunday evening, July 4th, the 4th day of that terrible battle, with nothing definite yet known of the result, the President drove out in a carriage, in company with 2 daughters of Secretary Stanton, to the line of defenses near Arlington. It was toward sundown, and a brigade of troops were forming in position for an evening parade or review. The commander of the brigade, General Tannatt, recognizing the President and his party, rode up to the carriage and invited them to witness the parade. The President assented. His face was drawn and haggard in its expression of anxiety and sorrow. As it was Sunday evening, some of the regimental bands played familiar religious pieces. The President, hearing them, inquired of General Tannatt if any of his bands could play "Lead, Kindly Light." Then, in a low voice and with touching accents, he repeated, as if to himself, the familiar lines, never more expressive or appropriate than now: "Lead, kindly light, amid the encircling gloom, lead thou me on. Keep thou my feet, I do not ask to see the distant scene, one step enough for me." As the sweet strains of the familiar hymn floated on the evening air, Lincoln's sad face became sadder still, and tears were seen coursing down his cheeks. What emotions were his, who can tell, as he thought of that great battlefield not far away, its issues yet unknown, its ground still covered with dead and wounded soldiers whose heroic deeds, to use his noble words spoken a few months later on that historic field, have consecrated it far above our power to add or detract. General Tannatt, who knew Lincoln well and had spoken with him many times, never saw him again, and his view of that tragic, tear-wet face remains to him a vivid and precious memory. Footnote: General T.R. Tanett, a graduate of West Point in 1858, is now (1913) an active and honored citizen of Spokane, Washington. End footnote. While the eyes of the nation were fastened upon the great drama being enacted near the capital, events scarcely less momentous were occurring in the Southwest. The campaign against Vicksburg, the great Confederate stronghold on the Mississippi River, had been in active progress under the personal command of General Grant for several months. The importance of this strategic point was fully understood by the enemy, and it was defended most stubbornly. At first Grant's plans proved unsuccessful. The cutting of canals and opening of bayous failed, as President Lincoln had expected and predicted. But these failures only served to develop the unsuspected energy of Grant's character and the extent of his military resources. He boldly changed his entire plan of operations, abandoned his line of communication, removed his army to a point below Vicksburg, and attacked the city in the rear. With dogged persistence he pressed forward, gaining point by point, beating off General Johnston's forces on one side and driving Pemberton before him into Vicksburg, until finally, by the aid of Admiral Porter's gunboats on the Mississippi, he had entirely invested the city. Gradually and persistently his lines closed in, pushed forward by assault and siege, until Vicksburg accepted its doom, and on the 4th of July, 1863, the day of Lee's retreat from Gettysburg, the city and garrison surrendered to the victorious Grant. Lincoln's exuberant joy over the capture of Vicksburg is revealed in an entry made at the time in Mr. Welles's diary. "I was handed a dispatch from Admiral Porter communicating the fall of Vicksburg on the 4th of July," says Mr. Welles. "I immediately returned to the Executive Mansion. The President was detailing certain points relative to Grant's movements on the map to Chase and 2 or 3 others, when I gave him the tidings. Putting down the map, he rose at once, said he would drop these topics, and added, 'I myself will telegraph this news to General Meade.' He seized his hat, but suddenly stopped, his countenance beaming with joy. He caught my hand, and throwing his arm around me, exclaimed, 'What can we do for the Secretary of the Navy for this glorious intelligence? He is always giving us good news. I cannot in words tell you my joy over this result. It is great, Mr. Welles, it is great.' We walked the lawn together. 'This,' said he, 'will relieve Banks. It will inspire me.'" The Union victories at Vicksburg and Gettysburg caused great rejoicing at the North, and gave added zest to the celebration of the national patriotic holiday. President Lincoln, mindful of the almost inestimable services, as he termed them, of General Grant, and as it was his wont to do in such circumstances, made haste to acknowledge his own and the country's indebtedness to the man who had accomplished a great deed. He addressed to the conqueror of Vicksburg the following letter: "Executive Mansion, Washington, D.C., July 13, 1863. "Major General Grant, my dear General, I do not remember that you and I ever met personally. I write this now as a grateful acknowledgment for the almost inestimable services you have done the country. I write to say a word further. When you first reached the vicinity of Vicksburg, I thought you should do what you finally did: march the troops across the neck, run the batteries with the transports, and thus go below. And I never had any faith except a general hope that you knew better than I that the Yazoo Pass expedition, and the like, could succeed. When you got below and took Port Gibson, Grand Gulf, and vicinity, I thought you should go down the river and join General Banks, and when you turned northward, east of the Big Black, I feared it was a mistake. I now wish to make the personal acknowledgment that you were right and I was wrong. Yours truly, A. Lincoln." An officer who was the first from Grant's army to reach Washington after the surrender of Vicksburg has recorded the circumstances of his interview with the President. "Mr. Lincoln received me very cordially," says this officer, "and drawing a chair near to himself and motioning me to be seated, said, 'Now I want to hear all about Vicksburg.' I gave him all the information I could, though he appeared to be remarkably well posted himself. He put to me a great many questions in detail touching the siege, the losses, the morale of the army, its sanitary condition, the hospital service, and General Grant. Said he, "I guess I was right in standing by Grant, although there was great pressure made after Pittsburgh landing to have him removed. I thought I saw enough in Grant to convince me that he was one on whom the country could depend. That unconditional surrender message to Buckner at Donelson suited me. It indicated the spirit of the man." It is interesting to note that before the capture of Vicksburg the protracted campaign had occasioned so little dissatisfaction with General Grant. The President had been importuned to remove him, and had much formidable opposition to encounter in his determination to stand by him. Only a few days before the capitulation of the beleaguered city, Senator Wade of Ohio, Bluff Ben Wade, as he was termed, called upon the President and urged Grant's dismissal. To which Lincoln good-naturedly replied, "Senator, that reminds me of a story." "Yes, yes," rejoined Wade petulantly, "that is the way it is with you, sir, all story. Story. You are the father of every military blunder that has been made during the war. You are on your road to hell, sir, with this Government, and you are not a mile off this minute." Lincoln calmly retorted, "Senator, that is just about the distance from here to the Capitol, is it not?" The exasperated Wade grabbed his hat and rushed angrily from the White House. It is not pleasant to record that the cordial and generous congratulations to Grant for his achievements at Vicksburg were in marked contrast to the rather grudging recognition of Meade's much more important and hard-won victory at Gettysburg. In the latter case, the dispatches from Washington took the form not so much of acknowledgments of what had been done as of complaints at what had not been done. It is hard to believe that the President dictated, or even authorized, the ill-timed and peevish dispatch sent to General Meade. Footnote: the criticism of Meade for not attacking Lee before he recrossed the Potomac is based on the assumption that the attack must be successful. On this point, Meade's words to Halleck, written in reply to the latter's conciliatory letter of July 28th, can hardly be ignored. "Had I attacked Lee the day I proposed to do so, and in the ignorance that then existed of his position, I have every reason to believe the attack would have been unsuccessful, and would have resulted disastrously. This opinion is founded on the judgment of a number of distinguished officers after inspecting Lee's vacated works and position. Among these officers I could name Generals Sedgwick, Wright, Slocum, Hayes, Sykes, and others." In other words, the attack which Meade has been so severely blamed for not making might have ended in reversing the results at Gettysburg, losing all we had gained at such terrible cost, placed Washington and other Northern cities in far more deadly peril, and changing the whole subsequent issues of the war. By the inopportune Halleck, a few days after the battle of Gettysburg, in which the victor on that desperate field is officially informed that the escape of Lee's army has created great dissatisfaction in the mind of the President, and it will require an active and energetic pursuit to remove the impression that it has not been sufficiently active before. To this extraordinary message Meade at once made a simple and manly rejoinder, in which he said, "Having performed my duty conscientiously and to the best of my ability, the censure of the President, as conveyed in your dispatch, is in my judgment so undeserved that I feel compelled most respectfully to ask to be immediately relieved from the command of this army." Halleck replied rather ineptly that his dispatch had not been intended as a censure, but as a stimulus, and was not regarded as a sufficient cause for Meade's request to be relieved. When one thinks of the ill fortunes of the Army of the Potomac under previous commanders, and of the unlikelihood of finding a successor to Meade as capable as he had shown himself to be, one shudders at the chances of what might have happened had another change of leaders been forced upon that long-suffering and now victorious army. General Meade did not press his resignation after Halleck's conciliatory telegrams, and remained in immediate command of the Army of the Potomac until the close of the war. Grant's accession to the chief command of all the armies having marked the end of the well-meant but often ill-advised and troublesome interference with military affairs from Washington. End of chapter 25A. Recording by Bill Boerst. Chapter 25B of the Everyday Life of Abraham Lincoln. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Everyday Life of Abraham Lincoln by Francis Fisher Browne. Chapter 25B. Returning cheerfulness, congratulations to the country, improved state of feeling at the North, State elections of 1863, the administration sustained, dedication of the National Cemetery at Gettysburg, meeting with old John Burns, Edward Everett's impressions of Lincoln. Mr. Isaac R. Pennypacker, in his Life of General Meade, speaks of Halleck and other prominent officials in Washington in these terms: possessing much of the skill of the lawyer and disputant, Halleck was without military ability. The Secretary of War, like many other men who exercise vast power, was not great enough to refrain from the use of his authority in matters where his knowledge and experience did not qualify him to form the soundest views. Acting with these military authorities were men like Wade and Chandler, whose patriotism was of the exuberant kind, whose judgment in military affairs was without value, but whose personal energy impelled them to have a controlling hand, if possible, in the conduct of the war. Lincoln's dissatisfaction with General Meade after the Battle of Gettysburg was due, as we now see, to his elation over the splendid victory for the Union, his intense desire for further and overwhelming successes, and his failure, a quite natural one, to realize that what might seem desirable and feasible, viewed from Washington, might look very different to the practical and experienced men actually on the ground and familiar as he could not be with all the factors in the situation. Footnote: a curious revelation of the estimate of General Halleck held by at least one member of the Cabinet, and of the relations between Halleck and the President, is found in Welles's diary in the record of a rather free conversation with the President during the anxious period about the time of the Battle of Gettysburg. Says Mr. Welles, "I stated that I had observed the inertness, if not the incapacity, of the General-in-Chief, and had hoped that he, the President, who had better and more correct views, would issue peremptory orders. The President immediately softened his tone, and said, 'Halleck knows better than I what to do. He is a military man, and has had a military education. I brought him here to give me military advice. His views and mine are widely different. It is better that I, who am not a military man, should defer to him, rather than he to me.'" This, continues Mr. Welles, is the President's error. His own convictions and conclusions are infinitely superior to Halleck's, even in military operations more sensible and more correct always. Halleck has no activity, never exhibits sagacity or foresight. And in another place in the same diary, we are given this singular picture by a cabinet minister of the man who was at that moment the General-in-Chief of the Union armies and the military adviser of the President: "Halleck sits and smokes, and swears and scratches his arm, but exhibits little military capacity or intelligence, is obfuscated, muddy, uncertain, stupid as to what is doing or to be done." End footnote. He thought, wrote General Halleck in an explanatory letter sent to Meade 2 weeks after his dispatch of censure, that Lee's defeat was so certain that he felt no little impatience at his unexpected escape. Among military authorities, such a retreat as that of Lee after Gettysburg is hardly regarded as an escape. If it were, then great must be the fault of Lee as a general in allowing the defeated armies of Burnside and Hooker to escape after the battles of Fredericksburg and Chancellorsville, where their repulse was much worse than was Lee's at Gettysburg. That Lincoln's first feelings of disappointment and dissatisfaction with General Meade were greatly modified with fuller knowledge of the actual situation after the Battle of Gettysburg is shown by a remark made by him to Senator Cameron referring to Meade: "Why should we censure a man who has done so much for his country because he did not do a little more? and if any debt of recognition or of gratitude yet remained due from him, it was more than paid a few months later in the unsurpassed tribute at Gettysburg to the brave men living and dead who gained the victory on that hallowed field. The improved condition of public affairs and the increasing cheerfulness of the President after the victories at Gettysburg and Vicksburg are exhibited in a letter written by him a few weeks later to friends at Springfield, Illinois, who had urgently invited him to attend a mass meeting of unconditional Union men at his old home. In this letter he took occasion to declare his sentiments on various questions paramount at the time. Among these was the subject of a compromise with the South, against which he argued with great force and feeling. Again, he defended the Emancipation Proclamation, a measure to which many Union men were still unreconciled. He referred also to the arming of the negroes as a just and wise expedient, finally concluding with these expressive and felicitous words: "The signs look better. The Father of Waters again goes unvexed to the sea. Thanks to the great Northwest for it. Nor yet wholly to them. 300 miles up they met New England, Empire, Keystone, and Jersey, hewing their way right and left. The sunny South, too, in more colors than one, also lent a helping hand. On the spot, their part of the history was jotted down in black and white. The job was a great national one, and let none be slighted who bore an honorable part in it. And while those who have cleared the great river may well be proud, even that is not all. It is hard to say that anything has been more bravely and well done than at Antietam, Murfreesboro, Gettysburg, and on many fields of less note. Nor must Uncle Sam's web feet be forgotten. At all the watery margins they have been present, not only on the deep sea, the broad bay, and the rapid river, but also up the narrow, muddy bayou, and wherever the ground was a little damp they have been and made their tracks. Thanks to all! For the great Republic, for the principle it lives by and keeps alive, for man's vast future, thanks to all. Peace does not appear so distant as it did. I hope it will come soon and come to stay, and so come as to be worth the keeping in all future time. It will then have been proved that among free men there can be no successful appeal from the ballot to the bullet, and that they who take such appeal are sure to lose their case and pay the cost. And there will come some black men who can remember that, with silent tongue and clinched teeth and steady eye and well-poised bayonet, they have helped mankind on to this great consummation. While I fear there will be some white ones unable to forget that with malignant heart and deceitful speech they have striven to hinder it, still let us not be over-sanguine of a speedy final triumph. Let us be quite sober. Let us diligently apply the means, never doubting that a just God, in his own good time, will give us the rightful result." In a public proclamation issued October 3rd, the President gives more formal expression to his satisfaction and gratitude, and calls upon the loyal people of the Union to unite in a day of thanksgiving for the improved prospects of the country. The year that is drawing toward its close has been filled with the blessings of fruitful fields and healthful skies. To these bounties, which are so constantly enjoyed that we are prone to forget the source from which they come, others have been added which are of so extraordinary a nature that they cannot fail to penetrate and soften even the heart which is habitually insensible to the ever-watchful providence of Almighty God. In the midst of a civil war of unequaled magnitude and severity, which has sometimes seemed to invite and provoke the aggressions of foreign states, peace has been preserved with all nations. Order has been maintained, the laws have been respected and obeyed, and harmony has prevailed everywhere except in the theater of military conflict, while that theater has been greatly contracted by the advancing armies and navies of the Union. The needful diversion of wealth and strength from the fields of peaceful industry to the national defense has not arrested the plow, the shuttle, or the ship. The axe has enlarged the borders of our settlements, and the mines, as well of iron and coal as of the precious metals, have yielded even more abundantly than heretofore. Population has steadily increased, notwithstanding the waste that has been made in the camp, the siege, and the battlefield. And the country, rejoicing in the consciousness of augmented strength and vigor, is permitted to expect a continuance of years with large increase of freedom. No human counsel hath devised, nor hath any mortal hand worked out these great things. They are the gracious gifts of the Most High God, who, while dealing with us in anger for our sins, hath nevertheless remembered mercy. It has seemed to me fit and proper that they should be solemnly, reverently, and gratefully acknowledged, as with one heart and voice by the whole American people. I do, therefore, invite my fellow citizens in every part of the United States, and also those who are at sea, and those who are sojourning in foreign lands, to set apart and observe the last Thursday of November next as a day of thanksgiving and prayer to our beneficent Father, who dwelleth in the heavens. And I recommend to them that, while offering up the ascriptions justly due to him for such singular deliverances and blessings, they do also, with humble penitence for our national perverseness and disobedience, commend to his tender care all those who have become widows, orphans, mourners, or sufferers in the lamentable civil strife in which we are unavoidably engaged, and fervently implore the interposition of the Almighty hand to heal the wounds of the nation, and to restore it, as soon as may be consistent with the divine purposes, to the full enjoyment of peace, harmony, tranquillity, and union. The brightening prospects of the Union cause quickly produced a better state of feeling at the North. In the fall elections of 1863, every State except New Jersey gave solid majorities on the Republican side, thus strengthening the administration and giving the President welcome assurances of popular approval. He had awaited with special anxiety the returns from Ohio, where the contest was fraught with peculiar significance. The Democrats had chosen for their candidate the notorious peace-at-any-price Vallandigham, against whom the Republicans had placed John Brough of Cleveland. On the night of the election, about 10 o'clock, a message clicked on the wires in the telegraph office of the latter city, saying, "Where is John Brough? A. Lincoln." Brough was at hand, and directly the electric voice inquired, "Brough, about what is your majority now?" Brough replied, "Over 30,000." Lincoln requested Brough to remain at the office during the night. A little past midnight the question came again from Lincoln, "Brough, what is your majority by this time?" Brough replied, "Over 50,000." And the question was thus repeated and answered several times with rapidly increasing majorities, till 5 o'clock in the morning, when the question came again, "Brough, what is your majority now?" The latter was able to respond, "Over 100,000." As soon as the words could be flashed back over the wire, there came, "Glory to God in the highest. Ohio has saved the nation. A. Lincoln." The day after the election in Ohio, October 14, 1863, Lincoln said to Secretary Welles that he had felt more anxiety in regard to the results than he had in 1860 when he was chosen President. He could not have believed 4 years ago, he said, that one genuine American would or could be induced to vote for such a man as Vallandigham. Yet he had been made the candidate of a large party, and received a vote that is a discredit to the country. Mr. Welles adds, "The President showed a good deal of emotion as he dwelt on this subject." After the Battle of Gettysburg, a portion of the ground on which the engagement was fought was purchased by the State of Pennsylvania for a burial place for the Union soldiers who were slain in that bloody encounter. The tract included 17½ acres adjoining the town cemetery. It was planned to consecrate the ground with imposing ceremonies, in which the President, accompanied by his Cabinet and a large body of the military, was invited to assist. The day appointed was the 19th of November, and the chief orator selected was Massachusetts' eloquent son, Hon. Edward Everett. Following him, it was expected that the President would add some testimonials in honor of the dead. Lincoln and Everett were representatives of two contrasting phases of American civilization: the one an outgrowth of the rough pioneer life of the West, the other the product of the highest culture of the East. They had met for the first time on this memorable day. Everett's oration was a finished literary production. Smooth, euphonious, and elegant, it was delivered with the silvery tones and the graceful gestures of a trained and consummate speaker. When he had finished, and the applause that greeted him had died away, the multitude called vociferously for an address from Lincoln. With an unconscious air, the President came forward at the call, put his spectacles on his nose, and read, in a quiet voice, which gradually warmed with feeling, while his careworn face became radiant with the light of genuine emotion, the following brief address: 87 years ago, our fathers brought forth on this continent a new nation, conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal. Now we are engaged in a great civil war, testing whether that nation or any nation so conceived and so dedicated can long endure. We are met on a great battlefield of that war. We have come to dedicate a portion of that field as a final resting place of those who here gave their lives that that nation might live. It is altogether fitting and proper that we should do this, but in a larger sense, we cannot dedicate, we cannot consecrate, we cannot hallow this ground. The brave men, living and dead, who struggled here, have consecrated it far above our poor power to add or detract. The world will little note nor long remember what we say here, but it can never forget what they did here. It is for us, the living, rather, to be dedicated here to the unfinished work which they who fought here have thus far so nobly carried on. It is rather for us to be here dedicated to the great task remaining before us, that from these honored dead we take increased devotion to that cause for which they gave the last full measure of devotion. That we here highly resolve that these dead shall not have died in vain, that this nation, under God, shall have a new birth of freedom, and that government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from the earth. The simple and sublime words of this short address shook the hearts of the listeners, and before the first sentence was ended they were under the spell of a mighty magician. They stood hushed, awed, and melted as the speaker enforced the solemn lesson of the hour, and brought home to them, in plain, unvarnished terms, the duty which remained for them to do, to finish the work which the dead around them had given their lives to carry on. It was one of the briefest of the many speeches with which Lincoln had swayed the impulses and opinions of crowds of his fellow men, but it is the one which will be remembered above all others as hallowed by the truest and loftiest inspiration. As the final sentence ended, amid the tears and sobs and cheers of the excited throng, the President turned to Mr. Everett, and grasping his hand, exclaimed with sincerity, "I congratulate you on your success." Mr. Everett responded in the fervor of his emotion, "Ah, Mr. President, how gladly would I exchange all my 100 pages to have been the author of your 20 lines." Of all Lincoln's public utterances, this is unquestionably the most remarkable. The oration, brief and unpretending as it is, will remain a classic of the English language. The Westminster Review, one of the foremost of the great English quarterlies, said of it, "It has but one equal, in that pronounced upon those who fell in the first year of the Peloponnesian War. And in one respect it is superior to that great speech. It is not only more natural, fuller of feeling, more touching and pathetic, but we know with absolute certainty that it was really delivered. Nature here takes precedence of art, even though it be the art of Thucydides." An illustration of the difference between oratory and inspiration is Mr. John Bigelow's happy characterization of the Gettysburg Address. It was, he adds, one of the most momentous incidents in the history of the Civil War. It may be doubted whether anything had then, or has since, been said of that national strife conceived upon a higher and wiser spiritual plane. It is perhaps on the whole the most enduring bit of eloquence that has ever been uttered on this continent, and yet one finds in it none of the tricks of the forum or the stage, nor any trace of the learning of the scholar, nor the need of it. Major Harry T. Lee, who was himself a participant in the Battle of Gettysburg and occupied a seat on the platform at the dedication, says that the people listened with marked attention through the 2 hours of Everett's noble and scholarly oration, but that when Lincoln came forward, and in a voice burdened with emotion uttered his simple and touching eulogy on the brave men living and dead who struggled here, there was scarcely a dry eye in the whole vast audience. Mr. John Russell Young, afterwards U.S. Minister to China, was present at the Gettysburg dedication, and says, "I sat behind Mr. Lincoln while Mr. Everett delivered his oration. I remember the great orator had a way of raising and dropping his handkerchief as he spoke. He spoke for 2 hours, and was very impressive, with his white hair and venerable figure. He was a great orator, but it was like a bit of Greek sculpture, beautiful but cold as ice. It was perfect art, but without feeling. The art and beauty of it captured your imagination and judgment. Mr. Everett went over the campaign with resonant, clear, splendid rhetoric. There was not a word or a sentence or a thought that could be corrected. You felt that every gesture had been carefully studied out beforehand. It was like a great actor playing a great part." Mr. Lincoln rose, walked to the edge of the platform, took out his glasses and put them on. He was awkward. He bowed to the assemblage in his homely manner, and took out of his coat pocket a page of foolscap. In front of Mr. Lincoln was a photographer with his camera, endeavoring to take a picture of the scene. We all supposed that Mr. Lincoln would make rather a long speech, a half hour at least. He took the single sheet of foolscap, held it almost to his nose, and in his high tenor voice, without the least attempt at effect, delivered that most extraordinary address which belongs to the classics of literature. The photographer was bustling about, preparing to take the President's picture while he was speaking, but Mr. Lincoln finished before the photographer was ready. It is stated that when President Lincoln reached the town of Gettysburg, on his way to attend the exercises at the cemetery, he inquired for old John Burns, the hero of the Battle of Gettysburg, who left his farm and fought with the Union soldiers upon that bloody field. The veteran was sent for, and on his arrival the President showed him marked attention, taking him by the arm and walking with him in the procession through the streets to the cemetery. Edward Everett, who was associated with Lincoln during these 2 or 3 days, says of the impression the President made on him, "I recognized in the President a full measure of the qualities which entitle him to the personal respect of the people. On the only social occasion on which I ever had the honor to be in his company, viz., the commemoration at Gettysburg, he sat at the table of my friend David Willis, by the side of several distinguished persons, foreigners and Americans, and in gentlemanly appearance, manners, and conversation, he was the peer of any man at the table." End of chapter 25b. Recording by Bill Boerst. Chapter 26 of the Everyday Life of Abraham Lincoln. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Everyday Life of Abraham Lincoln by Francis Fisher Browne. Chapter 26. Lincoln and Grant, their personal relations, Grant's successes at Chattanooga, appointed lieutenant general, Grant's first visit to Washington, his meeting with Lincoln, Lincoln's first impressions of Grant, the first general Lincoln had found, that presidential grub, true version of the whiskey anecdote, Lincoln tells Grant the story of Sykes's dog, we'd better let Mr. Grant have his own way, Grant's estimate of Lincoln. From the hour of Grant's triumph at Vicksburg to the close of the war, Lincoln never withdrew his confidence from the quiet, persistent, unpretending man who led our armies slowly but surely along the path of victory. As soon as the campaign at Vicksburg was over, Grant's sphere of operations was enlarged by his appointment to the command of the military division of the Mississippi. In November following, he fought the famous battles of Chattanooga, including Lookout Mountain and Missionary Ridge, and aided by his efficient corps commanders, Sherman, Thomas, and Hooker, gained a succession of brilliant victories for the Union cause. The wisdom of Grant's policy of concentration and fighting it out had now become apparent. President Lincoln had watched closely the progress of these events, and had come to recognize in Grant the master spirit of the war on the Northern side. Accordingly, he determined to give him general command of all the Union armies. In December, 1863, a bill was introduced in the Senate by Hon. E.B. Washburne of Illinois, and passed both houses of Congress, creating the rank of lieutenant general in the army. President Lincoln approved the act and immediately nominated Grant for the position. The nomination was confirmed, and on the 17th of March, 1864, Grant issued his first order as lieutenant general, assuming command of the armies of the United States, and announcing that his headquarters would be in the field, and until further orders with the Army of the Potomac. Of this army, he shrewdly remarked that it seemed to him it had never fought its battles through. He proposed, first of all, to teach that army not to be afraid of Lee. "I had known him personally," said Grant, "and knew that he was mortal." With characteristic energy he formed a simple but comprehensive plan of operations both east and west, sending Sherman on his great march to Atlanta and the sea, while he with the Army of the Potomac pushed straight for Richmond. These operations were vigorously urged, and when they were ended the war was ended. It was but little more than a year from the date of Grant's commission as lieutenant general till he received Lee's surrender at Appomattox. Immediately upon Grant's appointment as lieutenant general, he was summoned to Washington. It was his first visit to the capital since the war began, and he was a stranger to nearly everyone from the President down. He arrived in the city on the 8th of March, 1864, taking quarters at Willard's Hotel, where, when he went in to dinner, none knew the quiet, rather stumpy-looking man who came in leading a little boy, the boy who had ridden by his father's side through all the campaign of Vicksburg. But soon it was whispered about who was in the room, and there was a loud call for 3 cheers for Ulysses S. Grant, which were given with a will. In the evening General Grant attended a reception at the White House, passing in with the throng alone and unannounced. The quick eye of the President discovered the identity of the modest soldier, and he was most heartily welcomed. As soon as it was known that he was present, the pressure of the crowd to see the hero of Vicksburg was so great that he was forced to shelter himself behind a sofa. So irrepressible was the desire to see him that Secretary Seward finally induced him to mount a sofa, that his curiosity might be gratified. When parting from the President, he said, "This has been rather the warmest campaign I have witnessed during the war." A graphic account of this interesting event is given by Secretary Welles, who records in his diary, March 9, 1864, "Went last evening to the presidential reception, quite a gathering. Very many that are not usually seen at receptions were attracted thither, I presume, from the fact that General Grant was expected to be there. He came about 9:30. I was near the center of the reception room when a stir and buzz attracted attention, and it was whispered that General Grant had arrived. The room was not full, the crowd having passed through to the East Room. I saw some men in uniform standing at the entrance, and one of them, a short, brown, dark-haired man, was talking with the President. There was hesitation, a degree of awkwardness in the General. Soon word was passed around, 'Mr. Seward, General Grant is here,' and Seward, who was just behind me, hurried and took the General by the hand and led him to Mrs. Lincoln, near whom I was standing. The crowd gathered around the circle rapidly, and it being intimated that it would be necessary the throng should pass on, Seward took the General's arm and went with him to the East Room. There was clapping of hands in the next room as he passed through, and all in the East Room joined in it as he entered." The next day at noon the General waited on the President to receive his commission. The interview took place in the Cabinet Room. There were present, besides the members of the Cabinet, General Halleck, a member of Congress, 2 of General Grant's staff officers, his eldest son, Frederick D. Grant, and the President's private secretary. The ceremony was simple, the President saying as he proffered the papers, "The nation's appreciation of what you have done, and its reliance upon you for what remains to be done in the existing great struggle, are now presented with this commission, constituting you Lieutenant General in the Army of the United States. With this high honor devolves upon you also a corresponding responsibility. As the country herein trusts you, so under God it will sustain you. I scarcely need to add that with what I here speak for the nation goes my own hearty personal concurrence." The General responded briefly, promising to accept the commission with gratitude for the high honor conferred. With the aid of the noble armies that have fought on so many fields for our common country, it will be my earnest endeavor not to disappoint your expectations. I feel the full weight of the responsibilities now devolving on me, and I know that if they are met, it will be due to those armies, and above all to the favor of that Providence which leads both nations and men. Before assuming personal command of the Army of the Potomac, as he had determined to do, General Grant found it necessary to return once more to the West. In his parting interview with Lincoln, he was urged to remain to dinner the next day and meet a brilliant party whom the lady of the White House had invited to do him special honor. The General answered apologetically, "Mrs. Lincoln must excuse me. I must be in Tennessee at a given time." "But we can't excuse you," said the President. "Mrs. Lincoln's dinner without you would be Hamlet with Hamlet left out." "I appreciate the honor Mrs. Lincoln would do me," said the General, "but time is very important now. I ought to be at the front, and a dinner to me means $1 million a day lost to the country." Lincoln was pleased with this answer, and said cheerfully, "Well, we'll have the dinner without you." After Lincoln's first meeting with General Grant, he was asked regarding his personal impressions of the new commander. He replied, "Well, I hardly know what to think of him. He's the quietest little fellow you ever saw. He makes the least fuss of any man I ever knew. I believe on several occasions he has been in this room a minute or so before I knew he was here. It's about so all around. The only evidence you have that he's in any particular place is that he makes things move." To a subsequent inquiry as to his estimate of Grant's military capacities, Lincoln responded with emphasis, "Grant is the first general I've had. He's a general." "How do you mean, Mr. Lincoln?" his visitor asked. "Well, I'll tell you what I mean," replied Lincoln. "You know how it's been with all the rest. As soon as I put a man in command of the army, he'd come to me with the plan of a campaign, and about as much as to say, 'Now I don't believe I can do it, but if you say so I'll try it on,' and so put the responsibility of success or failure on me. They all wanted me to be the general. Now it isn't so with Grant. He hasn't told me what his plans are. I don't know, and I don't want to know. I am glad to find a man who can go ahead without me. When any of the rest set out on a campaign, they'd look over matters and pick out some one thing they were short of, and they knew I couldn't give them, and tell me they couldn't hope to win unless they had it. And it was most generally cavalry. Now when Grant took hold, I was waiting to see what his pet impossibility would be, and I reckoned it would be cavalry, of course, for we hadn't horses enough to mount what men we had. There were 15,000 men or thereabouts up near Harper's Ferry, and no horses to put them on. Well, the other day Grant sent to me about these very men, just as I expected, but what he wanted to know was whether he could make infantry of 'em or disband 'em. He doesn't ask impossibilities of me, and he's the first general I've had that didn't." On another occasion Lincoln said of Grant, "The great thing about him is his cool persistency of purpose. He is not easily excited, and he has the grip of a bulldog. When he once gets his teeth in, nothing can shake him off." The President's satisfaction with the new commander was speedily communicated to him in a characteristically frank manner in a letter dated April 30th, 1864. Lieutenant General Grant: Not expecting to see you before the spring campaign opens, I wish to express in this way my entire satisfaction with what you have done up to this time, so far as I understand it. The particulars of your plan I neither know nor seek to know. You are vigilant and self-reliant, and pleased with this, I wish not to obtrude any restraints or constraints upon you. While I am very anxious that any great disaster or capture of our men in great numbers shall be avoided, I know that these points are less likely to escape your attention than they would be mine. If there be anything wanting which is in my power to give. Do not fail to let me know it. And now, with a brave army and a just cause, may God sustain you. Yours very truly, A. Lincoln. General Grant himself wrote on this point, "In my first interview with Mr. Lincoln alone, he stated to me that he had never professed to be a military man, or to know how campaigns should be conducted, and never wanted to interfere in them, but that procrastination on the part of commanders, and the pressure of the people at the North and Congress, which was always with him, forced him into issuing his series of military orders, 1, 2, 3, etc. He did not know but they were all wrong, and did know that some of them were. All he wanted, or had ever wanted, was some one who would take the responsibility and act, and call on him for all the assistance needed, pledging himself to use all the power of the government in rendering such assistance. The President told me he did not want to know what I proposed to do, but he submitted a plan of campaign of his own which he wanted me to hear, and then do as I pleased about. He brought out a map of Virginia on which he had evidently marked every position occupied by the Federal and Confederate armies up to that time. He pointed out on the map 2 streams which empty into the Potomac, and suggested that the army might be moved on boats and landed between the mouths of these streams. We would then have the Potomac to bring our supplies, and the tributaries would protect our flanks while we moved out. I listened respectfully, but did not suggest that the same streams would protect Lee's flanks while he was shutting us up." General Horace Porter, for some time Grant's chief of staff, says, "The nearest Mr. Lincoln ever came to giving General Grant an order for the movement of troops was during Early's raid upon Washington. On July 10, 1864, he telegraphed a long dispatch from Washington which contained the following language: 'What I think is that you should provide to retain your hold where you are, certainly, and bring the rest with you personally, and make a vigorous effort to defeat the enemy's force in this vicinity. I think there is really a fair chance to do this, if the movement is prompt. This is what I think, given upon your suggestion, and is not an order.' Grant replied that on reflection he thought it would have a bad effect for him to leave City Point, then his headquarters, in front of Richmond and Petersburg, and the President was satisfied with the dispositions which Grant made for the repulse of Early without taking command against him in person." A curious incident revealing the intense interest with which Lincoln watched the career of Grant is related by Mr. J. Russell Jones, an old and trusted friend of the President, who joined the army at Vicksburg in time to witness its final triumph. Soon after Mr. Jones's return to Chicago, the President summoned him to Washington. With eager haste, after the first salutations were over, Lincoln declared the object for which he had secured the interview. "I have sent for you, Mr. Jones, to know if that man Grant wants to be President." Mr. Jones, although somewhat astonished at the question and the circumstances under which it was asked, replied at once, "No, Mr. President." "Are you sure?" queried the latter. "Yes," said Mr. Jones, "perfectly sure. I have just come from Vicksburg. I have seen General Grant frequently and talked fully and freely with him about that and every other question, and I know he has no political aspirations whatever, and certainly none for the Presidency. His only desire is to see you reelected and to do what he can under your orders to put down the rebellion and restore peace to the country." "Ah, Mr. Jones," said Lincoln, "you have lifted a great weight off my mind, and done me an immense amount of good. For I tell you, my friend, no man knows how deeply that presidential grub gnaws till he has had it himself." We cannot believe that Lincoln cherished any feeling whatever political ambition he might nourish. It was rather his desire to be assured of the single-hearted purpose of a military leader whom he had trusted and to whom he wished to confide still more important services in the conduct of the war. It may be remembered that early in the war an anecdote went the rounds of the press to the effect that, in reply to a complaint that Grant had been guilty of drunkenness in the campaigns in the West, Lincoln remarked that he would like to find out what kind of liquor Grant drank, so that he might send some of it to the other generals. The true version of that characteristic anecdote is this, as given by the late Judge T. Lyle Dickey, who was a judge of the Illinois Supreme Court at the time of his death, and at the time of Grant's famous Vicksburg campaign was on the General's staff as Chief of Cavalry. Judge, then Colonel, Dickey had been sent to Washington with private dispatches for the President and the Secretary of War. Lincoln and Dickey had been intimate friends for years, and during the latter's visit to the former on that occasion, Dickey remarked, "I hear that someone has been trying to poison you against Grant by reporting that he gets drunk. I wish to assure you, Mr. President, that there is not a scintilla of truth in the report." "Oh, Colonel," replied the President, "we get all sorts of reports here, but I'll say this to you, that if those accusing General Grant of getting drunk will tell me where he gets his whiskey, I will get a lot of it and send it around to some of the other generals, who are badly in need of something of the kind." After Lincoln and General Grant had become personally intimate, they had many enjoyable conversations and exchanges of anecdotes. Lincoln especially enjoyed telling the General of the various persons who had come to him with complaints and criticisms about the Vicksburg campaign. "After the place had actually surrendered," said the President, "I thought it was about time to shut down on this sort of thing. So one day, when a delegation came to see me, and had spent half an hour trying to show me the fatal mistake you had made in paroling Pemberton's army, and insisting that the rebels would violate their paroles and in less than a month confront you again in the ranks and have to be whipped all over again, I thought I could get rid of them best by telling them a story about Sykes's dog. Have you ever heard about Sykes's yellow dog?" said I to the spokesman of the delegation. He said he hadn't. "Well, I must tell you about him," said I. "Sykes had a yellow dog he set great store by, but there were a lot of small boys around the village, and that's always a bad thing for dogs, you know. These boys didn't share Sykes's views, and they were not disposed to let the dog have a fair show. Even Sykes had to admit that the dog was getting unpopular. In fact, it was soon seen that a prejudice was growing up against that dog that threatened to wreck all his future prospects in life. The boys, after meditating how they could get the best of him, finally fixed up a cartridge with a long fuse, put the cartridge in a piece of meat, dropped the meat in the road in front of Sykes's door, and then perched themselves on a fence a good distance off with the end of the fuse in their hands. Then they whistled for the dog. When he came out, he scented the bait and bolted the meat, cartridge and all. The boys touched off the fuse with a cigar, and in about a second a report came from that dog that sounded like a small clap of thunder. Sykes came bouncing out of the house and yelled, 'What's up? Anything busted?' There was no reply except a snicker from the small boys roosting on the fence. But as Sykes looked up, he saw the whole air filled with pieces of yellow dog. He picked up the biggest piece he could find, a portion of the back, with a part of the tail still hanging to it, and after turning it around and looking it all over, he said, 'Well, I guess he'll never be much account again, as a dog. And I guess Pemberton's forces will never be much account again, as an army.' The delegation began looking around for their hats before I had quite got to the end of the story, and I was never bothered any more about superseding the commander of the Army of the Tennessee." When General Grant was ready to begin active operations with the Army of the Potomac, he sent forward all available men from Washington. Secretary Stanton, anxious about the safety of the city, said to Grant one day, "General, I suppose you have left us enough men to strongly garrison the forts?" "No, I can't do that," was Grant's quiet answer. "Why not? Why not?" repeated the Secretary nervously. "Because I have already sent the men to the front." Said the Secretary, still more nervously, "That won't do. It's contrary to my plans. I cannot allow it. I will order the men back." To this Grant returned with quiet determination, "I shall need the men there, and you cannot order them back." "Why not? Why not?" cried the Secretary. "I believe that I rank the Secretary in this matter," remarked Grant. "Very well, we will see the President about that," responded the Secretary sharply. "I will have to take you to the President." "That is right. The President ranks us both." So they went to the President, and the Secretary, turning to General Grant, said, "Now, General, state your case." But the General calmly replied, "I have no case to state. I am satisfied as it is." This threw the burden of statement on Secretary Stanton and was excellent strategy. Meanwhile, General Grant had the men. When the Secretary had concluded, Lincoln crossed his legs, rested his elbow on his knee, and said in his quaint way, with a twinkle in his eye, "Now, Mr. Secretary, you know we have been trying to manage this army for nearly 3 years, and you know we haven't done much with it. We sent over the mountains and brought Mr. Grant, as Mrs. Grant calls him, to manage it for us. And now I guess we'd better let Mr. Grant have his own way." And Mr. Grant had it. The favorable opinion which Lincoln held of Grant was strongly reciprocated. A short time before the former's death, Grant said, "I regard Lincoln as one of the greatest of men. He is unquestionably the greatest man I have ever encountered. The more I see of him and exchange views with him, the more he impresses me. I admire his courage and respect the firmness he always displays. Many think from the gentleness of his character that he has a yielding nature, but while he has the courage to change his mind when convinced that he is wrong, he has all the tenacity of purpose which could be desired in a great statesman. His quickness of perception often astonishes me. Long before the statement of a complicated question is finished, his mind will grasp the main points, and he will seem to comprehend the whole subject better than the person who is stating it. He will take rank in history alongside of Washington." End of chapter 26. Recording by Bill Boerst. Chapter 27A of the Everyday Life of Abraham Lincoln. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Everyday Life of Abraham Lincoln by Francis Fisher Browne. Chapter 27A. Lincoln's second presidential term, his attitude toward it, rival candidates for the nomination, Chase's Achillean wrath, harmony restored, the Baltimore Convention, decision not to swap horses while crossing a stream, the summer of 1864. The year 1864 witnessed another presidential election, and one which was attended by the most novel and extraordinary circumstances. It was held while a considerable portion of the people were engaged in armed rebellion against the authority of the national government, and it was not participated in by the voters of several entire states. Aside from these unique features, it marked a most critical epoch in the history of the country, and in that of Abraham Lincoln as well. The policy and acts of the administration, even the question of the further prosecution of the war, were to be submitted to the sovereign tribunal of the people, and with their verdict would be recorded also the popular measure of approval or disapproval of President Lincoln. Those who knew him best during his first official term pronounce him singularly free from plans and calculations regarding his own political future. He was too absorbed in public cares and duties, too nearly crushed by the great burdens resting upon him, to give thought or attention to questions of personal ambition. It had never been his aim, during his presidential life, to look far ahead. He was content to deal wisely and soberly with important questions as they arose from day to day and hour to hour, to adapt himself and his actions to the exigencies of the present, and in that way earn security for the future. He himself said, using a forcible and apt illustration borrowed from his early life, "The pilots on our western rivers steer from point to point, as they call it, setting the course of the boat no farther than they can see, and that is all I propose to do in the great problems that are set before me." Such a policy as that outlined by Lincoln, embraced in his homely and characteristic phrase of "pegging away," caused him to be greatly misunderstood and even distrusted in some quarters. As the time for the new election drew near, there was very pronounced dissatisfaction with him, particularly in New England. It was said of him, among other things, that he lacked the essential qualities of a leader. Mr. Henry Greenleaf Pearson, the biographer of Governor Andrew of Massachusetts, illuminates this point in a few instructive sentences. To comprehend this objection, which to us seem so astonishingly wide of the mark, says Mr. Pearson, we must realize that whenever a New Englander of that generation uttered the word leader, his mind's eye was filled with the image of Daniel Webster. Even those who called the fallen statesman Ichabod could not forget his commanding presence, his lofty tone about affairs of state, his sonorous professions of an ideal, his whole ex cathedra attitude. All these characteristics supplied the aristocratic connotation of the word leader. Of the broad democratic meaning of the term, the world had as yet received no demonstration. That Lincoln was in very truth the new birth of a new soil, Lowell, with the advantage of literary detachment, was one of the first to discover and to proclaim, both in his political essays and in the splendid stanzas of the Commemoration Ode. While Lincoln seemingly gave little heed to the question of a second presidential term, it must not be inferred that he was indifferent regarding it. His nature was one of those strong ones which, though desiring approbation, are yet able to live without it. His whole life had been a schooling in self-reliance and independence, and the last 3 years especially had rendered him an adept in that stern philosophy. But he was thoroughly human, and deep down in his nature was a craving for human sympathy and support. Knowing that he had done his best and was entitled to the full approval of his countrymen, he no doubt felt that it would be a pleasant thing to receive that approval by being called to serve them for another term. To one friend he remarked, using his old figure of the people's attorney, "If the people think I have managed their case for them well enough to trust me to carry it up to the next term, I am sure I shall be glad to take it." He evidently dreaded the rebuke that would be implied in a failure to be renominated. Yet it seemed unbecoming to him, in the critical condition of the country, to make any personal effort to that end. To these considerations were added his extreme weariness, and longing for release from his oppressive burdens. He was also, as Mr. Wells records in his diary, greatly importuned and pressed by cunning intrigues. From these various complications, Lincoln's embarrassment and perplexity as the time for holding the Republican convention drew near were extreme. A journalistic friend, Mr. J. M. Winchell, who had a lengthy conversation with him on the subject, gives what is no doubt a correct idea of his state of mind at that period. "Mr. Lincoln received me," says Mr. Winchell, "kindly and courteously, but his manner was quite changed. It was not now the country about which his anxiety prevailed, but himself. There was an embarrassment about him which he could not quite conceal. I thought it proper to state at the outset that I wished simply to know whatever he was free to tell me in regard to his own willingness or unwillingness to accept a renomination. The reply was a monologue of an hour's duration, and one that wholly absorbed me, as it seemed to absorb himself. He remained seated nearly all the time. He was restless, often changing position, and occasionally, in some intense moment, wheeling his body around in his chair and throwing a leg over the arm. This was the only grotesque thing I recollect about him. His voice and manner were very earnest, and he uttered no jokes and told no anecdotes. He began by saying that as yet he was not a candidate for renomination. He distinctly denied that he was a party to any effort to that end, notwithstanding I knew that there were movements in his favor in all parts of the Northern States. These movements were, of course, without his prompting, as he positively assured me that with one or two exceptions he had scarcely conversed on the subject with his most intimate friends. He was not quite sure whether he desired a renomination. Such had been the responsibility of the office, so oppressive had he found its cares, so terrible its perplexities, that he felt as though the moment when he could relinquish the burden and retire to private life would be the sweetest he could possibly experience. But, he said, he would not deny that a re-election would also have its gratification to his feelings. He did not seek it, nor would he do so. He did not desire it for any ambitious or selfish purpose. But after the crisis the country was passing through under his presidency, and the efforts he had made conscientiously to discharge the duties imposed upon him, it would be a very sweet satisfaction to him to know that he had secured the approval of his fellow citizens, and earned the highest testimonial of confidence they could bestow. This was the gist of the hour's monologue, and I believe he spoke sincerely. His voice, his manner, gave his modest and sensible words a power of conviction. He seldom looked me in the face while he was talking. He seemed almost to be gazing into the future. I am sure it was not a pleasant thing for him to seem to be speaking in his own behalf. For himself, he affirmed that he should make no promises of office to anyone as an inducement for support. If nominated and elected, he should be grateful to his friends, but the interests of the country must always be first considered. The principal candidates talked of as successors to Lincoln were Secretary Chase, General Fremont, and General Grant. Of the latter, Lincoln said, with characteristic frankness and generosity, "If he could be more useful as President in putting down the rebellion, I would be content. He is pledged to our policy of emancipation and the employment of negro soldiers, and if this policy is carried out, it will not make much difference who is President." But General Grant's good sense prevailed over his injudicious advisers, and he promptly refused to allow his name to be presented to the convention. The most formidable candidate for the Republican nomination was Secretary Chase. The relations between him and the President had not latterly been very harmonious, and the breach was greatly widened by a bitter personal assault on Mr. Chase by General F.P. Blair, a newly elected congressman from Missouri, made on the floor of the House, about the middle of April, under circumstances which led Mr. Chase to believe that the President inspired, or at least approved, the attack. Mr. Chase was very angry, and an open rupture between his friends and those of the President was narrowly averted. Mr. Riddle, congressman from Mr. Chase's State, Ohio, relates that on the evening after General Blair's offensive speech he was to accompany Mr. Chase on a visit to Baltimore. "I was shown," says Mr. Riddle, "to the Secretary's private car, where I found him alone and in a frenzy of rage. A copy of Blair's speech had been shown him at the station, and I was the sole witness of his Achillean wrath. He threatened to leave the train at once and send the President his resignation, but was persuaded to go on to Baltimore. He wished to forward his resignation from there, but concluded to withhold it till his return to Washington the next day. At Baltimore," continues Mr. Riddle, "I excused myself and took the return train for Washington. I did not overestimate the danger to the Union cause. It would be a fatal error to defeat Mr. Lincoln at the Baltimore Convention. Yet how could he succeed, with the angry resignation of Mr. Chase and the defection of his friends, the powerful and aggressive radicals? Reaching Washington, I went to the White House direct. I knew the President could not have been a party to Blair's assault, and I wanted his personal assurances to communicate to Mr. Chase at the earliest moment. I was accompanied by Judge Spaulding, an eminent member of the House, fully sharing Mr. Chase's confidence, and somewhat cool toward the President. We found Mr. Lincoln drawn up behind his table, with papers before him, quite grim, evidently prepared for the battle which he supposed awaited him. Without taking a seat, hat in hand, I stated frankly, not without emotion, the condition of affairs, the public danger, my entire confidence in him, my sole purpose there, the reason of Judge Spaulding's presence, and that we were there in no way as representatives of Mr. Chase. Mr. Lincoln was visibly affected. The tones of confidence, sympathy, personal regard were strangers to him at that time. Softening, almost melting, he came round to us, shook our hands again and again, returned to his place, and standing there took up and opened out from their remote origin the whole web of matters connected with the present complication. He spoke an hour, calm, clear, direct, simple. He reprehended Blair severely, and stated that he had no knowledge of his speech until after Blair left Washington. We were permitted to communicate this to Mr. Chase. He was satisfied with the President's explanation, and at the Baltimore Convention my large acquaintance enabled me to open the way for Governor Dennison of Ohio to become its presiding officer. All recognized the good effect of the organization of that body by the friends of Mr. Chase. The National Republican Convention, which met at Baltimore on the 8th of June, adopted resolutions heartily approving the course of the administration and especially the policy of emancipation, and completed its good work by nominating Abraham Lincoln as its candidate for President for another term. Andrew Johnson of Tennessee was nominated for Vice President. That Lincoln was gratified at this proof of confidence and esteem there can be no doubt. In his acceptance of the nomination, he said, with the most delicate modesty, "I view this call to a second term as in no wise more flattering to myself than as an expression of the public judgment that I may better finish a difficult work than could one less severely schooled to the task." And with characteristic humor he thanked a visiting delegation for their good opinion of him, saying, "I have not permitted myself to conclude that I am the best man in the country, but I am reminded of the old Dutch farmer who remarked to a companion that it was not best to swap horses while crossing a stream." In July, 1864, great excitement and alarm were occasioned in Washington by a body of Confederate cavalry under General Early, who actually attacked the fortifications of the city, cut off its railroad communication with the North, and ravaged the country about with fire and sword. For several days skirmishing was going on between the raiders and the troops in our fortifications. The fact that the President himself was under fire from the enemy on this occasion gave the episode a decided thrill of realism. He, with other government officials, largely no doubt from motives of curiosity, visited the scene of the disturbance and witnessed the miniature but sometimes spirited engagements. Among these visitors was Secretary Welles, who thus records his experiences (Diary, July 12, 1864). "Rode out today to Fort Stevens. Looking out over the valley below, where the continual popping of pickets was going on, I saw a line of our men lying close near the bottom of the valley. Senator Wade came up beside me. We went into the fort, where we found the President, who was sitting in the shade, his back against the parapet toward the enemy. As the firing from the fort ceased, our men ran to the charge, and the rebels fled. We could see them running across the fields, seeking the woods on the brow of the opposite hills. Below, we could see here and there some of our own men bearing away their wounded comrades. Occasionally a bullet from some long-range rifle passed over our heads. It was an interesting and exciting spectacle." Another account says, "President Lincoln visited the lines in person and refused to retire, although urged to do so. He exposed himself freely at Fort Stevens, and a surgeon standing alongside of him was wounded by a ball which struck a gun and glanced." A gentleman named Neal, who lived in the country about 12 miles from the city, gives a vivid conception of the imminence of the danger. "After breakfast on Tuesday, July 12th, says Mr. Neal, I went as usual in a railway car to the city, and before noon my house was surrounded by General Bradley Johnson's insurgent cavalry, who had made an attempt to capture the New York express train, and had robbed the country store nearby of its contents. The presence of the cavalry stopped all travel by railroad, and Senator Ramsey of Minnesota, who happened to be in Washington, could find no way to the north except by descending the Potomac to its mouth and then ascending Chesapeake Bay to Baltimore. While the cavalry was in the fields around my home, the enemy's infantry was marching toward the capital by what was called the 7th Street Road, and they set fire to the residence of Honorable Montgomery Blair, who had been Postmaster General. As I sat in my room at the President's, the smoke of the burning mansion was visible, but business was transacted with as much quietness as if the foe were hundreds of miles distant. Mr. Fox, the Assistant Secretary of the Navy, had in a private note informed the President that if there should be a necessity for him to leave the city, he would find a steamer in readiness at the wharf at the foot of 6th Street. About 1 o'clock in the afternoon of each day of the skirmishing, the President would enter his carriage and drive to the forts in the suburbs and watch the soldiers repulse the invaders. For several days Washington was in great danger of capture. Nearly all the forces had been sent forward to reinforce Grant, and the city was comparatively defenseless. But its slender garrison, mostly raw recruits, held out gallantly under the encouragement of the President until Grant sent a column to attack Early, who promptly withdrew, and the crisis was over. This was the last time the enemy threatened the national capital. From that time he had enough to do to defend Richmond. Lincoln labored under deep depression during the summer of 1864. The Army of the Potomac achieved apparently very little in return for its enormous expenditure of blood and treasure. Until the victories of Farragut and Mobile Bay, late in August, and Sherman at Atlanta a few days later, the gloom was unrelieved. The people were restless and impatient, and vented their displeasure upon the administration, holding it responsible for all reverses and disappointments, and giving grudging praise for success at any point. The popular displeasure was increased by the President's call for 500,000 additional troops, made July 18th, a measure which some of his strongest friends deprecated as likely to jeopardize his reelection in November. "It is not a personal question at all," said Lincoln. "It matters not what becomes of me. We must have the men. If I go down, I intend to go like the Cumberland, with my colors flying." To the question, "When is the war to end?" he said, "Surely I feel as deep an interest in this question as any other can. But I do not wish to name a day, a month, or a year when it is to end. We accepted this war for an object, a worthy object, and the war will end when that object is attained. Under God, I hope it never will end until that time." The President's mind seemed constantly weighted with anxiety as to the movements and fortunes of our armies in the field. He could not sleep at night under this crushing load. Secretary Welles's diary gives frequent instances of this. Once, after an engagement between the Western armies, the President says, "Mr. Welles came to me with the latest news. He was feeling badly. Tells me a dispatch was sent to him at the Soldiers' Home last night, shortly after he got asleep, and so disturbed him that he had no more rest, but arose and came to the city and passed the remainder of the night awake and watchful." At another time, after a desperate battle between Grant and Lee, Mr. Welles says, "The President came into my room about 1 p.m. and told me he had slept none last night. He lay down for a short time on the sofa in my room, and detailed all the news he had gathered." End of chapter 27A. Recording by Bill Boerst. Chapter 27B of the Everyday Life of Abraham Lincoln. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Everyday Life of Abraham Lincoln by Francis Fisher Browne. Chapter 27B. Washington again threatened. Lincoln under fire. Unpopular measures. The President's perplexities and trials. The famous letter to whom it may concern. Little expectation of reelection. Cheered and reassured. Ex-Governor Bross of Illinois furnishes an account of an interview with Lincoln during this dark period. "The last time I saw Mr. Lincoln, till as a pallbearer I accompanied his remains to their last resting place, was in the early part of August, 1864. It was directly after the frightful disaster at Petersburg, and I was on my way to the front to recover, if possible, the body of my brother, Colonel John A. Bross, who fell there at the head of his regiment. I found the President with a large pile of documents before him. He laid down his pen, and gave me a cordial but rather melancholy welcome, asking anxiously for news from the West. Neither of us could shut our eyes to the gloom which hung over the entire country. The terrible losses of the Wilderness and the awful disaster at Petersburg weighed heavily upon our spirits. To a question, I answered that the people expected a still more vigorous prosecution of the war. More troops and needful appliances would, if called for, be forthcoming. "I will tell you what the people want," said the President. "They want, and must have, success. But whether that come or not, I shall stay right here and do my duty. Here I shall be, and they may come and hang me on that tree," pointing out of the window to one, "but God helping me, I shall never desert my post." This was said in a way that assured me that these were the sentiments of his inmost soul. The President, about this time, was greatly worried by Horace Greeley and others who importuned him to receive negotiations for peace from the Confederate authorities. He at length said to Mr. Greeley, "I not only intend a sincere effort for peace, but you shall be a personal witness that it is made." On the same day that the call for additional troops was made, the President issued, through Mr. Greeley, the famous letter "To whom it may concern," promising safe conduct to any person or persons authorized to present any proposition which embraces the restoration of peace, the integrity of the whole Union, and the abandonment of slavery. Nothing came of the proposed negotiations except to stop for a time the mischievous fault-finding, which was of course the result aimed at by Lincoln. The act was severely condemned by many Republicans, but Lincoln only said, "It is hardly fair for them to say the letter amounts to nothing. It will shut up Greeley, and satisfy the people who are clamoring for peace. That's something, anyhow." So much blame was heaped upon the Government, and so great was the dissatisfaction at the North, that Lincoln looked upon the election of his competitor, General McClellan, and his own retirement as not improbable. An incident in evidence of his discouragement is related by Secretary Welles. Entering the executive office one day, Mr. Welles was asked to write his name across the back of a sealed paper which the President handed him. The names of several other members of the Cabinet were already on the paper, with the dates of signature. After the election, Lincoln opened the document in the presence of his Cabinet, and read to them its contents as follows: Executive Mansion, Washington, August 23, 1864. This morning, as for some days past, it seems exceedingly probable that this administration will not be reelected. Then it will be my duty to cooperate with the President-elect so as to save the Union between the election and the inauguration. A. Lincoln. By this careful prevision had Lincoln pledged himself to give to his successor that unselfish and patriotic assistance of which he himself had stood so sorely in need. As the desperation of the South and the opposition to Lincoln at the North increased, fears were entertained by his friends that an attempt might be made upon his life. Lincoln himself paid but little heed to these forebodings of evil. He said, philosophically, "I long ago made up my mind that if anybody wants to kill me, he will do it. If I wore a shirt of mail and kept myself surrounded by a bodyguard, it would be all the same. There are 1,000 ways of getting at a man if it is desired that he should be killed. Besides, in this case, it seems to me, the man who would succeed me would be just as objectionable to my enemies, if I have any." One dark night, as he was going out with a friend, he took along a heavy cane, remarking good-humoredly that Mother, Mrs. Lincoln, had got a notion into her head that I shall be assassinated, and to please her I take a cane when I go over to the War Department at nights, when I don't forget it. It is probable that the attempts upon the life of President Lincoln were more numerous than is generally known. An incident of a very thrilling character, which might easily have involved a shocking tragedy, is related by Mr. John W. Nichols, who from the summer of 1862 until 1865 was one of the President's bodyguard. "One night, about the middle of August, 1864, says Mr. Nichols, I was doing sentinel duty at the large gate through which the entrance was had to the grounds of the Soldiers' Home near Washington, where Mr. Lincoln spent much time in summer. About 11 o'clock I heard a rifle shot in the direction of the city, and shortly afterwards I heard approaching hoofbeats. In 2 or 3 minutes a horse came dashing up, and I recognized the belated President. The horse he rode was a very spirited one, and was Mr. Lincoln's favorite saddle horse. As horse and rider approached the gate, I noticed that the President was bareheaded. As soon as I had assisted him in checking his steed, the President said to me, 'He came pretty near getting away with me, didn't he? He got the bit in his teeth before I could draw the rein.' I then asked him where his hat was, and he replied that somebody had fired a gun off down at the foot of the hill, and that his horse had become scared and had jerked his hat off. I led the animal to the executive cottage, and the President dismounted and entered. Thinking the affair rather strange, a corporal and myself started off to investigate. When we reached the place whence the sound of the shot had come, a point where the driveway intersects with the main road, we found the President's hat. It was a plain silk hat, and upon examination we discovered a bullet hole through the crown. We searched the locality thoroughly, but without avail. Next day I gave Mr. Lincoln his hat and called his attention to the bullet hole. He made some humorous remark to the effect that it was made by some foolish marksman and was not intended for him, but added that he wished nothing said about the matter. We all felt confident it was an attempt to kill the President, and after that he never rode alone. Amidst his terrible trials, Lincoln often exhibited a forced and sorrowful serenity, which many mistook for apathy. Even his oldest and best friends were sometimes deceived in this way. Hon. Leonard Swett relates a touching instance. In the summer of 1864, when Grant was pounding his way toward Richmond in those terrible battles of the Wilderness, myself and wife were in Washington trying to do what little two persons could do toward alleviating the sufferings of the maimed and dying in the vast hospitals of that city. We tried to be thorough and systematic. We took the first man we came to, brought him delicacies, wrote letters to his friends, or did for him whatever else he most needed. Then the next man, and so on. Day after day, cars and ambulances were coming in, laden with untold sorrows for thousands of homes. After weeks of this kind of experience, my feelings became so wrought up that I said to myself, "The country cannot long endure this sacrifice." In mercy both to North and South, every man capable of bearing arms must be hurried forward to Grant to end this fearful slaughter at the earliest possible moment. I went to President Lincoln at the White House, and poured myself out to him. He was sitting by an open window, and as I paused, a bird lit upon a branch just outside, and was twittering and singing most joyously. Mr. Lincoln, imitating the bird, said, "Tweet, tweet, tweet, isn't he singing sweetly?" I felt as if my legs had been cut from under me. I rose, took my hat, and said, "I see the country is safer than I thought." As I moved toward the door, Mr. Lincoln called out, in his hearty, familiar way, "Here, Swett, come back, and sit down." Then he went on, "It is impossible for a man in my position not to have thought of all those things. Weeks ago every man capable of bearing arms was ordered to the front, and everything you have suggested has been done." The burdens borne by Lincoln seemed never to tell so seriously on his strength and vitality as in this terrible battle summer of 1864. For him there had been no respite, no holiday. Others left the heat and dust of Washington for rest and recuperation, but he remained at his post. The demands upon him were incessant. One anxiety and excitement followed another, and under the relentless strain even his sturdy strength began to give way. "I sometimes fancy," said he, with pathetic good humor, "that every one of the numerous grist ground through here daily, from a senator seeking a war with France down to a poor woman after a place in the Treasury Department, darted at me with thumb and finger, picked out their especial piece of my vitality, and carried it off. When I get through with such a day's work, there is only one word which can express my condition, and that is flabbiness." Once Mr. Brooks found him sitting in his chair, so collapsed and weary that he did not look up or speak when I addressed him. He put out his hand mechanically, as if to shake hands, when I told him I had come at his bidding. Presently he roused a little, and remarked that he had had a mighty hard day. Mr. Riddle, who saw him at this period after some months' absence, says he was shocked, on gaining admission to the President, by his appearance, that of a baited, cornered man, always on the defense against attacks that he could not openly meet and defy or punish. Mr. Carpenter, an inmate of the White House, says, "Absorbed in his papers, he would become unconscious of my presence, while I intently studied every line and shade of expression in that furrowed face. There were days when I could scarcely look into it without crying." During the first week of the battles of the Wilderness he scarcely slept at all. Passing through the main hall of the domestic apartment on one of these days, I met him, clad in a long morning wrapper, pacing back and forth a narrow passage leading to one of the windows, his hands behind him, great black rings under his eyes, his head bent forward upon his breast, altogether such a picture of the effects of sorrow, care, and anxiety as would have melted the hearts of the worst of his adversaries, who so mistakenly applied to him the epithets of tyrant and usurper. Mr. Edward Dicey, the English historian, says, "Never in my knowledge have I seen a sadder face than that of the late President during the time his features were familiar to me. It is so easy to be wise after the event, but it seems to me now that one ought somehow to have foreseen that the stamp of a sad end was impressed by nature on that rugged, haggard face. The exceeding sadness of the eyes and their strange sweetness were the one redeeming feature in a face of unusual plainness, and there was about them that odd, weird look which some eyes possess, of seeming to see more than the outer objects of the world around." Lincoln's family and friends strove to beguile him of his melancholy. They took him to places of amusement, they walked and drove with him in the pleasantest scenes about the capital, and above all they talked with him of times past, seeking to divert his mind from its present distress by reviving memories of more joyous days. His old friends were, as Mr. Arnold states, shocked with the change in his appearance. They had known him at his home and at the courts in Illinois, with a frame of iron and nerves of steel, as a man who hardly knew what illness was, ever genial and sparkling with frolic and fun, nearly always cheery and bright. Now they saw the wrinkles on his face and forehead deepen into furrows. The laugh of old days was less frequent, and it did not seem to come from the heart. Anxiety, responsibility, care, thought, disasters, defeats, the injustice of friends, wore upon his giant frame, and his nerves of steel became at times irritable. He said one day, with a pathos which language cannot describe, "I feel as though I shall never be glad again." Hon. Schuyler Colfax repeats a similarly pathetic expression which fell from the lips of the afflicted President. "One morning," says Mr. Colfax, "calling upon him on business, I found him looking more than usually pale and careworn, and inquired the reason. He replied with the bad news he had received at a late hour the previous night, which had not yet been communicated to the press, adding that he had not closed his eyes or breakfasted; and with an expression I shall never forget, he exclaimed, 'How willingly would I exchange places to-day with the soldier who sleeps on the ground in the Army of the Potomac.'" A lady who saw Lincoln in the summer of 1864 for the first time, and who had expected to see a very homely man, says, "I was totally unprepared for the impression instantly made upon me, so bowed and sorrow-laden was his whole person, expressing such weariness of mind and body as he dropped himself heavily from step to step down to the ground. But his face, oh, the pathos of it, haggard, drawn into fixed lines of unutterable sadness, with a look of loneliness, as of a soul whose depth of sorrow and bitterness no human sympathy could ever reach. I was so penetrated with the anguish and settled grief in every feature, that I gazed at him through tears, and felt I had stepped upon the threshold of a sanctuary too sacred for human feet. The impression I carried away was that I had seen, not so much the President of the United States, as the saddest man in the world." The changes in Lincoln's appearance were noted in the subdued, refined, purified expression of his face, as of one struggling almost against hope, but still patiently enduring. Mr. Brooks says, "I have known impressionable women, touched by his sad face and his gentle bearing, to go away in tears." Another observer, Rev. C.B. Crane, wrote at the time, The President looks thin and careworn, his form is bowed as by a crushing load, his flesh is wasted as by incessant solicitude, and his face is thin and furrowed and pale, as though it had become spiritualized by the vicarious pain which he endured in bearing on himself all the calamities of his country. Truly it might be said of him in the words of Matthew Arnold, "With aching hands and bleeding feet we dig and heap, lay stone on stone. We bear the burden and the heat of the long day, and wish 'twere done. Not till the hours of light return, all we have built do we discern." In the tragic experiences of Lincoln in these dark days, the outlook was less gloomy than it had seemed to his tortured soul. He was even then, as Mr. John Bigelow puts it, making for himself a larger place in history than he had any idea of. He builded better than he knew, and the hours of light were soon to come when he would know what he had built and see the signs that promised better things. The presidential election of 1864 demonstrated the abiding confidence of the people in him and his administration. Every loyal State but three, New Jersey, Delaware, and Kentucky, gave him its electoral vote, and his popular majority over McClellan, the Democratic candidate, was upwards of 400,000. Lincoln was cheered but not exultant at the news. Late in the evening of Election Day, November 8, 1864, he said in response to public congratulations, "I am thankful to God for this approval of the people, but while deeply grateful for this mark of their confidence in me, if I know my own heart, my gratitude is free from any taint of personal triumph. It is not in my nature to triumph over anyone, but I give thanks to Almighty God for this evidence of the people's resolution to stand by free government and the rights of humanity." While the election returns were coming in early in the evening, Lincoln was at the War Department with a little group assembled to hear them read. How different the scene from that in the quiet country town where he had waited for the returns on a similar occasion 4 years before. Then all was peace, the lull before the storm. Now the storm had broken, and its greatest fury was raging about that patient and devoted man who waited to hear the decision of the nation's supreme tribunal, the voice of the people, whose decree would settle the fate of himself and of the country. Mr. Charles A. Dana, Assistant Secretary of War, who was in the group, gives this description of the scene. General Eckert was coming in continually with telegrams containing election returns. Mr. Stanton would read them, and the President would look at them and comment upon them. Presently there came a lull in the returns, and Mr. Lincoln called me up to a place by his side. "Dana," said he, "have you ever read any of the writings of Petroleum V. Nasby?" "No, sir," I said. "I have only looked at some of them, and they seemed to me funny." "Well," said he, "let me read you a specimen." And pulling out a thin, yellow-covered pamphlet from his breast pocket, he began to read aloud. Mr. Stanton viewed this proceeding with great impatience, as I could see, but Mr. Lincoln paid no attention to that. He would read a page or a story, pause to con a new election telegram, and then open the book again and go ahead with a new passage. Finally Mr. Chase came in, and presently Mr. Whitelaw Reid, and then the reading was interrupted. Mr. Stanton went to the door and beckoned me into the next room. I shall never forget his indignation at what seemed to him disgusting nonsense. The morning following the election, one of his private secretaries, Mr. Neal, coming to the executive office earlier than usual, found Lincoln at his table engaged in his regular routine of official work. "Entering the room," says Mr. Neal, "I took a seat by his side, extended my hand, and congratulated him upon the vote, for the country's sake and for his own sake. Turning away from the papers which had been occupying his attention, he spoke kindly of his competitor, the calm, prudent general and great organizer." The importance of Lincoln's reelection to the country and to himself is forcibly stated by General Grant, and Secretary Seward. The former telegraphed from City Point the day following, "The victory is worth more to the country than a battle won." And the same evening, at a public gathering held to celebrate the event, Mr. Seward said, "The election has placed our President beyond the pale of human envy or human harm, as he is above the pale of human ambition. Henceforth all men will come to see him as we have seen him, a true, loyal, patient, patriotic, and benevolent man. Having no longer any motive to malign or injure him, detraction will cease, and Abraham Lincoln will take his place with Washington and Franklin and Jefferson and Adams and Jackson among the benefactors of the country and of the human race." Lincoln evidently felt greatly reassured by the result of what had seemed to him a very doubtful contest. But with the return of cheerfulness came also the dread of continuing his official labors. He began to long and plan for that happy period at the end of the second term when he should be free from public burdens. Mrs. Lincoln desired to go to Europe for a long tour of pleasure, says Mr. Brooks. The President was disposed to gratify her wish, but he fixed his eyes on California as a place of permanent residence. He had heard so much of the delightful climate and the abundant natural productions of California that he had become possessed of a strong desire to visit the State and remain there if he were satisfied with the results of his observations. "When we leave this place," he said one day, "we shall have enough, I think, to take care of us old people. The boys must look out for themselves. I guess mother will be satisfied with 6 months or so in Europe. After that, I should really like to go to California and take a look at the Pacific coast." End of chapter 27b. Recording by Bill Boerst. Chapter 27c of The Everyday Life of Abraham Lincoln. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Everyday Life of Abraham Lincoln by Francis Fisher Browne. Chapter 27c. More trouble with Chase. Lincoln's final disposal of him. The President's fourth annual message. His position toward the rebellion and slavery reaffirmed. Colored folks' reception at the White House. Passage of the amendment prohibiting slavery. Lincoln and the Southern Peace Commissioners. The meeting in Hampton Roads. Lincoln's impression of A.H. Stevens. The second inauguration. Second inaugural address. With malice toward none and with charity for all. An auspicious omen. After the Baltimore Convention, Mr. Chase proposed to resign his position as Secretary of the Treasury, but he was persuaded by influential friends of himself and Lincoln to reconsider his determination. Chief among these friends was Hon. John Brough, the sturdy war governor of Ohio. Later in the summer of 1864, the relations between the President and Secretary Chase again became inharmonious. The latter determined a second time to resign, and communicated that fact in a confidential letter to Governor Brough. Hon. William Henry Smith, at that time Ohio's Secretary of State, and intimately acquainted with the circumstances as they occurred, says, "Mr. Brough went directly to Washington to bring about another reconciliation. After talking the matter over with Mr. Chase and Mr. Stanton, he called on the President and urged a settlement that would retain the services of Mr. Chase in the Treasury Department. Mr. Lincoln was very kind and admitted the force of all that was urged, but finally said, with a quiet but impressive firmness, 'Brough, I think you had better give up the job this time.' And thereupon he gave reasons why it was unwise for Mr. Chase to continue longer in the Cabinet. In the autumn, the Chief Justiceship became vacant by the death of Judge R.B. Taney, October 11, 1864, and the friends of Mr. Chase, who was then in retirement, desired his elevation to that honorable seat. Congressman Riddle, who was designated to present the matter to the President, says, "After hearing what I had to say, Mr. Lincoln asked, 'Will this content Mr. Chase?' "It is said that those bitten of the Presidency die of it," I replied. His smile showed he would not take that answer. I added, "Mr. Chase is conscious of ability to serve the country as President. We should expect the greatest from him. He would not disappoint you were it in his reach, but I should be sorry to see a Chief Justice anxious to swap for it." I said then what I had already said to Mr. Chase, that I would rather be the Chief Justice than the President. I urged that the purity and elevation of Mr. Chase's character guaranteed the dignity of the station from all compromise; that momentous questions must arise, involving recent exercises of power, without precedents to guide the court; that the honor of the Government would be safe in the hands of Mr. Chase. "Would you pack the Supreme Court?" he asked, a little sharply. "Would you have a judge with no preconceived notions of law?" was my response. "True, true," was his laughing reply. "How could I find anyone fit for the place who has not some definite notions on all questions likely to arise?" The proposed appointment of Mr. Chase as Chief Justice was severely criticized by certain friends of Lincoln, who believed Mr. Chase was personally hostile to the President, and could not understand the latter's magnanimity in thus ignoring personal considerations. When told of these criticisms, Lincoln said, "My friends all over the country are trying to put up the bars between me and Governor Chase. I have a vast number of messages and letters from men who think they are my friends, imploring and warning me not to appoint him. Now I know more about Governor Chase's hostility to me than any of these men can tell me, but I am going to nominate him," which he did, and Chase became Chief Justice in December, 1864. The withdrawal of Secretary Chase from the Cabinet was soon followed by that of Postmaster General Blair, who was succeeded by ex-Governor Dennison of Ohio. Blair received, says Mr. Welles in his diary, a letter from the President, which, though friendly in tone, informed him that the time had arrived when it seemed best that he should retire, and requesting his resignation, which was promptly given. Mr. Welles says that the President subsequently informed him that Mr. Chase had many friends who felt wounded that he should have left the Cabinet, and left alone. The friends of Blair had been his assailants, and the President thought that if he also left the Cabinet, Chase and his friends would be satisfied, and the administration would be relieved of irritating bickerings. The relations of Blair with Stanton also were such that it was difficult for the two to remain. A little later came the resignation of Attorney General Bates, which, says Mr. Welles, has initiated more intrigues. A host of candidates are thrust forward. Evarts, Holt, Gushing, Whiting, and the Lord knows who are all candidates. This gives but a faint idea of the embarrassments and dissensions among Lincoln's friends and official advisers, and of the ceaseless efforts and infinite tact that were needed to maintain a decent degree of harmony among them. Early in December, the President submitted to Congress his fourth annual message, a brief and businesslike statement of the prospects and purposes of the Government. Its first sentence is, "The most remarkable feature in the military operations of the year is General Sherman's attempted march of 300 miles directly through the insurgent region." Then follows a reference to the important movements that had occurred during the year, to the effect of molding society for durability in the Union. The document closes with the following explicit statement: "In presenting the abandonment of armed resistance to the national authority, on the part of the insurgents, as the only indispensable condition to ending the war on the part of the Government, I retract nothing heretofore said as to slavery. If the people should, by whatever mode or means, make it an executive duty to re-enslave such persons, another, and not I, must be their instrument to perform it. In stating a simple condition of peace, I mean simply to say that the war will cease on the part of the Government whenever it shall have ceased on the part of those who began it." New Year's Day, 1865, was marked by a memorable incident. Among the crowds gathered in the White House grounds stood groups of colored people, watching with eager eyes the tide of people flowing in at the open door to exchange salutations with the President. It was a privilege heretofore reserved for the white race. But now, as the line of visitors thinned, showing that the reception was nearly over, the boldest of the colored men drew near the door with faltering step. Some were in conventional attire, others in fantastic dress, and others again in laborer's garb. The novel procession moved into the vestibule and on into the room where the President was holding the Republican court. Timid and doubting, though determined, they ventured where their oppressed and downtrodden race had never appeared before, and with the keen, anxious, inquiring look on their dark faces, seemed like a herd of wild creatures from the woods, in a strange and dangerous place. The reception had been unusually well attended, and the President was nearly overcome with weariness. But when he saw the dusky faces of his unwonted visitors, he rallied from his fatigue, and gave them a hearty welcome. They were wild with joy. Thronging about him, they pressed and kissed his hand, laughing and weeping at once, and exclaiming, "God bless Massa Lincoln!" It was a scene not easy to forget, the thanks and adoration of a race paid to their deliverer. Ever since issuing the Emancipation Proclamation, Lincoln had earnestly desired that the measure should be perfected by a constitutional amendment forever prohibiting slavery in the territory of the United States. He had discussed the matter fully with his friends in Congress and repeatedly urged them to press it to an issue. Just before the Baltimore Convention, he urged Senator Morgan of New York, chairman of the National Republican Committee, to have the proposed amendment made the keynote of the speeches and the keynote of the platform. Congressman Rollins of Missouri relates that the President said to him, "The passage of the amendment will clinch the whole matter." The subject was already definitely before Congress. In December, 1863, joint resolutions for this great end had been introduced in the House by Hon. James M. Ashley of Ohio, and in the Senate by Hon. Charles Sumner of Massachusetts and Hon. J.B. Henderson of Missouri. Senator Trumbull of the Judiciary Committee, to whom the Senate resolutions were referred, reported a substitute for the amendment, which in April, 1864, passed the Senate by a vote of 38 to 6, but reaching the House, June 15th, it failed to get the necessary two-thirds vote, and was defeated. At the next session of Congress the resolutions were again presented to the House, and after a protracted debate were passed, January 13, 1865, by a vote of 119 to 56. Illinois was the first State to ratify the amendment, and others promptly followed. Lincoln was grateful and delighted. He remarked, "This ends the job," adding, "I feel proud that Illinois is a little ahead." Overtures having been made through General Grant for a meeting between the President and certain peace commissioners representing the belligerents, Lincoln, anxious that nothing should be left undone that might evidence his desire to bring the war to a close, consented to the interview. On the morning of February 2, 1865, he left Washington quite privately in order to accomplish his mission without awakening the gossip and criticism which publicity would excite. At Fortress Monroe he was joined by Secretary Seward, who seems to have been the only member of the Cabinet who knew of the President's intention to meet the Southern commissioners. Lincoln took the full responsibility, as he often did when dealing with risky or unpopular measures. None of the Cabinet were advised of this move, and without exception I think it struck them unfavorably that the Chief Magistrate should have gone on such a mission, is the comment of Secretary Welles, although he adds, "The discussion will be likely to tend to peace." The next morning, February 3d, the President and Mr. Seward received the Southern commissioners, Stevens, Hunter, and Campbell, on board the U.S. steam transport River Queen in Hampton Roads. The conference, says Mr. Seward, was altogether informal. There was no attendance of secretaries, clerks, or other witnesses. Nothing was written or read. The conversation, although earnest and free, was calm and courteous and kind on both sides. The Richmond party approached the subject rather indirectly, and at no time did they either make categorical demands or tender formal stipulations or absolute refusals. Nevertheless, during the conference, which lasted 4 hours, the several points at issue between the government and the insurgents were distinctly raised and discussed, fully, intelligently, and in an amicable spirit. The meeting was fruitless. The commissioners asked, as a preliminary step, the recognition of Jefferson Davis as President of the Southern Confederacy. Lincoln declined, stating that the only ground on which he could rest the justice of the war, either with his own people or with foreign powers, was that it was not a war of conquest, for the States had never been separated from the Union. Consequently, he could not recognize another government inside of the one of which he alone was President, nor admit the separate independence of States that were yet a part of the Union. "That," said he, "would be doing what you have so long asked Europe to do in vain, and be resigning the only thing the armies of the Union have been fighting for." Mr. Hunter, one of the commissioners, made a long reply to this, insisting that the recognition of Davis's power to make a treaty was the first and indispensable step to peace, and referred to the correspondence between King Charles I and his Parliament as a trustworthy precedent of a constitutional ruler treating with rebels. Lincoln's face then wore that indescribable expression which generally preceded his hardest hits, as he remarked, "Upon questions of history I must refer you to Mr. Seward, for he is posted in such things, and I don't pretend to be. My only distinct recollection of the matter is that Charles lost his head." Alexander H. Stephens, one of the commissioners at the meeting on board the River Queen and the Vice President of the waning Confederacy, was a very small man physically, with a complexion so yellow as to suggest an ear of ripe corn. Lincoln gave the following humorous account of the meeting with him. "Mr. Stephens had on an overcoat about 3 sizes too big for him, with an old-fashioned high collar. The cabin soon began to get pretty warm, and after a while he stood up and pulled off his big coat. He slipped it off just about as you would husk an ear of corn. I couldn't help thinking, as I looked first at the overcoat and then at the man, 'Well, that's the biggest shuck and the smallest nubbin I ever laid eyes on.'" So strongly were Lincoln's hopes fixed on finding some possible basis for a peaceful restoration of the Union, that a few days after his return from his meeting with the Southern Peace Commissioners he presented to the Cabinet, February 5, 1865, a scheme for paying to the Southern States a partial compensation for the loss of their slaves, provided they would at once discontinue armed resistance to the Federal Government. It was, says Mr. Welles, who was present at the meeting referred to, as a proposition for paying the expenses of the war for 200 days or $400 millions to the rebellious States, to be for the extinguishment of slavery. The scheme did not meet with favor and was dropped. But it showed, adds Mr. Welles, the earnest desire of the President to conciliate and effect peace. The evening of March 3, 1865, the President had remained with his Cabinet at the Capitol until a late hour, finishing the business pertaining to the last acts of the old Congress. His face had the ineffaceable, careworn look, yet his manner was cheerful, and he appeared to be occupied with the work of the moment, to the exclusion of all thoughts of the future or of the great event of the morrow. Rain prevailed during the morning of Inauguration Day, but before noon it had ceased falling. The new Senate, convened for a special session, was organized, and Andrew Johnson was sworn in its presence into the office of Vice President. Shortly after 12 o'clock Lincoln entered the chamber and joined the august procession, which then moved to the eastern portico. As Lincoln stepped forward to take the oath of office, a flood of sunlight suddenly burst from the clouds, illuminating his face and form as he bowed to the acclamations of the people. Speaking of this incident next day, he said, "Did you notice that sunburst? It made my heart jump." Cheers and shouts rent the air as the President prepared to speak his inaugural. He raised his arm, and the crowd hushed to catch his opening words. He paused, as though thronging memories impeded utterance. Then, in a voice clear and strong, but touched with pathos, he read that eloquent and imperishable composition, the Second Inaugural Address. Fellow countrymen, at this second appearing to take the oath of the presidential office, there is less occasion for an extended address than there was at the first. Then a statement, somewhat in detail, of a course to be pursued seemed fitting and proper. Now, at the expiration of 4 years, during which public declarations have been constantly called forth on every point and phase of the great contest which still absorbs the attention and engrosses the energies of the nation, little that is new could be presented. The progress of our arms, upon which all else chiefly depends, is as well known to the public as to myself, and it is, I trust, reasonably satisfactory and encouraging to all. With high hopes for the future, no prediction in regard to it is ventured. On the occasion corresponding to this, 4 years ago, all thoughts were anxiously directed to an impending civil war. All dreaded it, all sought to avoid it. While the inaugural address was being delivered from this place, devoted altogether to saving the Union without war, insurgent agents were in the city, seeking to destroy it with war, seeking to dissolve the Union and divide the effects by negotiation. Both parties deprecated war, but one of them would make war rather than let the nation survive, and the other would accept war rather than let it perish. And the war came. 1/8 of the whole population were colored slaves, not distributed generally over the Union, but localized in the southern part of it. These slaves constituted a peculiar and powerful interest. All knew that this interest was somehow the cause of the war. To strengthen, perpetuate, and extend this interest was the object for which the insurgents would rend the Union by war, while the government claimed no right to do more than to restrict the territorial enlargement of it. Neither party expected for the war the magnitude or the duration which it has already attained. Neither anticipated that the cause of the conflict might cease when or even before the conflict itself should cease. Each looked for an easier triumph, and a result less fundamental and astounding. Both read the same Bible and pray to the same God, and each invokes his aid against the other. It may seem strange that any men should dare to ask a just God's assistance in wringing their bread from the sweat of other men's faces. But let us judge not, that we be not judged. The prayer of both could not be answered. That of neither has been answered fully. The Almighty has his own purposes. Woe unto the world because of offenses, for it must needs be that offenses come, but woe to that man by whom the offense cometh. If we shall suppose that American slavery is one of those offenses, which, in the providence of God, must needs come, but which, having continued through his appointed time, he now wills to remove, and that he gives to North and South this terrible war, as the woe due to those by whom the offense came, shall we discern therein any departure from those divine attributes which the believers in a living God always ascribe to him? Fondly do we hope, fervently do we pray, that this mighty scourge of war may speedily pass away. Yet if God wills that it continue until all the wealth piled by the bondman's 250 years of unrequited toil shall be sunk, and until every drop of blood drawn by the lash shall be paid by another drawn with the sword, as was said 3,000 years ago, so still it must be said, the judgments of the Lord are true and righteous altogether. With malice toward none, with charity for all, with firmness in the right as God gives us to see the right, let us strive on to finish the work we are in, to bind up the nation's wounds, to care for him who shall have borne the battle, and for his widow and for his orphan, to do all which may achieve and cherish a just and lasting peace among ourselves and with all nations. This address was probably, next to the Gettysburg oration, Lincoln's most eloquent and touching public appeal. Gladstone of England said of it, "I am taken captive by so striking an utterance as this. I see in it the effect of sharp trial, when rightly borne, to raise men to a higher level of thought and action. It is by cruel suffering that nations are sometimes born to a better life. So it is with individual men. Lincoln's words show that upon him anxiety and sorrow have wrought their true effect. As the procession moved from the Capitol to the White House, at the close of the inaugural ceremonies, a bright star was visible in the heavens. The crowds gazing upon the unwonted phenomenon noted it as an auspicious omen, like the baptism of sunshine which had seemed to consecrate the President anew to his exalted office. End of chapter 27C. Recording by Bill Boerst. Chapter 28A of the Everyday Life of Abraham Lincoln. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Everyday Life of Abraham Lincoln by Francis Fisher Browne. Chapter 28A. Close of the Civil War. Last acts in the Great Tragedy. Lincoln at the front. A memorable meeting. Lincoln, Grant, Sherman, and Porter. Life on shipboard. Visit to Petersburg. Lincoln and the prisoners. Lincoln in Richmond. The negroes welcoming their great Messiah. Great events crowded upon each other in the last few weeks of the Civil War, and we must pass rapidly over them, giving special prominence only to those with which President Lincoln was personally connected. The Army of the Potomac under Grant, which for nearly a year had been incessantly engaged with the army of General Lee, had forced the latter, fighting desperately at every step, back through the wilderness into the defenses about Richmond. And Lee's early surrender or retreat southward seemed the only remaining alternatives. But the latter course, disastrous as it would have been for the Confederacy, was rendered impracticable by the comprehensive plan of operations that had been adopted a year before. Interposed between Richmond and the South was now the powerful army of General Sherman. This daring and self-reliant officer, after his brilliant triumph at Atlanta the previous fall, had pushed on to Savannah and captured that city also. Then, turning his veteran columns northward, he had swept like a dread meteor through South Carolina, destroying the proud city of Charleston and then Columbia, the state capital. General Johnston, with a strong force, vainly tried to stay his progress through North Carolina, but after a desperate though unsuccessful battle at Bentonville, March 20, 1865, the opposition gave way and the Union troops occupied Goldsboro, an important point 100 miles south of Richmond, commanding the southern railway communications of the Confederate capital. The situation was singularly dramatic and impressive. In this narrow theater of war were now being rendered, with all the leading actors on the stage, the closing scenes of that great and bloody tragedy. Grant on the north and Sherman on the south were grinding Lee and Johnston between them like upper and nether millstones. The last days of March brought unmistakable signs of the speedy breaking up of the rebellion. Lincoln, filled with anticipation not unmixed with anxiety, wished to be at the front. "When we came to the end of the war and the breaking up of things," says General Grant, "one of Lincoln's friends said to me, 'I think Lincoln would like to come down and spend a few days at City Point, but he is afraid if he does come it might look like interfering with the movements of the army, and after all that has been said about other generals he hesitates.' I was told that if Lincoln had a hint from me that he would be welcome, he would come by the first boat. Of course I sent word that the President could do me no greater honor than to come down and be my guest. He came down, and we spent several days riding around the lines. He was a fine horseman. He talked and talked and talked. He seemed to enjoy it, and said, 'How grateful I feel to be with the boys and see what is being done at Richmond.' He never asked a question about the movements. He would say, 'Tell me what has been done, not what is to be done.' He would sit for hours tilted back in his chair with his hand shading his eyes, watching the movements of the men with the greatest interest." Another account says, "Lincoln made many visits with Grant to the lines around Richmond and Petersburg. On such occasions he usually rode one of the General's fine bay horses, called Cincinnati. He was a good horseman, and made his way through swamps and over corduroy roads as well as the best trooper in the command. The soldiers invariably recognized him, and greeted him, wherever he appeared amongst them, with cheers that were no lip service, but came from the depth of their hearts. He always had a pleasant salute or a friendly word for the men in the ranks. Aside from the President's desire to be at the front at this critical time, he had an almost feverish anxiety to escape from the petty concerns and details of official life in Washington. In Welles's diary is this entry, March 23, 1865. "The President has gone to the front partly to get rid of the throng, office-seekers, politicians, etc., that is pressing on him. The more he yields, the greater the pressure. It has now become such that he is compelled to flee. There is no doubt he is much worn down. Besides, he wishes the war terminated, and to this end that severe terms shall not be exacted of the rebels." Much of the time during the President's visit to the army he had his quarters on the steamer River Queen, lying in the James River at City Point. It was the same vessel on which he had received the Southern Peace Commissioners a month before, and the one on which he had made the journey from Washington. On the 27th of March a memorable interview occurred in the cabin of this vessel between President Lincoln, Generals Grant and Sherman, and Admiral Porter. General Sherman thus describes the interview: "I left Goldsboro on the 25th of March and reached City Point on the afternoon of the 27th. I found General Grant and staff occupying a neat set of log huts on a bluff overlooking the James River. The General's family was with him. We had quite a long and friendly talk, when Grant remarked that the President was near by in a steamer lying at the dock, and he proposed that we should call at once. We did so, and found Mr. Lincoln on board the River Queen. We had met in the early part of the war. He recognized me, and received me with a warmth of manner and expression that was most grateful. We sat some time in the after cabin, and Mr. Lincoln made many inquiries about the events which attended the march from Savannah to Goldsboro, and seemed to enjoy the humorous stories about our bummers, of which he had heard much. When in lively conversation his face brightened wonderfully, but if the conversation flagged, it assumed a sad and sorrowful expression. General Grant and I explained to him that my next move from Goldsboro would bring my army, increased to 80,000 men by Schofield's and Terry's reinforcements, in close communication with Grant's army then investing Lee and Richmond, and that unless Lee could effect his escape and make junction with Johnston in North Carolina, he would soon be shut up in Richmond with no possibility of supplies, and would have to surrender. Mr. Lincoln was extremely interested in this view of the case, and we explained that Lee's only chance was to escape, join Johnston, and, being then between me in North Carolina and Grant in Virginia, he could choose which to fight. Mr. Lincoln seemed impressed with this, but General Grant explained that at the very moment of our conversation General Sheridan was pressing his cavalry across James River from the north to the south, that with this cavalry he would so extend his left below Petersburg as to meet the South Shore road, and that if Lee should let go his fortified lines, he, Grant, would follow him so close that he could not possibly fall on me alone in North Carolina. I in like manner expressed the fullest confidence that my army in North Carolina was willing to cope with Lee and Johnston combined, till Grant could come up. But we both agreed that one more bloody battle was likely to occur before the close of the war. Mr. Lincoln repeatedly inquired as to General Schofield's ability to maintain his position in my absence, and seemed anxious that I should return to North Carolina. More than once he exclaimed, "Must more blood be shed? Cannot this last bloody battle be avoided?" We explained that we had to presume that General Lee was a real general, that he must see that Johnston alone was no barrier to my progress, and that if my army of 80,000 veterans should reach Burkesville, he was lost in Richmond, and that we were forced to believe he would not await that inevitable conclusion, but would make one more desperate effort. General Sherman adds this personal tribute to Lincoln to the account of the interview on board the River Queen: "When I left Mr. Lincoln, I was more than ever impressed by his kindly stature, his deep and earnest sympathy with the afflictions of the whole people, resulting from the war, and by the march of hostile armies through the South. I felt that his earnest desire was to end the war speedily, without more bloodshed or devastation, and to restore all the men of both sections to their homes." In the language of his second inaugural address, he seemed to have "charity for all, malice toward none," and above all an absolute faith in the courage, manliness, and integrity of the armies in the field. When at rest or listening, his legs and arms seemed to hang almost lifeless, and his face was careworn and haggard. But the moment he began to talk, his face lightened up, his tall form, as it were, unfolded, and he was the very impersonation of good humor and fellowship. The last words I recall as addressed to me were that he would feel better when I was back at Goldsboro. We parted at the gangway of the River Queen about noon of March 28th, and I never saw him again. Of all the men I ever met, he seemed to possess more of the elements of greatness combined with goodness than any other. A few days after the interview described by General Sherman, the President changed his quarters to the cabin of the Malvern, Admiral Porter's flagship. The Admiral says, "The Malvern was a small vessel with poor accommodations, and not at all fitted to receive high personages. She was a captured blockade runner, and had been given to me as a flagship. I offered the President my bed, but he positively declined it, and elected to sleep in a small stateroom outside of the cabin occupied by my secretary. It was the smallest kind of a room, 6 feet long by 4½ feet wide, a small kind of a room for the President of the United States to be domiciled in. But Mr. Lincoln seemed pleased with it. When he came to breakfast the next morning, I inquired how he had slept. 'I slept well,' he answered, 'but you can't put a long sword into a short scabbard. I was too long for that berth.' Then I remembered he was over 6 feet 4 inches, while the berth was only 6 feet. That day, while we were out of the ship, all the carpenters were put to work. The stateroom was taken down and increased in size to 8 feet by 6½ feet. The mattress was widened to suit a berth of 4 feet width, and the entire stateroom remodeled. Nothing was said to the President about the change in his quarters when he went to bed, but next morning he came out smiling, and said, 'A miracle happened last night. I shrank 6 inches in length and about a foot sideways. I got somebody else's big pillow, and slept in a better bed than I did on the River Queen.' He enjoyed it greatly, but I do think if I had given him 2 fence rails to sleep on, he would not have found fault. That was Abraham Lincoln in all things relating to his own comfort. He would never permit people to put themselves out for him under any circumstances." On the 2nd of April, the stronghold of Petersburg fell into the hands of the Union troops. Lincoln, accompanied by Admiral Porter, visited the city. They joined General Grant and sat with him for nearly 2 hours upon the porch of a comfortable little house with a small yard in front. Crowds of citizens soon gathered at the fence to gaze upon these remarkable men of whom they had heard so much. The President's heart was filled with joy, for he felt that this was the beginning of the end. Admiral Porter says, "Several regiments passed us en route, and they all seemed to recognize the President at once. 'Three cheers for Uncle Abe!' passed along among them, and the cheers were given with a vim which showed the estimation in which he was held by the soldiers. That evening," continues Admiral Porter, "the sailors and marines were sent out to guard and escort in some prisoners, who were placed on board a large transport lying in the stream. There were about 1,000 prisoners, more or less. The President expressed a desire to go on shore. I ordered the barge and went with him. We had to pass the transport with the prisoners. They all rushed to the side with eager curiosity. All wanted to see the Northern President. They were perfectly content. Every man had a chunk of meat and a piece of bread in his hand, and was doing his best to dispose of it." "That's old Abe," said one, in a low voice. "Give the old fellow 3 cheers," said another, while a third called out, "Hello, Abe, your bread and meat's better than popcorn." It was all good-natured, and not meant in unkindness. I could see no difference between them and our own men, except that they were ragged and attenuated for want of wholesome food. They were as happy a set of men as I ever saw. They could see their homes looming up before them in the distance, and knew that the war was over. "They will never shoulder a musket again in anger," said the President. "And if Grant is wise, he will leave them their guns to shoot crows with. It would do no harm." The next day, April 3d, the Union advance under General Weitzel reached and occupied Richmond. Lee was in retreat, with Grant in close pursuit. When the news of the downfall of the Confederate capital reached Lincoln on board the Malvern, he exclaimed fervently, "Thank God that I have lived to see this. It seems to me I have been dreaming a horrid dream for 4 years, and now the nightmare is gone. I want to see Richmond." The vessel started up the river, but found it extremely difficult to proceed, as the channel was filled with torpedoes and obstructions, and they were obliged to wait until a passage could be cleared. Admiral Porter thus describes what followed: "When the channel was reported clear of torpedoes, a large number of which were taken up, I proceeded up to Richmond in the Malvern with President Lincoln. Every vessel that got through the obstructions wished to be the first one up, and pushed ahead with all steam. But they grounded, one after another, the Malvern passing them all, until she also took the ground. Not to be delayed, I took the President in my barge, and with a tug ahead with a file of marines on board, we continued on up to the city. There was a large bridge across the James about a mile below the landing, and under this a party in a small steamer were caught and held by the current, with no prospect of release without assistance. I ordered the tug to cast off and help them, leaving us in the barge to go on alone. Here we were in a solitary boat, after having set out with a number of vessels, flying flags at every masthead, hoping to enter the conquered capital in a manner befitting the rank of the President of the United States, with a further intention of firing a national salute in honor of the happy result. Mr. Lincoln was cheerful, and had his little story ready for the occasion. "Admiral, this brings to my mind a fellow who once came to me to ask for an appointment as minister abroad. Finding he could not get that, he came down to some more modest position. Finally he asked to be made a tide-waiter. When he saw he could not get that, he asked me for an old pair of trousers. It is sometimes well to be humble." "I had never been to Richmond before by that route," continues Admiral Porter, "and did not know where the landing was. Neither did the coxswain or any of the barge's crew. We pulled on, hoping to see someone of whom we could inquire, but no one was in sight. The street along the river front was as deserted as if this had been a city of the dead. The troops had been in possession some hours, but not a soldier was to be seen. The current was now rushing past us over and among rocks, on one of which we finally stuck, but I backed out and pointed for the nearest landing. There was a small house on this landing, and behind it were some 12 negroes digging with spades. The leader of them was an old man 60 years of age. He raised himself to an upright position as we landed, and put his hands up to his eyes. Then he dropped his spade and sprang forward. 'Bress de Lord,' he said, 'dere is de great Messiah. I knowed him as soon as I seed him. He's been in my heart for long years, and he's come at last to free his chillen from their bondage. Glory hallelujah!' And he fell upon his knees before the President and kissed his feet. The others followed his example, and in a minute Mr. Lincoln was surrounded by these people, who had treasured up the recollection of him caught from a photograph, and had looked up to him for 4 years as the one who was to lead them out of captivity. It was a touching sight. That aged negro kneeling at the feet of the tall, gaunt-looking man who seemed in himself to be bearing all the grief of the nation, and whose sad face seemed to say, 'I suffer for you all, but will do all I can to help you.' Mr. Lincoln looked down on the poor creatures at his feet. He was much embarrassed at his position. 'Don't kneel to me,' he said. 'That is not right. You must kneel to God only, and thank Him for the liberty you will hereafter enjoy. But you may rest assured that as long as I live no one shall put a shackle on your limbs.' and you shall have all the rights which God has given to every other free citizen of this republic." It was a minute or two before I could get the negroes to rise and leave the President. The scene was so touching that I hated to disturb it. Yet we could not stay there all day. We had to move on. So I requested the patriarch to withdraw from about the President with his companions, and let us pass on. "Yes, Mas," said the old man, "but after bein' so many years in de desert without water, it's mighty pleasant to be lookin' at las' on our spring o' life." "'Scuse us, sir, we means no disrespect to Mars Lincoln. We means all love and gratitude." And then, joining hands together in a ring, the negroes sang a hymn with the melodious and touching voices possessed only by the negroes of the South. The President and all of us listened respectfully while the hymn was being sung. 4 minutes at most had passed away since we first landed at a point where, as far as the eye could reach, the streets were entirely deserted. But now what a different scene appeared as that hymn went forth from the negroes' lips! The streets seemed to be suddenly alive with the colored race. They seemed to spring from the earth. They came tumbling and shouting, from over the hills and from the waterside, where no one was seen as we had passed. The crowd immediately became very oppressive. We needed our marines to keep them off. I ordered 12 of the boat's crew to fix bayonets to their rifles and surround the President, all of which was quickly done. But the crowd poured in so fearfully that I thought we all stood a chance of being crushed to death. At length the President spoke. He could not move for the mass of people. He had to do something. "My poor friends," he said, "you are free, free as air. You can cast off the name of slave and trample upon it. It will come to you no more. Liberty is your birthright. God gave it to you as he gave it to others, and it is a sin that you have been deprived of it for so many years. But you must try to deserve this priceless boon. Let the world see that you merit it, and are able to maintain it by your good works. Don't let your joy carry you into excesses. Learn the laws and obey them. Obey God's commandments, and thank him for giving you liberty, for to him you owe all things. There now, let me pass on. I have but little time to spare. I want to see the Capitol, and must return at once to Washington to secure to you that liberty which you seem to prize so highly." The crowd shouted and screeched as if they would split the firmament, though while the President was speaking you might have heard a pin drop. End of chapter 28A. Recording by Bill Boerst. Chapter 28B of the Everyday Life of Abraham Lincoln. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Everyday Life of Abraham Lincoln by Francis Fisher Browne. Chapter 28B. A warm reception. Lee's surrender. Lincoln receives the news. Universal rejoicing. Lincoln's last speech to the public. His feelings and intentions toward the South. His desire for reconciliation. Presently the little party was able to move on. "It never struck me," says Admiral Porter, "there was any one in that multitude who would injure Mr. Lincoln. It seemed to me that he had an army of supporters there who could and would defend him against all the world. Our progress was very slow. We did not move a mile an hour, and the crowd was still increasing. It was a warm day, and the streets were dusty, owing to the immense gathering which covered every part of them, kicking up the dirt. The atmosphere was suffocating, but Mr. Lincoln could be seen plainly by every man, woman, and child, towering head and shoulders above that crowd. He overtopped every man there. He carried his hat in his hand, fanning his face, from which the perspiration was pouring. He looked as if he would have given his presidency for a glass of water. I would have given my commission for half that. Now came another phase in the procession. As we entered the city, every window flew up, from ground to roof, and every one was filled with eager, peering faces, which turned one to another, and seemed to ask, Is this large man, with soft eyes and kind, benevolent face, the one who has held up to us the incarnation of wickedness, the destroyer of the South?" There was nothing like taunt or defiance in the faces of those who were gazing from the windows or craning their necks from the sidewalks to catch a view of the President. The look of every one was that of eager curiosity, nothing more. In a short time we reached the mansion of Mr. Davis, President of the Confederacy, occupied after the evacuation as the headquarters of General Weitzel and Shepley. There was great cheering going on. Hundreds of civilians, I don't know who they were, assembled at the front of the house to welcome Mr. Lincoln. General Shepley made a speech and gave us a lunch, after which we entered a carriage and visited the State House, the late seat of the Confederate Congress. It was in dreadful disorder, betokening a sudden and unexpected flight. Members' tables were upset. Bales of Confederate scrip were lying about the floor, and many official documents of some value were scattered about. After this inspection I urged the President to go on board the Malvern. I began to feel more heavily the responsibility resting upon me through the care of his person. The evening was approaching, and we were in a carriage open on all sides. He was glad to go. He was tired out, and wanted the quiet of the flagship. I was oppressed with uneasiness until we got on board and stood on the deck with the President safe. Then there was not a happier man anywhere than myself. On Sunday, April 9th, the President returned to Washington, and there he heard the thrilling news that Lee with his whole army had that day surrendered to Grant at Appomattox. Lincoln's first visit after reaching the capital was to the house of Secretary Seward, who had met with a severe accident during his absence, and was a prisoner in a sick room. Lincoln's heart was full of joy, and he entered immediately upon an account of his visit to Richmond and the glorious success of the Union army, throwing himself, as Mr. Carpenter says, in his almost boyish exultation, at full length across the bed, supporting his head upon one hand, and in this manner reciting the story of the collapse of the rebellion. Concluding, he lifted himself up and said, "And now for a day of thanksgiving." In Washington, as in every city and town in the loyal States, there was the wildest enthusiasm over the good news from the army. Flags were flying everywhere, cannon were sounding, business was suspended, and the people gave themselves up to the impulses of joy and thanksgiving. Monday afternoon the workmen of the Navy Yard marched to the White House, joining the thousands already there, and with bands playing and a tumult of rejoicing, called persistently for the President. After some delay Lincoln appeared at the window above the main entrance, and was greeted with loud and prolonged cheers and demonstrations of love and respect. He declined to make a formal speech, saying to the excited throng beneath, "I am very greatly rejoiced that an occasion has occurred so pleasurable that the people can't restrain themselves. I suppose that arrangements are being made for some sort of formal demonstration, perhaps this evening or tomorrow night. If there should be such a demonstration, I, of course, shall have to respond to it, and I shall have nothing to say if I dribble it out before. I see you have a band. I propose now closing up by requesting you to play a certain air or tune. I have always thought Dixie one of the best tunes I ever heard. I have heard that our adversaries over the way have attempted to appropriate it as a national air. I insisted yesterday that we had fairly captured it. I presented the question to the Attorney General, and he gave his opinion that it is our lawful prize. I ask the band to give us a good turn upon it." The band did give a good turn not only to Dixie but to the whimsical tune of Yankee Doodle, after which Lincoln proposed 3 cheers for General Grant and all under his command, and then 3 more cheers for our gallant navy, at the close of which he bowed and retired amid the inspiring strains of "Hail Columbia," discoursed with vigor by the patriotic musicians. As additional dispatches were received from the army, the joyful excitement in Washington increased. Tuesday evening, April 11th, the President's mansion, the executive departments, and many of the business places and private residences were illuminated, bonfires were kindled, and fireworks were sent off, in celebration of the great event which stirred the hearts of the people. A vast mass of citizens crowded about the White House, as Lincoln appeared at the historic east window and made his last speech to the American public. It was a somewhat lengthy address, and had been prepared and written out for the occasion. "We meet this evening not in sorrow, but in gladness of heart," began the President. "No part of the honor or praise is mine. To General Grant, his skillful officers, and brave men, all belongs." Mr. Brooks, who was in the White House during the delivery of this address, gives the following glimpses behind the scenes. As Lincoln spoke, the multitude was as silent as if the courtyard had been deserted. Then, as his speech was written on loose sheets, and the candles placed for him were too low, he took a light in his hand and went on with the reading. Soon coming to the end of a page, he found some difficulty in handling the manuscript and holding the candlestick. A friend who stood behind the drapery of the window reached out and took the candle, and held it until the end of the speech, and the President let the loose pages fall on the floor, one by one, as fast as he was through with them. Presently Tad, having refreshed himself at the dinner table, came back in search of amusement. He gathered up the scattered sheets of the President's speech, and then amused himself by chasing the leaves as they fluttered from the speaker's hand. Growing impatient at his father's delay to drop another page, Tad whispered, "Come, give me another." The President made a queer motion with his foot toward the boy, but otherwise showed no sign that he had other thoughts than those which he was dropping to the listeners beneath. Without was a vast sea of upturned faces, each eye fixed on the form of the President. Around the tall white pillars of the portico flowed an undulating surface of human beings, stirred by emotion and lighted with the fantastic colors of fireworks. At the window, his face irradiated with patriotic joy, was the much-beloved Lincoln, reading the speech that was to be his last to the people. Behind him crept back and forth, on his hands and knees, the boy of the White House, gathering up his father's carefully written pages, and occasionally lifting up his eager face, waiting for more. It was before and behind the scenes. Sometimes I wonder, when I recall that night, how much of a father's love and thought of his boy might have been mingled in Lincoln's last speech to the eager multitude. The President's speech on this occasion was largely devoted to the impending problem of Reconstruction in the South. The problem was complex and difficult, with no recognized principles or precedent for guidance. Said Lincoln, "Unlike the case of a war between independent nations, there is no authorized organization for us to treat with. No one man has authority to give up the rebellion for any other man. We simply must begin with and mold from disorganized and discordant elements. Nor is it a small additional embarrassment that we, the loyal people, differ amongst ourselves as to the mode, manner, and measure of reconstruction. Let us all join in doing the acts necessary to restoring the proper practical relations between these States and the Union." The problem thus touched upon was one that had long occupied the thoughts of Lincoln, especially since the downfall of the Confederacy had been imminent. His practical and far-seeing mind was already addressing itself to the new issues, duties, and responsibilities which he saw opening before him, and which he well knew would demand all of his wisdom, firmness, and political sagacity. As was to be expected, a great diversity of views prevailed. A powerful faction in Congress, sympathized with by some members of the Cabinet, was for making treason odious, and dealing with the insurgent States as conquered provinces that had forfeited all rights once held under the Constitution and were entitled only to such treatment as the government chose to give them. Lincoln's ideas were very different. His mind was occupied with formulating a policy having for its object the welfare of the Southern people and the restoration of the rebellious States to the Union. His broad and statesmanlike views were outlined, the day after the public address just referred to, in discussing Secretary Welles's plan for convening the legislature of Virginia. Says Mr. Welles in his diary, His idea was that the members of the legislature, comprising the prominent and influential men of their respective counties, had better come together and undo their own work. Civil government must be reestablished, he said, as soon as possible. There must be courts and law and order, or society would be broken up, the disbanded armies would turn into robber bands and guerrillas, which we must strive to prevent. These were the reasons why he wished prominent Virginians, who had the confidence of the people, to come together and turn themselves and their neighbors into good Union men. Lincoln had no thought of leaving any of these questions to the military authorities. In March he had directed a dispatch from Stanton to Grant, saying, "The President wishes you to have no conference with General Lee, unless it be for the capitulation of his army, or on some other minor and purely military matter. He instructs me to say that you are not to decide, discuss, or confer upon any political question. Such questions the President holds in his own hands, and will submit them to no military conferences or conventions." During his meeting with Grant at Petersburg, the President revealed to the General many of his plans for the rehabilitation of the South, and it could easily be seen that a spirit of magnanimity was uppermost in his heart. At the conference with Grant, Sherman, and Porter on board the River Queen, the same subject was broached. Though I cannot attempt to recall the words spoken by any one of the persons present on that occasion, says General Sherman, I know we talked generally about what was to be done when Lee's and Johnston's armies were beaten and dispersed. On this point Mr. Lincoln was very full. He said that he had long thought of it, that he hoped this end could be reached without more bloodshed, but in any event he wanted us to get the men of the Southern armies disarmed and back to their homes; that he contemplated no revenge, no harsh measures, but quite the contrary, and that their suffering and hardships during the war would make them the more submissive to law. Says Hon. George Bancroft, "It was the nature of Mr. Lincoln to forgive. When hostilities ceased, he who had always sent forth the flag, with every one of its stars in the field, was eager to receive back his returning countrymen." One of the last stories of personal interviews with President Lincoln relates to his feeling of clemency for the men lately in rebellion. It is told by Senator Henderson of Missouri. "About the middle of March, 1865, says Senator Henderson, I went to the White House to ask the President to pardon a number of men who had been languishing in Missouri prisons for various offenses, all political. Some of them had been my schoolmates, and their mothers and sisters and sweethearts had persisted in appeals that I should use my influence for their release. Since it was evident to me that the Confederacy was in its last throes, I felt that the pardon of most of these prisoners would do more good than harm. I had separated them, according to the gravity of their offenses, into 3 classes, and handing the first list to him, I said, 'Mr. President, the session of the Senate is closed, and I am about to start for home. The war is virtually over. Grant is pretty certain to get Lee and his army, and Sherman is plainly able to take care of Johnston. In my opinion, the best way to prevent guerrilla warfare at the end of organized resistance will be to show clemency to these Southern sympathizers.' Lincoln shook his head and said, 'Henderson, I am deeply indebted to you, and I want to show it, but don't ask me at this time to pardon rebels. I can't do it. People are continually blaming me for being too lenient. Don't encourage such fellows by inducing me to turn loose a lot of men who perhaps ought to be hanged.' I answered, 'Mr. President, these prisoners and their friends tell me that for them the war is over, and it will surely have a good influence now to let them go.' He replied, 'Henderson, my conscience tells me that I must not do it.' But I persisted, 'Mr. President, you should do it. It is necessary for good feeling in Missouri that these people be released.' 'If I sign this list as a whole, will you be responsible for the future good behavior of these men?' he asked. 'Yes,' I replied, 'I will.' 'Then I'll take the risk.' He wrote the word 'pardoned,' signed the order of release, and returned the paper to me. 'Thank you, Mr. President,' I said, 'but that is not all. I have another list.' 'You're not going to make me let loose another lot?' he exclaimed. 'Yes,' I answered, and my argument is the same as before. The guilt of these men is doubtful. Mercy must be the policy of peace." With the only words approaching profanity that I ever heard him utter, he exclaimed, "I'll be durned if I don't sign it." "Now, Henderson," he said, as he handed me the list, "remember that you are responsible to me for these men, and if they don't behave, I'll put you in prison for their sins." Lincoln's whole feeling toward the vanquished Southern people was one of peace and magnanimity. While many were clamoring for the execution of the Southern leaders, and especially Jefferson Davis, Lincoln said only a day or two before his death, "This talk about Mr. Davis wearies me. I hope he will mount a fleet horse, reach the shores of the Gulf of Mexico, and ride so far into its waters that we shall never see him again." And then he told me a pat story, perhaps his last, of a boy in Springfield who saved up his money and bought a coon, which after the novelty wore off became a great nuisance. He was one day leading him through the streets, and had his hands full to keep clear of the little vixen, who had torn his clothes half off him. At length he sat down on the curbstone, completely fagged out. A man passing was stopped by the lad's disconsolate appearance, and asked the matter. "Oh," was the only reply, "this coon is such a trouble to me." "Why don't you get rid of him, then?" said the gentleman. "Hush," said the boy. "Don't you see he is gnawing his rope off? I am going to let him do it, and then I will go home and tell the folks that he got away from me." At the last Cabinet meeting ever attended by Lincoln, held in the morning of the day on which he was shot, the subject of Reconstruction was again uppermost, and various plans were presented and discussed. Secretary Stanton brought forward a plan or ordinance, which he said he had prepared with much care and after a great deal of reflection. It was arranged that a copy of this should be furnished to each member of the Cabinet for criticism and suggestion. "In the meantime," says Secretary Welles, "we were requested by the President to deliberate and carefully consider the proposition. He remarked that this was the great question now before us, and we must soon begin to act." What that action would have been had Lincoln lived, what wrong and misery would have been spared to the South and shame and dishonor to the North, no one can doubt who comprehends the fiber of that kindly, just, and indomitable soul. End of chapter 28b. Recording by Bill Boerst. Chapter 29a of the Everyday Life of Abraham Lincoln. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Everyday Life of Abraham Lincoln by Francis Fisher Browne. Chapter 29a. The Last of Earth. Events of the last day of Lincoln's life. The last Cabinet meeting. The last drive with Mrs. Lincoln. A final act of pardon. The fatal evening. The visit to the theater. The assassins shot. A scene of horror. It is something to be ever gratefully remembered that the last day of Lincoln's life was filled with sunshine. His cares and burdens slipped from him like a garment, and his spirit was filled with a blessed and benignant peace. On the morning of that fatal Friday, the 14th day of April, the President had a long conversation at breakfast with his son Robert, then a member of Grant's staff, who had just arrived from the front with additional particulars of Lee's surrender, of which event he had been a witness. The President listened with close attention to the interesting recital. Then, taking up a portrait of General Lee, which his son had brought him, he placed it on the table before him, where he scanned it long and thoughtfully. Presently he said, "It is a good face. It is the face of a noble, brave man. I am glad that the war is over at last." Looking upon Robert, he continued, "Well, my son, you have returned safely from the front. The war is now closed, and we will soon live in peace with the brave men who have been fighting against us. I trust that the era of good feeling has returned, and that henceforth we shall live in harmony together." After breakfast the President received Speaker Colfax, spending an hour or more in discussing his plans regarding the adjustment of matters in the South. This was followed by an interview with Hon. John P. Hale, the newly appointed minister to Spain, and by calls of congratulation from members of Congress and old friends from Illinois. Afterwards he took a short drive with General Grant, who had just come to the city to consult regarding the disbandment of the army and the parole of prisoners. The people were wild with enthusiasm, and wherever the President and General Grant appeared, they were greeted with cheers, the clapping of hands, waving of handkerchiefs, and every possible demonstration of delight. At the Cabinet meeting held at noon, the President was accompanied by General Grant. The meeting is thus described by one who was present, Secretary Welles. Congratulations were interchanged, and earnest inquiry was made whether any information had been received from General Sherman. General Grant, who was invited to remain, said he was expecting hourly to hear from Sherman, and had a good deal of anxiety on the subject. The President remarked that the news would come soon and come favorably. He had no doubt, for he had last night his usual dream, which had preceded nearly every important event of the war. I inquired the particulars of this remarkable dream. He said it was in my department. It related to the water. That he seemed to be in a singular and indescribable vessel, but always the same, and that he was moving with great rapidity toward a dark and indefinite shore. That he had had this singular dream preceding the firing on Sumter, the battles of Bull Run, Antietam, Gettysburg, Stone River, Vicksburg, Wilmington, etc. General Grant remarked with some emphasis and asperity that Stone River was no victory, that a few such victories would have ruined the country, and he knew of no important results from it. The President said that perhaps he should not altogether agree with him, but whatever might be the facts, his singular dream preceded that fight. Victory did not always follow his dream, but the event and results were important. He had no doubt that a battle had taken place, or was about being fought. "And Johnston will be beaten, for I had this strange dream again last night. It must relate to Sherman. My thoughts are in that direction, and I know of no other very important event which is likely just now to occur." Great events, adds Mr. Welles in his diary, did indeed follow, for within a few hours, the good and gentle as well as truly great man who narrated his dream closed forever his earthly career. After the Cabinet meeting, the President took a drive with Mrs. Lincoln, expressing a wish that no one should accompany them. His heart was filled with a solemn joy which awoke memories of the past to mingle with hopes for the future, and in this subdued moment he desired to be alone with the one who stood nearest to him in human relationship. In the course of their talk together, he said, "Mary, we have had a hard time of it since we came to Washington, but the war is over, and with God's blessing we may hope for 4 years of peace and happiness, and then we will go back to Illinois and pass the rest of our lives in quiet." He spoke, says Mr. Arnold, of his old Springfield home, and recollections of his early days, his little brown cottage, the law office, the court-room, the green bag for his briefs and law papers. His adventures when riding the circuit came thronging back to him. The tension under which he had for so long been kept was removed, and he was like a boy out of school. "We have laid by," said he to his wife, "some money, and during this term we will try and save up more, but shall not have enough to support us. We will go back to Illinois, and I will open up a law office at Springfield or Chicago, and practice law, and at least do enough to help give us a livelihood." Such were the dreams, the daydreams of Lincoln on the last day of his earthly life. Mr. Neal, the President's private secretary, states that between 3 and 4 o'clock of this day he had occasion to seek the President to procure his signature to a paper. "I found," says Mr. Neal, "that he had retired to the private parlor of the House for lunch. While I was looking over the papers on his table to see if I could find the desired commission, he came back, eating an apple. I told him what I was looking for, and as I talked he placed his hand upon the bell-pull. I said, 'For whom are you going to ring?' Placing his hand upon my coat, he spoke but 2 words, 'Andrew Johnson.' 'Then,' I said, 'I will come in again.' As I was leaving the room, the Vice President had been ushered in, and the President advanced and took him by the hand. Charles A. Dana, the Assistant Secretary of War, says that his last recollections of President Lincoln are indelibly associated with the seditious Jacob Thompson. "Late in the afternoon," says Mr. Dana, "a dispatch was received at the War Department from the Provost Marshal of Portland, Maine, saying that he had received information that Jacob Thompson would arrive in Portland during that night, in order to take there the Canadian steamer which was to sail for Liverpool. On reading this dispatch to Mr. Stanton, the latter said, 'Order him to be arrested. But no, you had better take it over to the President.' I found Mr. Lincoln in the inner room of his business office at the White House, with his coat off, washing his hands preparatory to a drive. 'Hello,' said he, 'what is it?' Listening to the dispatch, he asked, 'What does Stanton say?' 'He thinks he ought to be arrested,' I replied. 'Well,' he continued, drawling his words, 'I rather guess not. When you have an elephant on your hands and he wants to run away, better let him run.'" During the afternoon the President signed a pardon for a soldier sentenced to be shot for desertion, remarking as he did so, "Well, I think the boy can do us more good above ground than underground." He also approved an application for the discharge, on taking the oath of allegiance, of a Southern prisoner, on whose petition he wrote, "Let it be done." This act of mercy was his last official order. It had been decided early in the day that the President and Mrs. Lincoln would attend Ford's Theater in the evening, to witness the play of "The American Cousin." Lincoln had invited General Grant to accompany his party to the theater, saying that the people would expect to see him and should not be disappointed. But the General had declined, as Mrs. Grant was anxious to start that afternoon to visit their children, who were at school in Burlington, New Jersey. As the hour approached for leaving for the theater, the President was engaged in a conversation with two friends, Speaker Colfax and Hon. George Ashmun of Massachusetts. The business on which they had met not being concluded, the President gave Mr. Ashmun a card on which he had written these words, "Allow Mr. Ashmun and friend to come in at 9 a.m. tomorrow. A. Lincoln." He then turned to Mr. Colfax, saying, "You are going with Mrs. Lincoln and me to the theater, I hope?" Mr. Colfax pleaded other engagements, when Lincoln remarked, "Mr. Sumner has the gavel of the Confederate Congress, which he got at Richmond to hand to the Secretary of War, but I insisted then that he must give it to you, and you tell him for me to hand it over." He then rose, but seemed reluctant to go, expressing a half determination to delay a while longer. It was undoubtedly to avoid disappointing the audience to whom his presence had been promised that he went to the playhouse that night. At the door he stopped and said to Speaker Colfax, who was about to leave for the Pacific coast, "Colfax, do not forget to tell the people in the mining regions, as you pass through, what I told you this morning about the development when peace comes. I will telegraph you at San Francisco." It was 9 o'clock when the Presidential party reached the theater. The place was crowded. Many ladies in rich and gay costumes, officers in their uniforms, many well-known citizens, young folks, the usual clusters of gaslights, the usual magnetism of so many people, cheerful, with perfumes, music of violins and flutes, and over all, and saturating all, that vast, vague wonder, victory, the nation's victory, the triumph of the Union, filling the air, the thought, the sense, with exhilaration more than all perfumes. As the President entered, he was greeted with tremendous cheers, to which he responded with genial courtesy. The box reserved for him at the right of the stage, a little above the floor, was draped and festooned with flags. As the party were seated, the daughter of Senator Harris of New York occupied the corner nearest the stage. Next her was Mrs. Lincoln, and behind them sat the President and Major Rathbone, the former being nearest the door. In his quiet chair he sate, pure of malice or guile, stainless of fear or hate, and there played a pleasant smile on the rough and careworn face, for his heart was all the while on means of mercy and grace. The brave old flag drooped o'er him, a fold in the hard hand lay. He looked perchance on the play, but the scene was a shadow before him, for his thoughts were far away. It was 10:30, and the audience was absorbed in the progress of the play, when suddenly a pistol shot, loud and sharp, rang through the theatre. All eyes were instantly directed toward the President's box, whence the report proceeded. A moment later the figure of a man, holding a smoking pistol in one hand and a dagger in the other, appeared at the front of the President's box, and sprang to the stage some 8 or 10 feet below, shouting as he did so, "Sic semper tyrannis." He fell as he struck the stage, but quickly recovering himself, sprang through the side wings and escaped from the theatre by a rear door. At the moment of the assassination, a single actor, Mr. Hawk, was on the stage. In his account of the tragical event, he says, "When I heard the shot fired, I turned, looked up at the President's box, heard the man exclaim 'Sic semper tyrannis,' saw him jump from the box, seize the flag on the staff, and drop to the stage. He slipped when he struck the stage, but got upon his feet in a moment, brandished a large knife, crying, 'The South shall be free,' turned his face in the direction where I stood, and I recognized him as John Wilkes Booth. He ran towards me, and I, seeing the knife, thought I was the one he was after, and ran off the stage and up a flight of stairs. He made his escape out of a door directly in the rear of the theatre, mounted a horse, and rode off. The above all occurred in the space of a quarter of a minute, and at the time I did not know the President was shot." Scarcely had the horror-stricken audience witnessed the leap and flight of the assassin when a woman's shriek pierced through the theatre, recalling all eyes to the President's box. The scene that ensued is described with singular vividness by the poet Walt Whitman, who was present. A moment's hush, a scream, the cry of murder, Mrs. Lincoln leaning out of the box, with ashy cheeks and lips, with involuntary cry, pointing to the retreating figure, "He has killed the President!" And still a moment's strange, incredulous suspense, and then the deluge, then that mixture of horror, noises, uncertainty, the sound, somewhere back, of a horse's hoofs clattering with speed. The people burst through chairs and railing, and break them up. That noise adds to the queerness of the scene. There is inextricable confusion and terror. Women faint. Feeble persons fall and are trampled on. Many cries of agony are heard. The broad stage suddenly fills to suffocation with a dense and motley crowd, like some horrible carnival. The audience rush generally upon it. At least the strong men do. The actors and actresses are there in their play costumes and painted faces, with mortal fright showing through the rouge, some trembling, some in tears. The screams and calls, confused talk, redoubled, trebled. 2 or 3 manage to pass up water from the stage to the President's box. Others try to clamber up. Amidst all this, a party of soldiers, 200 or more, hearing what is done, suddenly appear. They storm the house, inflamed with fury, literally charging the audience with fixed bayonets, muskets, and pistols, shouting, "Clear out! Clear out!" And in the midst of that pandemonium of senseless haste, the infuriated soldiers, the audience, the stage, its actors and actresses, its paints and spangles and gaslights, the life blood from those veins, the best and sweetest of the land, drips slowly down, and death's ooze already begins its little bubbles on the lips. It appears that Booth the assassin had long been plotting the murder of the President, and was awaiting a favorable moment for its execution. He had visited the theatre at 11:30 on the morning of the 14th, and learned that a box had been taken for the President that evening. He engaged a fleet horse for a saddle ride in the afternoon, and left it at a convenient place. In the evening he rode to the theatre, and, leaving the animal in charge of an accomplice, entered the house. Making his way to the door of the President's box, and taking a small Derringer pistol in one hand and a double-edged dagger in the other, he thrust his arm into the entrance, where the President, sitting in an armchair, presented to his view the back and side of his head. A flash, a sharp report, a puff of smoke, and the fatal bullet had entered the President's brain. End of chapter 29A. Recording by Bill Boerst. Chapter 29b of the Everyday Life of Abraham Lincoln. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Everyday Life of Abraham Lincoln by Francis Fisher Browne. Chapter 29b. Particulars of the crime. The dying President. A nation's grief. Funeral obsequies. The return to Illinois. At rest in Oak Ridge Cemetery. Major Rathbone, who occupied a seat in the President's box, testifies that he was sitting with his back toward the door when he heard the discharge of a pistol behind him, and looking around, saw through the smoke a man between the door and the President. Major Rathbone instantly sprang toward him and seized him. The man wrested himself from his grasp and made a violent thrust at the Major's breast with a large knife. The Major parried the blow by striking it up, and received a wound in his left arm. The man rushed to the front of the box, and the Major endeavored to seize him again, but only caught his clothes as he was leaping over the railing of the box. Major Rathbone then turned to the President. His position was not changed. His head was slightly bent forward, and his eyes were closed. As soon as the surgeons who had been summoned completed their hasty examination, the unconscious form of the President was borne from the theater to a house across the street, and laid upon his death-bed. Around him were gathered Surgeon General Barnes, Vice President Johnson, Senator Sumner, Secretaries Stanton and Welles, Generals Halleck and Meigs, Attorney General Speed, Postmaster General Dennison, Mr. McCulloch, Speaker Colfax, and other intimate friends who had been hastily summoned. Mrs. Lincoln sat in an adjoining room, prostrate and overwhelmed, with her son Robert. The examination of the surgeons had left no room for hope. The watchers remained through the night by the bedside of the stricken man, who showed no signs of consciousness, and a little after 7 o'clock in the morning, Saturday the 15th of April, he breathed his last. A vivid account of the deathbed scene, together with particulars of the attacks upon Secretary Seward and his son Frederick a half-hour later than the attack upon the President, is furnished in the contemporaneous record of Secretary Welles, a singularly cool observer and clear narrator. "I had retired to bed about half-past 10 on the evening of the 14th of April," writes Mr. Welles, "and was just getting asleep when Mrs. Welles, my wife, said someone was at our door. I arose at once and raised a window, when my messenger, James Smith, called to me that Mr. Lincoln, the President, had been shot, and said Secretary Seward and his son Assistant Secretary Frederick Seward were assassinated. I immediately dressed myself, and, against the earnest remonstrance and appeals of my wife, went directly to Mr. Seward's, whose residence was on the east side of the square, mine being on the north. Entering the house, I found the lower hall and office full of persons, and among them most of the foreign legations, all anxiously inquiring what truth there was in the horrible rumors afloat. At the head of the first stairs I met the elder Mrs. Seward, who was scarcely able to speak, but desired me to proceed up to Mr. Seward's room. As I entered, I met Miss Fanny Seward, with whom I exchanged a single word, and proceeded to the foot of the bed. Dr. Verdi and, I think, 2 others were there. The bed was saturated with blood. The Secretary was lying on his back, the upper part of his head covered by a cloth, which extended down over his eyes. His mouth was open, the lower jaw dropping down. I exchanged a few whispered words with Dr. Verdi. Secretary Stanton, who came after but almost simultaneously with me, made inquiries in a louder tone till admonished by a word from one of the physicians. We almost immediately withdrew and went into the adjoining front room, where lay Frederick Seward. His eyes were open, but he did not move them, nor a limb, nor did he speak. Dr. White, who was in attendance, told me he was unconscious and more dangerously injured than his father. As we descended the stairs, I asked Stanton what he had heard in regard to the President that was reliable. He said the President was shot at Ford's Theater, that he had seen a man who was present and witnessed the occurrence. I said I would go immediately to the White House. Stanton told me the President was not there, but was at the theater. "Then," said I, "let us go immediately there." The President had been carried across the street from the theater to the house of a Mr. Peterson. We entered by ascending a flight of steps above the basement, and passing through a long hall to the rear, where the President lay extended on a bed, breathing heavily. Several surgeons were present, at least 6, I should think more. Among them I was glad to observe Dr. Hall, who, however, soon left. I inquired of Dr. H. as I entered the true condition of the President. He replied the President was dead to all intents, although he might live 3 hours or perhaps longer. The giant sufferer lay extended diagonally across the bed, which was not long enough for him. He had been stripped of his clothes. His large arms, which were occasionally exposed, were of a size which one would scarce have expected from his spare appearance. His slow, full respiration lifted the clothes with each breath that he took. His features were calm and striking. I had never seen them appear to better advantage than for the first hour, perhaps, that I was there. After that his right eye began to swell, and that part of his face became discolored. Senator Sumner was there, I think, when I entered. If not, he came in soon after, as did Speaker Colfax, Mr. Secretary McCulloch, and the other members of the Cabinet, with the exception of Mr. Seward. A double guard was stationed at the door and on the sidewalk to repress the crowd, which was of course highly excited and anxious. The room was small and overcrowded. The surgeons and members of the Cabinet were as many as should have been in the room, but there were many more, and the hall and the other rooms in the front or main house were full. One of these rooms was occupied by Mrs. Lincoln and her attendants, with Miss Harris. Mrs. Dixon and Mrs. Kinney came to her about 12 o'clock. About once an hour Mrs. Lincoln would repair to the bedside of her dying husband, and with lamentations and tears remain until overcome by emotion. A door which opened upon a porch or gallery, and also the windows, were kept open for fresh air. The night was dark, cloudy, and damp, and about 6 it began to rain. I remained in the room until then without sitting or leaving it, when, there being a vacant chair which someone left at the foot of the bed, I occupied it for nearly 2 hours, listening to the heavy groans, and witnessing the wasting life of the good and great man who was expiring before me. A little before 7 in the morning I re-entered the room, where the dying President was rapidly drawing near the closing moments. His wife soon after made her last visit to him. The death struggle had begun. Robert, his son, stood with several others at the head of the bed. The respiration of the President became suspended at intervals, and at last entirely ceased at 22 minutes past 7 o'clock. The news of the President's assassination flashed rapidly over the country, everywhere causing the greatest consternation and grief. The revulsion from the joy which had filled all loyal hearts at the prospects of peace was sudden and profound. All business ceased, and gave way to mourning and lamentation. The flags, so lately unfurled in exultation, were now dropped at half-mast, and emblems of sorrow were hung from every door and window. Men walked with a dejected air. They gathered together in groups in the street and spoke of the murder of the President as of a personal calamity. The nation's heart was smitten sorely, and signs of woe were in every face and movement. A scene which transpired in Philadelphia the morning after the murder reflects the picture presented in every city and town in the United States. "We had taken our seats," says the delineator, "in the early car to ride downtown, men and boys going to work. The morning papers had come up from town as usual, and the men unrolled them to read as the car started. The eye fell on the black border and ominous column lines. Before we could speak, a good Quaker at the head of the car broke out in horror. 'My God, what's this? Lincoln is assassinated!' The driver stopped the car and came in to hear the awful tidings. There stood the car, mid-street, as the heavy news was read in the gray dawn of that ill-fated day. Men bowed their faces in their hands, and on the straw-covered floor hot tears fell fast. Silently the driver took the bells from his horses, and we started like a hearse cityward. What a changed city since the day before! Then all was joy over the end of the war. Now we were plunged in a deeper gulf of woe. The sun rose on a city smitten and weeping. All traffic stood still. The icy hand of death lay flat on the heart of commerce, and it gave not a throb. Men stood by their open stores, saying, with hands on each other's shoulders, 'Our President is dead.' Over and over, in a dazed way, they said the fateful syllables, as if the bullet that tore through the weary brain at Washington had palsied the nation. The mute newsboy on the corner said never a word as he handed to the speechless buyers the damp sheets from the press. Only he brushed with unwashed hand the tears from his dirty cheeks. Groups stood listening on the pavement with faces to the earth, while one in choking voice read the telegrams. Then with a look they departed in unworded woe, each cursing bitterly in his breast the deep damnation of his taking off. Mill operatives, clerks, workers, school children, all came home, the faltering voice of the teacher telling the wondering children to go home, there will be no school to-day. The housewife looked up amazed to see husband and children coming home so soon. The father's face frightened her, and she cried, "What is wrong, husband?" He could not speak the news, but the wee girl with the school-books said, "Mamma, they've killed the President." Ere noon every house wore crape. It was as if there lay a dead son in every home. For hours a sad group hung around the bulletins, hoping against hope, then, when the last hope died, turned suddenly homeward, saying, when all was won and all was done, then to strike him down. The flags in the harbor fell to half-mast. The streets were rivers of inky streamers. From doorknobs floated crape, and even the unbelled car-horses seemed to draw the black-robed cars more quietly than before. On Saturday the remains were borne to the White House, where they were embalmed and placed on a grand catafalque in the East Room. Little Tad was overcome with grief. All day Saturday he was inconsolable. But on Sunday morning the sun rose bright and beautiful, and into his childish heart came the thought that all was well with his father. He said to a gentleman who called upon Mrs. Lincoln, "Do you think, sir, that my father has gone to heaven?" "I have not a doubt of it," was the reply. "Then," said the little fellow in broken voice, "I am glad he has gone there, for he was never happy after he came here. This was not a good place for him." Tuesday the White House was thrown open to admit friends who desired to look upon the still form as it lay in death. Wednesday, the 19th, the funeral services took place. Mrs. Lincoln was too ill to be present, but her 2 sons sat near the coffin in the East Room. Next in order were ranged Andrew Johnson, now President, and the members of the Cabinet, and after him the foreign representatives, the chief men of the nation, and a large body of mourning citizens. The services were conducted jointly by the Rev. Dr. Hall, Bishop Simpson, Dr. Gray, and the Rev. Dr. Gurley, the latter delivering the discourse. At 2 o'clock the funeral cortege started for the Capitol, where the remains were to lie in state until the following morning. The procession was long and imposing. "There were no truer mourners," says Secretary Welles, "than the poor colored people who crowded the streets, joined the procession, and exhibited their woe, bewailing the loss of him whom they regarded as a benefactor and father. Women as well as men, with their little children, thronged the streets, sorrow and trouble and distress depicted on their countenances and in their bearing. The vacant holiday expression had given way to real grief. The body was borne into the rotunda amidst funeral dirges and military salutes, and the religious exercises of the occasion were concluded. A guard was stationed near the coffin, and the public were again admitted to take their farewell of the dead. While these obsequies were being performed at Washington, similar ceremonies were observed in every part of the country. It had been decided to convey the remains of Lincoln to the home which he left 4 years before with such solemn and affectionate words of parting. The funeral train left Washington on the 21st. Its passage through the principal Eastern States and cities of the Union was a most mournful and impressive spectacle. The heavily craped train, its somber engine swathed in black, moved through the land like an eclipse. At every point vast crowds assembled to gain a tearful glimpse as it sped past. Over the breast of the spring, the land, amid cities, amid lanes through old woods, where lately the violets peeped from the ground, spotting the gray debris, amid the grass in the fields each side of the lanes, passing the endless grass, passing the yellow-speared wheat, every grain from its shroud in the dark brown fields uprisen, passing the apple-tree blows of white and pink in the orchards, carrying a corpse to where it shall rest in the grave, night and day journeys a coffin. coffin that passes through lanes and streets, through day and night, with the great cloud darkening the land, with the pomp of the in-looped flags, with the cities draped in black, with the show of the states themselves as of crape-veiled women standing, with processions long and winding in the flambeaux of the night, with the countless torches lit, with the silent sea of faces and the unbared heads, with the waiting depot, the arriving coffin, and the sombre faces, with dirges through the night, with the thousand voices rising strong and solemn, with all the mournful voices of the dirges poured round the coffin, the dim-lit churches and the shuddering organs, with the tolling bells' perpetual clang. At the principal cities, delays were made to enable the people to pay their tribute of respect to the remains of their beloved President. Through Baltimore, Harrisburg, Philadelphia, the train passed to New York City, where a magnificent funeral was held. Thence along the shore of the Hudson River to Albany, thence westward through the principal cities of New York, Ohio, and northern Indiana, the cortege wended its solemn way, reaching on the 1st of May the city of Chicago. Here very extensive preparations for funeral obsequies had been made by the thousands who had known him in his life, and other thousands who had learned to love him and now mourned his death. On the 3rd of May the funeral train reached Springfield, where old friends and neighbors tenderly received the dust of their beloved dead. Funeral services were held, and for 24 hours the catafalque remained in the hall of the house, where thousands of tear-dimmed eyes gazed for the last time upon the familiar face. Then, on the morning of the 4th of May, a sorrowing procession escorted the remains to the beautiful grounds of Oak Ridge Cemetery, to rest at last from the care and tumult of a troubled life. To this hallowed spot have come the gray-haired soldiers of that stormy war, reverently to salute their great commander's tomb. Here shall long be paid the loving homage of the dusky race that he redeemed, and pilgrims from every land, who value human worth and human liberty, bring here their tributes of respect. And here, while the government that he saved endures, shall throng his patriot countrymen, not idly to lament his loss, but to resolve that from this honored dead they take increased devotion to that cause for which he gave the last full measure of devotion, that the dead shall not have died in vain, that the nation under God shall have a new birth of freedom, and that government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from the earth. End of chapter 29b, and end of The Everyday Life of Abraham Lincoln.